position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Against swordy enemies, and they basically get one-shotted by stuff because they're not steel path, and your build's built around steel path. Good old nullifier bubbles.
Tenno, help!
Most cunning founder, with my life I protect your sacred crowns.
The attenuation nerfs on those things have been a little too much. I think that's fine though. Those things used to be decently difficult to kill.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
What am I cooking tonight? Well, I'm gonna be playing probably with different melee weapon combinations, potentially some Korean. A little bit ago, I was playing around with just a couple different melee weapons, just putting Korean on it and seeing how well it worked. And kind of just kept going back to Okina, because Okina has an innate freeze mechanic to it. So Okina just feels like the best candidate for melee Korean just in general. Like even looking at Sibiran or Sibera, Cyber, however you pronounce that one. Even that one doesn't seem as useful to run something like melee Korean on. Not that we have to freeze anything. It's just
This is a rescue mission.
opening up potentials
Find
here.
and liberate the hostage before any harm comes to them.
Oh no, I went the wrong way.
We've got robots inbound.
Stupid slow.
Enemy is on high alert. The moment you enter the holding area, they'll trigger the execution sequence. Rescue the hostage before it finishes. The hostage is almost out of time. Hurry. The bypass is done. Go. The captive will be in one of these cells. Search them.
I will not forget this, Tenno.
You've located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
I need a weapon.
Oh no, energy. It could have been so much fast. I could have beat the Titania if I had a little bit of energy.
Shall we begin?
The captive has been secured. You've done your part, Tenno. We'll take it from here.
Oh, what did I get? Oh, I got endo, I think. Wow. All the endo that I need. Pretty much the only thing I use endo for at this point is just ranking up ribbons. That's pretty much all it gets used for now. Oh. Yeah, same with this Okina build. So this is a Okina build that's been on my channel for a long time. One thing I did try, and this ribbon's going to be a little spooky, but I rolled this puppy, and it's pretty good on Okina, Dowdy, but I'm kind of waiting for them to change something with the way Dowdy works to not break if someone on your team has viral, because that'd be pretty massive. But this is, I literally can't find anyone on the market that has this kind of roll, like a plus puncture and minus slash with attack speed and range. So hopefully this becomes very useful. My least favorite melee type. I don't like the big heavy stuff. Like the heavy scythes and some of those just aren't fun. I'd say the bayonet weapon. This one sucks, to put it simply. The stance. They could have done so much more with the stance here. Like, sure, it's got a bunch of puncture, but I don't see why we couldn't have gotten like a forward sort of sprint with this bayonet weapon. Like this, they could have done so much better with this. Like, just think if the stance had like a charge where you just do forward block, sort of like when you can ride on the ghoul saw. Just imagine if the bayonet weapon, you would just perpetually sprint forward and charge, and it would do puncture on the way there. Like, that'd be really cool. But they didn't do that. They kind of messed this up with the stance, I think. So that's probably my least favorite melee type. Yeah. Worst daggers. Daggers also kind of suck. Like, dual daggers are fine, but just daggers, I don't really like a lot of the stances. I kind of put up with Erotica Dark Dagger. Like, out of all the stances, this is the least intolerable one. Running this on like an influence build, obviously, because radiation spreading electric is just way too good not to use for its effect. One of the few examples where just throwing influence on it is actually really good. I was playing around with this guy since I had this weird blast driven, just playing around with running. Well, actually, on this one, I didn't even do blast. I used the combinational of this in order to get heat viral with it, because this would probably be one of the best like slash dash stat sticks, because you think Kareen, you could freeze. Remember, this is the thing about cold. Technically, this buffs slash dash, because when you get those 10 stacks of freeze on them, you get the increased crit damage. So you actually get like a decent amount of crit damage from a frozen target. And then the fact that you can get the unique status type for it too and everything like that. Just as a reminder, I didn't mention this, but you've probably seen like Archon Flow has been staying in my builds, even though you can't proc this without having that cold damage on Exalted Blade. But I've kept it in there because I've been showing like just use preparation. So that doesn't matter that I have this and I'm getting one more drain in comparison to just running, instead of just running Prime Flow. Like this one worst drain, like this isn't being procced, but I'd rather just keep it in there so that if I do switch my Exalted Blade back to something with cold on it, then you can do that. Because you can't really get, like, I've been trying to figure out if I can add something else to this, but I think having the Toxin Corrosive built into the Slam is too useful to add like a little bit of cold damage to this. But you could. You'd be hard pressed to find where to add it, and you'd have to add it to your emissive. So I just don't think it's worth it. But I've been playing around with a bunch of stuff, like melee, trying to see if I could shoehorn melee Kareen into a bunch of different builds. Like, here's another one that you might not expect. So I think I found this Riven on the market for like 50 platinum or something, like double-digit platinums. And so I've kept this on standby, trying to find a way to make use of it. And in this case, like, I had an Afflictions build on it before with a different stance. So I was playing around with this a little bit. This actually didn't do too bad. Just throwing Kareen on it to get that multiplicative damage and then having Blast. You could say it was a blast. Same with Nami Solo. Just instead of having this build, just swapping this out for Kareen seems to work fine, but Duplicate works too well on this build, on this exact build that I'm running here with the Giga Element Riven here. But I could just throw Kareen on it and then it'd be fine. Like, that's kind of the cool thing about this Nami Solo build, is I can kind of put whatever arcane I want on it. But if I were to run Kareen, I still just kept going back to Okina, because Okina, with its Incarning, can just innately proc the multiplicative damage. So you could have your daggers hitting targets before you even go to melee them, and they're increasing the damage. So not even necessarily for the fact that you get the roll. It has an innate way of freezing targets. He's just too good. I'm just too good in comparison. Fossa. Nope, not doing excavation. Let's go down the line. Okina non-prime? It might be. I don't really care to mess around with the normal version of it, to be honest. I went pretty much right for the prime version. I wouldn't be surprised with the right ribbon if it's better, but that might be one of those things that, keep in mind, when people talk about Okina, they're almost exclusively talking about an influence build, and especially influence blast. So then how you build it otherwise might be different, because that's the weird thing about some of the Incarnants, where if you do use one a lot and you have build variety on it, it might be worth getting every version of it, like every version of that Incarnate. Like I have multiple versions of Incarnants for that reason. Like back in the day, I had Magistar set up for both Sancti and the normal, since it was a decent stat stick back in the day for Slash Dash, until figuring out you're better off running Wrathful Advance. Wrathful Advance kind of changed that. I forget the last time I looked at normal Okina Incarnon instead of Okina Prime, on if that was worth doing for some of my builds. Yeah, there's a hammer that gives frost. It's Cyber, however you pronounce that. It's this guy. So, and it's got an Incarnate for it, and it's got a decent setup. I'll show it after this mission. There's some cool stuff actually that I might as well show you guys, because I think it's definitely something people miss when they were talking about slam builds, because I had to figure this out of, like, when people run slam builds, they just spam heavies, it seems. Like, they're not doing other types of slams, but you can very easily proc slam, like the slam effect, using just stance combos. And there's one that is pretty ridiculous that I thought I'd show. And it's called 30k crown. I think I actually just bought Cybern, because when I was doing the ending of, like, Master Fodder, like, trying to get every equipment in the game, it was like, okay, so do I go do excavation and burn all of this resource? Because I think I was close. Or do I just buy it with, like, the 100-some plat that, at that time, was not an issue. I've been sitting at, like, the level of plat for a while now that you just stop caring about that kind of stuff. Like buying Forma or Omniforma. And that just takes the right interactions with the market, without getting into too much detail on that. You guys are probably aware. Tempo Royale, Tenet Exec. Yeah, it's been a bit since I've tried that guy. Definitely an interesting one. Yeah, there's an innate, like, if you do Crushing Ruined, I'll actually show this, because this is kind of ridiculous on how well this works.
A valuable lesson.
Yeah, it's Crushing Ruin. I have that set up, actually, Sampatez with Electric, and I have a weird ribbon for it too that I was playing around with. It was one of those for a while there, I was just buying as many triple element ribbons as I could. And so I'd pick them up for, like, nothing. Double-digit platinum. So, like, Sampatez right here, or Sampotes, whatever it's called. But if you do the block neutral on this, let's see. Block neutral actually has a slam a part of it, and it'll trigger this slam releases 8 explosions. So you just have to use Crushing Ruin and block neutral. But the Riven I was talking about was like this monstrosity, where I can put the single Riven on and get gas electric. But in my testing, I actually found that just running electric is better, because I think this used to have a forced heat in it. I feel like this used to have a forced heat in it. So then you needed to heat combine with it at some point. Like, I feel like that was a thing, unless I'm just dumb. But if you run something like this, I'll show it. It's pretty dumb. Like, this is... I don't know if people consider this slam, but this is the smarter slam, in my opinion. Because you can do this with Magister, too. Yeah, slam Patez. Like, this is pretty cool, but it's a slam build, which I try to stay away from because they're pretty mindless, at least from what I've previously seen as being slam builds. So let me build a combo. This actually builds combo really easily. If you just do the forward block neutral, you can see how much combo you get because of how many targets you're hitting with the spin. But all you have to do to trigger influence and the slam functionality is just do a block neutral, and it'll throw that. So if you dial this up to a little bit more extreme enemies, like these guys, which scale really well when you just have them all grouped up like that. I'll do that because why not? So like you can just one-shot the whole group with a single one of those block neutral slams, because influence doing quadratic damage in a group like this. So I found when I was testing this between my Riven and just running a 90% dot or 90% electric mod that this was better. But obviously this is an extreme example where you have a lot of enemies and a lot of ways to do quadratic damage here. You can see how much more Furious Javelin's doing though. It's doing like 10 times the damage. But the range on it's good. And you can just sit here and do this. Like, you don't have to be sitting there draining all your combo slamming or doing jump slams. Like, that's kind of dumb. Like, this at least is a little bit smarter to do. But you can trigger the same effect with Magister. So, like, here, notice I have... I've had them both with an Incarnate After for a long time, so I would recommend doing that if I were y'all. But I think what I was going to show instead was not influence, but just showing like this instead. I have a Riven, but it kind of sucks. The same idea that like you can trigger influence, or you can trigger I'll build my combo here. So if you do that, you can at least knock down, but I don't know if this is actually triggering status effects. If I remember, that was the difference here. Like there, it stacked it. So all you have to do is just do this, and you can see how large the range is on it. And this is just crushing ruins block neutral. So I'm just blocking and then doing that. So you could technically do it like that, where you slash dash block neutral, slash dash block neutral. And a lot of times when I'm slash dashing, I'm just holding block the entire time anyways. So this is an effective strategy. There's a lot of things that do work. I think as a template, I think I proved today that you can pretty much run any melee weapon, even if it's got Kareen on it, and be just fine with the template of this exalted or the slash dash build. Pretty dumb. Like Venado Prime is a pretty great example of that too, where you can just influence, sentience, and incision, spread tons of different status effects across everything, including Tau, and then just slash dash them and just stack all of it. Or you can go full meme and just not use a melee weapon in a melee only build like I do sometimes. Yeah. So like you can even do with this puppy. Let me actually build combo here. Oh dang, I didn't want to do that. Motiver is really cool. I really like Motiver. When you look at how much damage it does when you're able to stack it through to just impact or puncture. Like in this case, I'm using Dowdy and stacking puncture. Straight up one shot. Straight up one shot these enemies. It just does insane damage. It's cool. Like that. Doing millions just with a normal hit on these targets. Like no status, just raw damage. And that's just Motiver. And you can build Motiver like you can see here. I have a Riven for it, which helps, but it's probably not necessary. I rolled this guy. But you can run just a pure impact build if you really want. And then I think it looks like I was playing with duplicate here. I had to get the crit chance in a particular spot. With Blood Rush and a base 25%, you can just get the duplicate range. And then you can even slash with melee afflictions, which if I remember, this did kind of stupid damage. Let me actually change the stance. I don't know why the stance is different on this one. It's doing pretty good slash damage with that. I think all I'd have to do is that. And I'm going to talk about a slash monster. Yeah. Probably one of the more ridiculous ones. If you had to choose between like some of the builds just do this with, and you're using afflictions in order to stack status effects on it, it's hard to beat being able to stack that much heavy slash damage. If you have a build that doesn't already have an insane amount of slash damage, or I'm talking Excalibur here, so probably not the best Warframe to be stacking a bunch of slash damage on. Let's see how high we can get this. Yeah, still hitting in the millions. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff. I think what's cool is... Oh, we'll go to... Before I forget. Cyber. I don't know. I don't care. But if you run Melee Kareen on this is probably one of the few things that Melee Kareen makes sense on just by default, but then it's not great. But you're talking, you're able to stack combo pretty easily. This doesn't really have anything that useful. Sadly. I think. And then this at some point was decent, but nowhere close to some of the other options when it comes to stat sticks. I think there were a while I was trying to make this useful on like a slam, but if it was good for slam, people would be running it. So just running like this guy. And then you can get a lot of combo. Right here. Like per hit. Look at how much combo I'm getting. That doesn't do too bad. So you could do that. I know some people meme with this guy on someone like Frost. Really easy build combo that way. You could do it. I just think that there's a lot more interesting options. So really, it's just the fact that you can run pretty much anything, throw melee Korean on it. You don't have to build it for anything particular. Like we can even go to this puppy. I think this was set up for my video still. You just throw Korean on this guy and toxin damage. When I talk about something you can run on pretty much everything is this right here. Just throw this on any single melee weapon. So eliminating your choice of arcanes and then eliminating your choice of elemental damage and just fill it with these two. It does not negatively impact slash dash, which is very important. I'm going to scroll up here and take a look. Some comments. The amount of plat I've spent on ribbon slots, I think, because I have maxed out ribbon slots, and I think when they increased the cap, it costs like 2,700 platinum to max them out when they increased it by like 30. And I just did it. Because oh yeah, Paracesis. Yep, Paracesis right here. So this one, the stance for this is pretty good, but we'll see what happens here. Just throw Korean and toxin damage on it and see how well that does. Yeah, just nuke them to the next planet and then they'll go away. Now let's see. Yeah, I've just not played around with Cyber Incarnate that much. But just looking at this, it's like if you don't have Prime Fury, then Quickening as usual. But just template build right here. Just glorious template. There was a while I actually used Paracesis. It's one of my most used. Yeah, like that's probably a slam. Like some of the other stances that are coded as slams for that way. So you could probably proc afflictions with it. But just as an example, you can see how much damage that does once you actually trigger the multiplicative bonus from Kareen. And remember, cold gives you crit damage. I forget how much. I just had it up actually. It's like 0.1 times crit damage first stack, and then each stack after that is 0.05 times. So it goes up to 0.5x crit damage. So then for a lot of melee weapons, it's at least one crit tier, or 1x crit damage, which is not bad. Throw afflictions on it. I still don't really like to double up afflictions. So if I'm going to, like, right, let's see, I'm going to build my combo. All right. Now we can see. Yeah, see, like, that stacks affliction just fine. There's so many things that do work. It's just a lot of people pigeonhole themselves into just running influence, because that's what you see most traffic. Even on Excalibur with Exalted Blade, you just see people, oh, just throw influence on it. And there's so much more cool stuff in the game than that. Yeah, Ghoul Saw, Blast Riven, nice. Yeah, Blast Riven's a thing. This is the thing just a thing to note about Blast, and this is in the wiki. I haven't validated this as being correct still, though. Giving yourself more cold and heat damage for Blast doesn't apparently increase Blast damage. You have to increase it externally. So, like, all you need is Blast on it, and then unless you want to change the weighing of Blast, like how much Blast damage is on a given weapon, that's the only thing that's going to apparently scale the Blast damage. It's the thing that's in the wiki. I doubt it's changed, but one of those things that someone else verified. A lot of this stuff is trust but verify, but being able to determine that doesn't sound like a lot of fun. Being able to figure out how well Blast damage itself scales. That's where those Blast Rivens are pretty useful, since you can just throw it on there and then you get Blast out of it. Yeah, I will say I did actually roll another blast riven. I've rolled a couple for Ghoul Saw. And this one apparently would be just as good as another one, just because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't need a negative. I guess you can't see this. I'll do it this way so you can actually see it. So, like, I have this one, but then I also rolled this guy. So I decided to keep that. Just as, I guess, a backup. Yeah. It's like blast damage doesn't scale based on this blast damage itself, but overall, which is where it's probably something I'm immune, not necessarily immune to, but I don't notice as much because I slash dash that target and then stack blast, and then that's going to scale off of Exalted Blade and slash dash. So then it's not doing blast damage, so it's not scaling off of like a lower blast value. It's scaling off of the whole value of Exalted Blade. Right, kitty? Oh. Do you have anything to say? Or you're just going to sit here and purr? Kitty. Okay. She's a good kitty. She likes attention. But that's the best type of cat. You don't want a cat that just F's off in the corner all day. You want them to only F off in the corner for about 30% of the day. Or maybe 60% of the day, depending on your preferences on that. Okay, I think what I was going to do next...
It's that time again, dreamers.
I haven't done most of these, but... Oh, interact with Kubrau. Let me actually equip my kitty. I do forget to do that all the time when I do my testing, because I'm dumb and I don't have a dedicated build for it. All right, kitty, come here. I want to interact with you to get Nightwave credit. All right, I've woken up the kitty, so maybe the kitty will come out of its little cage thing. Maybe not. Okay, we'll do that later. Go back to incursions. Yeah, I think you can. I think you're right. We'll find out when I get back. The nice thing, if you are going to run Kareen on your melee weapon, and then run something like Okina, because of the movement speed that you get from its Incarnon, it just works so well. Same thing with the daggers. It's definitely top 3 for melee weapons to use in my slash dash type build, or Exalted Blade slash dash. And the do-it-all. I should really just call it by what I call it in my videos. Really, it's the do-it-all Excalibur build is what melee Kareen, melee Afflictions is. Gas Chromatic Blade. That's really what it is. Because it can... I still think it can do it all. I think that's pretty obvious. It's probably the most accurate name for the build. I'm still happy that I was able to make a build that runs pretty much base level strength and be level cap viable. I think that's pretty ridiculous. I don't know how many Warframes can do that. Like, how many damage Warframes can run 177% strength and be able to basically one-shot things at level cap. Like, that's pretty, without like using weapons or anything, just built into the kit. Like, I don't know how many Warframes can do that because I don't play other Warframes, but I'm assuming not very many. Hit wrong hole. Zada's does apply. Yeah, you can't actually get Zada's to apply to the Duelica clouds. You'll see it. You'll see like little void damage and double hits. It's actually a really good way to scale them. And I have not run into any bugs. I don't know. I feel like I don't remember if I made a video about this or not. I think I did show this in a video. Because there was a while where like Zada's felt like it half my damage, and then I did a bunch of testing, and either I was delusional or something changed in the meanwhile. But it doesn't appear to do that. So Zada's on my do-it-all build is actually really good. It's probably one of the better scaling one because it, you know, it doesn't need a high strength to make it effective. And then you can get more strength out of it. You can get extra stack of afflictions because it's the only way to get void from melee. It's the only way to get void damage for arcane impetus on Excalibur. It's the only way to do it. You can't like I think it's just because you can't stack void damage. It only stacks once, and so like potentially that reality of it prevents you from stacking it with afflictions. Even if you put it on with your, you put it on a target with your operator, it doesn't trigger a stack like it does with Zada's. My Incarnate's about to expire here, so we're gonna up that. Where are all the enemies?
Area completed. Move on.
Running Korean as well incentivizes you to roll more.
Terminal spotted.
Got two things that incentivize you to roll. Even though it doesn't really do anything on infested targets that don't have armor or shields. But some of them have overguard. That's all that matters.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a
We'll get some armor and shields from this Acolyte. Let's see. Make the Dex Dakra good? Oh no.
working on it.
I have to look at the stats on Dex Dakra to see if the stats are even serviceable. You could probably throw influence on it and electric and do pretty good. Probably. We're just gonna... Might as well do this. Bam. Probably the most satisfying of the Taran strikes.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
A little fun fact about Dual Liquor that might go under the radar. When you do a finisher with Dual Liquor, it's like strangely coded to be able to proc the clouds, and I'm pretty sure it can even proc Vortex. Croaker, maybe I used to actually use dual Croaker quite a lot because back in the day I had like a really interesting Riven for it. So I actually used Twin Croaker a lot. It's pretty much up there with my most used melee weapons. Thinking about it. I'll show you. I think I have a bunch of Forma into my Croaker. Yeah, see, like I have 7 Forma. seven Forma into Twin Croaker. Let's see. This build has not been touched in a long time. There you go. I think I had a Riven here or there at some point. But I used Twin Croaker enough to actually put 7 Forma into it. What else? Dex Dakra. 24% status chance isn't bad. The total damage is pretty rough though, in comparison to even Dual Liquor's not got that much. But does this go up with the Incarnans? Does that not show the Incarnans on the sheet damage? Yeah, doing finishers with dual liquor is actually pretty decent. I don't feel like using dual liquor right now, though. Surprise. Heat stored has pure heat on slam. Doesn't Silva and Aegis also have that? Isn't the slam on this guy do like a big old heat wave or something crazy like that? Let's actually try it. Forgot to touch this one. Forgot to take a look at it. Like healing return. I had healing return on this because I'm pretty sure I've touched this in pretty recently because I actually added things like in an arcane adapter and Exila slot, but it's been a while since I've used it. Oh. There's something I don't have here. I don't care. No companion. Go to sim. Like I think that has an heat on it in the like an extra shockwave of heat. Oh, here's one that people might not have thought of. So talk about Kodamire on Slam. It's not the only weapon that has a built-in status type on slams. I thought this thing had like a special animation for it. Like a special heat wave that you could do. It's been so long since I've touched the Sylvan Aegis. Here's a sword that people might have forgot. It has an actual built-in special slam, just like Kodamire, the Pangolin Prime. So if you look here, melee slams inflict a slash. Not as useful now as it potentially was when I first came out, but it does work. It does work just the same, where if you have it set up with Iron Phoenix, it'll stack slash. Like right there. Since it's a lift, so it procs double on afflictions right now. If I did it right. Yeah. So Pangolin Prime can actually deal with slash for those unaware. Same thing with, it's the same exact thing that Kodamire has. It's just Kodamire has it with Toxin. And I changed this build around because I didn't like it. The whole Iron Phoenix and like gas setup. I didn't really like it, to be honest. So I kind of went back to what I preferred. Because this will reliably knock down on Crimson Dervish on it's the last part of its finisher. And it's got a really good status chance to it, and toxin damage does pretty well with the way it scales. You can even scale that a little bit better. So I know most people will run the Iron Phoenix gas setup on Kodamire. I just didn't like it. I didn't like Iron Phoenix. Even though I used to use Iron Phoenix quite a lot for its block neutral guaranteed slash, but then after Jade Shadows happened, I started playing around with other stances. Now let's see what else. I unfortunately didn't roll anything that great on Cobra and Crane, but I have not maxed out my Kuva. This is the first like string of like 3 weeks in a long time that I haven't maxed out Kuva. I think I maxed out Kuva last week at the very end of the week. But I've been pretty busy with work and not really playing a lot in terms of long, like other than testing stuff, like not playing level cap missions to get a bunch of Kuva or a bunch of Steel Essence and therefore Kuva. So I kind of rolled some stuff, but I didn't really roll anything I liked that much. Because I was hoping to get like melee damage, heat, and then like attack speed, I think would be what I would be looking for it. But, yeah. Cobra and Crane. What else? Before I leave here. Pangolin with Sickening Pulse, Expedite. I actually used to use Sickening Pulse quite a lot, and then they nerfed it, where it used to stack. It used to stack differently. I forget what it was, but I used it on Necros. I actually had a Sickening Pulse Necros build that worked pretty well, and I would play it with like a Citrine. So Citrine would stack status effects, and then I just sit there and Sickening Pulse with Desecrate, and then and then I would basically steal all the kills from the citrine and then get extra loot from it. So it was a very interesting build. It was like right in the transition, I think right in the transition period of when they changed Steel Essence to go to Acolytes and not be random drops. Because for those unaware, Steel Essence used to not drop from Acolytes. It used to just drop randomly. It was a rare drop. So you had farm strategies like stacking, like using Necros and Korra and such to get increased loot drops. I can show this. I'm actually curious. I don't know if I sim this. Doing decent heat damage for no combo. I was even playing with Destreza. All right, let's see. Wow. Okay. Wait. I am stripping armor from the target as I roll through him with Kareen. Just keep that in mind. So this isn't a fully armored target when I'm rolling through them and freezing them. Yeah, there's a lot of cool options, and really, I think the important thing is it doesn't really matter what melee weapon you run in this build. You can just kind of run whatever you want. If you had to choose, though, what's the best? It's probably Okina Prime, and just like a build like this, like what I showed in my most recent video, and then just run Gladiator Might instead of this. This is probably the best if you had to like just choose one, because Melee Kareen does a good job at giving you crit damage on Slash Dash, but then also freezing targets, and also having the daggers freeze targets, and then you can Slash Dash around and have the daggers hit stuff and do things while you're Slash Dashing around, and it feels real good. Didn't they like just rework Wise Razor at some point, or they were going to and they hadn't? I forgot if that actually happened or not. I only talked about how they were going to redo Wise Razor and improve it. I don't remember if that happened or not.
Enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
What are you doing hiding over there? Ooh, radiation status effect. PvP mode engaged. Good luck, everybody. When you hit a radiation like Swordy, it is so funny to Slash Dash one of your teammates and just one-shot them. And you're just, it's like, hey, just be aware. I usually tell them, hey, just stay away from the Excalibur if there's a radiation field. And then a lot of other times I'll also just I'll go find radiation fields just to PvP mode if it's like a survival or something. You spend 10 minutes in survival with radiation and don't try to kill your teammates. I feel like you're playing it wrong.
Stay focused. There's a
Just sit there and Slash Dash your teammates. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Do a finisher.
on the run.
Because we can, because we've got Radio Blind. And if you got Radio Blind, you might as well do a finisher every once in a while. As a reminder, there is literally no reason for me to not be using a subsume right now. It's just because I can. Because sometimes just not having to worry about maintaining a subsume is is chill, it's relaxed, and it's nice. Yeah, see, I didn't remember if those Wise Razor, I remember they talked about it. And then I'm trying to think of if I tried it after they had changed it or if they hadn't changed it yet. But if you're saying they changed it, then yeah, I think I had the same opinion where I went to go use it and it was still not that great. And so I just was like, yeah, okay, I guess it's pretty mid. Because stances matter, I think, far more than the average player realizes. The average player just kind of like quick melee spams, but when you're actually using a lot of the stance combos, the stance matters quite a lot. Kind of the way I decide to play. The difference of a stance can make or break whether a weapon actually is usable or not to me. Wise Razor is the two-handed Nakana one that's been notoriously bad since it came out. And it kind of makes two-handed Nakanas not that great. So the two-handed Nakana is Revenants that I actually like, the Tatsu. I've had this set up for a while, and this is going to show an influence build with apparently condition overload on it. What am I doing with that? What's wrong with me? Get out of here. But it's because I found one of these super cheap. Like, I think I paid probably 100 platinum or less for this guy. So then this is set up because it's like, if I remember, these things can actually trigger influence. So it's pretty cool. But the Wise Razor stance just sucks. Like, it's just not great. So I just don't like it. But as you can tell, this is a template build. I didn't have to change really anything. The orders are in different spots than what you're probably expecting. I can fix that, though. It's close enough. There we go. We're close enough. So our flex slots right here. But I didn't like it. You can tell I even color matched it. And I upgraded it enough, polarized it enough to fit a full build into it and then try it out for a bit. And I just can't really bring myself to like Wise Razor. It's just not good, unfortunately. Now let's see. While I'm in weapons. Oh, dual liquor ribbons. Yeah. I'll put it back to my my golden. You notice what I did to my dual. You can tell we're not my most recent Umbra Forma. I actually have an Umbra Forma. Look at this. To everyone's surprise, I actually have an Umbra Forma, and I am saving it. I am saving it, and I would recommend saving your Umbra Forma because, at least tomorrow, because the dev stream, they're going to go over what the new Warframes are, and I have a feeling the new Warframes might actually have some really cool melee gameplay, just based on what we're seeing and based on how they're designed. They're kind of like a Far Cry. I'm not big into Far Cry, but I watched the Netflix show, and the Netflix show is at least cool enough to tolerable enough for someone who doesn't know the series like me, but I got a really strong Dante and Virgil sort of vibe from the new Warframes coming out, with especially the way that Netflix show, the way the music is and the way they animate it and the way that the trailer was. So I have a feeling that the new Warframes are going to probably want a Umbra Forma. So save your Umbra Formas that you get. Yeah. I've saved it, but you noticed right here, I actually burned an Umbra Forma on Dual Liquor because, and I mentioned this as a point because you can tell right here, I can fit any build. I can fit any build into it. So even using a high drain slot, like if I just swap these, you see here, but like if you have on a melee weapon, on any melee weapon, if you take and put one Umbra Forma on it, you can run any build. And that's why you probably can tell, like, I recommend keeping only one Umbra Forma on Exalted Blade, or putting one on if you aren't using Umbra, because you can fit any build with just one Umbra polarity. So that's what I recommend doing. If you don't have that umbral polarity, you can tell right here this build would not fit, even with full omni polarizations. So that's an important thing to understand. And then I actually I added and then removed an Umbra Forma on my Excalibur Prime because I was testing a persistence build at the time, and I was like, okay, I want full starting energy to see how well this works and how well this plays, which is where I usually burn my Umbra Forma, is because I want to test a build at full starting energy. Well, with the upcoming knockdown changes, I have not even been running Prime Surefoot. I've just been running Preparation, and luckily for everyone, if you don't run a Subsume, Preparation is actually the best. This is like the best setup for Umbra, is equally as it is right now. And I would even argue, even on Umbra, you probably still want to run Preparation, even if you're running Wrathful Advance, because you think Wrathful Advance is really easy to recast, and you're probably recasting it often, so then it's one of the least detrimental of the subsumes and one of the most powerful subsumes that you can just recast when you transfer back in when you're running Excalibur Umbra. So that's my recommendation there, is like, if you use Wrathful Advance, even if you're playing on Umbra, I probably still wouldn't use Warrior's Rest and then just run Preparation instead. I have not run into major bugs recently running Umbra, but it's been a bit since I've been running Umbra. But I ran him for quite a while. He's set up for the same exact build with no subsume. Actually, I'm not saying he actually does have a subsume. I have Radio Blind subsumed on him. Because why not? Because it's funny. I don't think Wrathful Advance is bad with afflictions. It doesn't hurt afflictions. It does boost it, but it's like, if you kill him with the initial hit, then you killed him with the initial hit. So I don't really think it's a big deal. I think you can run, if you look at this build, technically if you look at this build and you think about it from a totality, I get crit damage in the build. I get crit chance in the build. I get melee damage, and I get multiplicative melee damage. So this setup right here is probably one of the best like melee weapons platforms in the game, because you also have Exalted Blade that is a fully capable Exalted Blade, because this is not a specific, oh well, you can really only use this for slash dash, or you can really only use this as a drawn Exalted Blade. Like, no, this is like peak weapons platform, especially with Wrathful Advance, because you can take any weapon, give it crit chance, crit damage, melee damage, and then multiply all of that. It's pretty absurd. It only gives you 177%, but that's like, when you think about crit chance, Wrathful Advance is one of the like best scaling subsumes in the game, because a flat 177% crit chance is a lot. Like, that's a lot of damage. Especially depending on your crit chance. Like, you think about the math behind that, you're talking like at least 10 times the damage, depending on the way the math works for crit chance and crit damage, depending on if you care to do all the math for that. Now, the cool thing about Wrathful Advance too is it does apply to the Akina daggers. The Akina daggers do actually scale with crit chance. So I'll run this for a little bit, because why not? I'll probably forget to keep it up. But the nice thing, this is the fun thing about Wrathful Advance, when it goes down and you need to recast it, there's a visual indication of that. Well, it doesn't involve you looking at the buff or at the buff. You can just see, oh, I'm no longer red critting or exclamation red critting. And then you just recast it, and then you're good to go. If you're running it on Kina too, you can get a lot of, if you accidentally heavy attack, it's really easy for you to just get all your combo back because of the way its evolution works.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
We'll do a little bit of multiplicative damage scaling right here. You can see how hard this hits. And then I feel like this is going to be a common problem. I've been using Radio Blind for so long that I kind of just cast it. And if I do that with Raffle Advance, I'm likely to clear out all my combo by accident. I wish, and this is actually something I've mentioned on the forums, I wish when you reverse the functionality of Raffle Advance, it doesn't target with its with a heavy attack. Like making it so the alt fire or the alternate is not a heavy attack, it's only a teleport. I feel like that would be a pretty huge quality of life improvement. But you can see. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what really happened there, but something did. What's this? Do I have this? I don't have this. I only recently started doing that, and I'm probably almost done with it. Yep, see, I go to Radio Blind right there, and I don't.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
The thing to remember, too, about the way Melee Afflictions works is it has, like, a direct hit to it. So it does a lot more direct damage than you would expect. I don't really know exactly how the math works for it, but it like, also increases direct damage in some way. I haven't really felt the need to go super autistic into the math on some of these. I'm more of an operator type than an engineer. I make the things in practice good. Yeah. Yeah, the same template. The thing that Excalibur has unique with Raffle Advance is that you get like a pretty insane roar-like type built-in effect. So then unless you're putting it on other Warframes that have similar multiplicative damage scaling, and then also the fact that you have another melee weapon built in. So Raffle Advance buffs both your number 1 and your number 4 abilities. And then your number 3 is also buffing your 1 and 4. So it really turns your whole kit into a melee build. Where Radio Blind is really not that like much of a melee weapon or a melee ability. It opens up for finishers, which is kind of melee-like, but not really. And you could do this as well, like if the choice is between sometimes or mostly having Raffle Advance up and then having Radio Blind. Raffle Advance is still going to be better if you want to talk about objectively. Even if you only have like 10% uptime on it because you just forget to use it. It's still better to have it than to use Radio Blind. I just kind of meme and and use Radio Blind and no subsume for the sake of it, just to prove a point. Where you go?
Life supply on the way. Extraction is available if you need it.
As an example, I have not been keeping Raffle Events up because I've kind of grown out of using it, I guess, is a way to describe it. Just that I don't really feel the need to use the subsume. It does actually, if you haven't run no subsume Excalibur with this kind of build, it feels so clean and so natural. Like you're not dirtying it with this other Warframes ability. And if you really want to meme, if you're running it on, if you're running this build on Umbra, just run Radio Blind over his 2, and then you can have true Excalibur with Radio Blind.
A valuable lesson.
Yeah, the problem I ran that a while back where you run Mark for Death, Radio Blind Augment. The problem is the Radio Blind Augment sucks more than running like Banshee's Subsume and its Augment. Like Radio Blind's Augment is worse than Banshee's Silence and Savage Silence. So if you were to run that build, you're better off. You're pretty much better off running it on another Warframe, or on Banshee instead. It just has to do with like when you run Savage Silence, you don't have to actively be casting Radial Blind. It'll just kind of AoE around you as long as the duration's up. So it's just it's an easier to use weapon, or easier to use ability. So I'm going to go back to no subsume, because Excalibur and his pureness. Okay. I feel like going Grimoire only. I showed this in my most recent video, but Rivens and stuff. Punch through doesn't really do anything. Projectile speed is kind of useful. So if you didn't feel like you needed dual auger mods, which I can understand, I think the status duration is actually useful here. So if you had to choose, the secondary effect on here is better than no secondary effect. And then like this one as well. This one you could run. I could run too, but I really like this Riven. The corrosive damage doesn't hurt anything because the alt fire has guaranteed. The alt fire has guaranteed electric in it, anyways. Is there any actually used a radio blind for sake of having it? Oh, hi there. There, I'm doing incursions, so. Howdy, howdy. It's our buddy here, Mazem. I'm so bad with names. Sorry, dude. Doing incursions, so you can you can tag along if you want. Yeah, I started testing my Rivens out that have projectile speed again, and then I was like, okay, I really like the projectile speed. It's probably more useful, even if you're using the Exilis non-Riven version of it. It's probably better like that. But if you find yourself a Grimoire Riven, try to roll it with like projectile speed and like literally anything. It could be even an element and be fine. Like if you had, probably the best in slot would be like multi-shot, projectile speed, and then a harmless negative. I don't think you can roll minus zoom. I'm pretty sure that minus zoom does not roll on Grimoire Rivens, so then you might have to run something like... And minus magazine does not roll anymore. They removed that like a few patches ago. So your choices for harmless negatives is actually pretty small, where you might kind of get screwed over on the options that you have. Radio Blind as an ability, you think people have been using Radio Blind as like a shield gate type or shield generation with Brief or Spite? I think it is it's not worthless. It's mostly worthless because you're better off running almost anything else than Radio Blind for the purposes of like CC and generating shields. But there's a vibe to it of just Radio Blind and not having a subsume. Okay. Subsume, if you want to get like Giga finishers, you could either subsume Radio Blind onto Banshee or vice versa, but it's like the problem with the Touch of Death one, if you wanted to run that Touch of Death like finisher type build, I would run it on Banshee instead of running it on Excalibur, just because Savage Silence is far better than Radiant Finish. It's just a better thing. It's Radiant Finish. I started trying it like when I was running my older variations before they fixed Chromatic Blade and Heavy Waves. I was trying to make Radiant Finish good, and I just couldn't. It just wasn't worth it. Like, literally, you were better off than running no subsume. You were better off running Silence with Banshee's augment than you were running Radio Blind with its Radiant Finish. It's unfortunate. Like, they really need to do... They need to give Radial Blind something useful, and that's where that whole augment that I talk about, where it's like a defensive stealing augment, similar to Arcane Circumvent. Like, I still think that's worth it. I still think that's probably what Radial Blind needs to actually be useful, because it's not useful in this setup. I'm pretty much exclusively using it for the meme value of, oh, here, we're gonna... I don't know if you've done this one yet, but the alchemy. Yeah. I do the alchemy, like, not public, because it's just faster. It's like the Void Flood. I'll do the Void Flood incursions solo just because it's faster to do.
Heat, cold, toxin, and electricity. The elemental forces that create our universe. To wield them, Baba invented the crucibles. Incredible devices capable of fusing these elements into the complex elemental forces.
Yeah, I've gotten used to just using Radio Blind over the last couple of weeks, just not using Subsume. So like there, that mission, I almost immediately drained on my combo because I was just used to using Radio Blind as an ability. Just throw it out there like that, and then just kind of use it. I wish I went through Overguard. The fact that it doesn't go through Overguard kind of sucks.
Should the need present itself, the problem, our adversaries have taken Papa's ampholes. Be it here, and repatriate them. The crucible creates blast force, gather heat and cold
I'm
ammo.
focusing in on throwing things properly.
Don't just stand there. The crucible requires the prescribed ampholes to work. Bloody pipens.
Also, finishers are cool. Maybe at some point we'll get a finisher rework. Maybe building in to something. Building in, like, an explosion, like an AoE explosion. Like, I think that would be really cool if they added that to, like, Skana. So instead of Skana having, like, a Radio Blind type effect when you do a finisher with it, if it did, like, a Mark of Death explosion instead. That scaled off range. Like, I think that would actually make Skana Incarnate actually good. When I say scaled off range, I mean like melee range. So then maybe it'd have like a 10-meter base, and then would scale. You could increase it.
Rise. Open the release valve. We have a new pressure target.
I'll hit one of these release valves here. Since running just no Subsume, I have actually been using Radio Blind sort of defensively. And part of that too is the hope, and unfortunately my hope was a little optimistic that the next set of augments we'd be getting an Excalibur one. But maybe the next time, because if you didn't know, in the last dev shorts, Rebecca did actually Rebecca, I think. Yeah, I think Rebecca's that one. Or Megan, I don't know which one's which, I'll be honest with you. And like actually told us who's getting augments. Like Dante's getting one. That was the only one I remember. Dante is getting an augment. I don't know what his augment will be. I'm kind of hoping it's I've had this idea, and I think other people have had this. It's pretty obvious conclusion that you're able to, it's an augment that lets you cast multiple of his 4s, but has like a reduced duration to them. So if you use the augment, you don't have to cast 4 abilities. You can cast like 2 abilities, or you don't have to like up it 4 times to keep all your buffs up. Like you do it, and then it guarantees that you get 1 or 2 of the other buffs. So then you could just be stacking Word Warden, and it would also give you the Overguard one, and it would also give you the Page Flight one. Like that would be that's the only augment I could think that they would actually add for Dante. I don't know what else. I don't know where else they could give him an augment for. His kit is so perfect as is. But that'll probably have me redoing my build for that. I'll probably have to redo it. Don't care.
I'll miss you.
All right. Let's pull out of here. I have to do EDA, ETA. Well, I don't really have to. I don't really have to do anything in this game. But I was thinking of doing ETA if you wanted to do ETA. I don't know. I kind of like the way spy missions work. Spy missions are interesting. They definitely have a skill curve to them. until you know how to slash dash through every single barrier and gate, or do them properly, or I guess use Wukong or whatever. What people do. Yeah, if they reworked finishers to be more useful, I think the nature of Blast right now doing true damage isn't necessary anymore. Like it used to be necessary before Jade Shadows, but they really didn't. They didn't really improve upon that, unfortunately. All right, back to Orbiter here. Okay. Yeah, like as an example, if this stuns nearby enemies when after finisher attacks, I think if this did like a radial damage similar to Mark of Death, then it would actually be useful. I think this is like I think this is opinion I've had genuinely since they released the Incarnate for this, because the Incarnate for this could have actually had something interesting associated with it, but then they went with one of the least useful features for finishers. Finishers already not being that useful, and then having like a blind that doesn't even let you really chain finishers with it. It kind of does, but it kind of doesn't. Sort of like radial blind. Like you can't really expect radial blind to be up for its full duration. Like this 23-second duration, you can't expect an enemy to be able to be finished 23 seconds into a radial blind. It's just not the way it works, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just done equipping. What's nice too about this is if I do prime up a target, as long as I can slash dash him once, that's all I need to be able to do to kill him with this. Okay. I'll actually throw on Dual Liquor for a while here. I think, do I have Zada's set up here? I don't remember if I have Zada's. I think I removed Zada when... I don't know what, this is the problem here. I wish I had another slot. I wish I had another slot here to be able to put Zada's, but I can't get another version of this Warframe. So I'm kind of SOL there. But the only problem I have with Dual Liquor in this setup is there's not very much I'm doing to actually buff Dual Liquor. Oh, if you notice this, my Null Star build I have set up on this guy, because just as a reminder, you can put an augment in your Umbral polarity and still be able to meet capacity requirements. And I was playing around with some combat discipline and such, but because Null Star is still very good if you're running, even if you're running Exalted Blade. You don't need a lot of strength, but you can get more strength with this pretty easily. And same ideas apply here. You could throw on you could just have Grimoire only. How about let's do that actually? Let's do that. Thinking about it, we'll do a Grimoire only spellcaster build using Null Star. Because why not? Let me change this real quick. And I think I could remove this guy. No. Yeah, I've been playing around with Null Star here and there. The problem is I've gotten so used to Arcane Circumvent that I feel a little naked without running Arcane Circumvent. And Circumvent really doesn't fit well with Null Star. It just kind of doesn't fit well. Not to say you can't use it. It's just, it doesn't really fit that well into it. I'm trying to think of what else I needed to do. I don't have any innate crit chance on this, or crit damage, which is why I'm, oh, that's what I was doing. So I have this right here, this Null Star Chromatic Blade variation, where I get rid of the combo mods. I think I showed this in my last video, but I think in my last video for Null Star Chromatic, this was before I figured out the whole slam thing with Chromatic Blade. So if you are running that, I would recommend probably changing to this right here. Let me fix the Archon Shard, and then I'm gonna go top my coffee off. This is what I was running. So a little insight into what I've been experimenting with Null Star since learning about some of those Chromatic Blade bonuses, some of those Chromatic Blade features that I figured out. So running just gas, so I've gotten rid of the cold from this because I want to be able to run Toxin on Slam. So you think between this, you get gas, Toxin, Corrosive, and then with Null Star, you get Blast, Heat, and then whatever your equipped melee weapon is, you could also get Viral. I think I was running, I was generally running Panzer, but I don't know if you need that. I don't really think you need it at all. So I'll probably just stick with my my Smita. This is the Smita, Mr. Bigglesworth. But I'm gonna go top my my coffee and my water off and go do that real quick. So part of the theory here too, with not running Prime Sure-Footed anymore. Wait a minute. Did I have the order on these messed up? There we go. That looks better to me. Okay. Yeah, part of the theory too with not running Prime Sure-Footed on this and running Preparation instead is I want to be able to go into the next patch and have a really good idea of how impactful the changes to knockdowns are. So if I was running Prime Sure-Footed all the way up to that patch and then removed it, I wouldn't really know how impactful it is. So I'm using that somewhat as a control because if I just went cold turkey on it and you start getting knocked down, you're going to think, well, these changes suck. But if you can get knocked down quite a lot in the month or two leading up to it, then it's going to be a pretty noticeable in comparison. Oh, what kind of chair am I sitting on? I'm sitting on a yoga ball. So I'll show you. It's just a yoga ball. I ditched chairs a while back and it's out my lower back. I run into some lower back issues that this basically prevents, to put it simply. At this point, it's the best way to describe it because I've been doing that for 6 months or so. It's not for the faint of heart, because it is pretty fatiguing when you first do it, unless you built up quite a bit of core strength, and then also the upper part of your spinal erectors. That definitely fatigues because you're keeping your upper torso sort of erect on your own. You're not able to relax and lean back into the back of a chair. So it's a combination of two things. But for me, I'm so high energy, and like move around a lot. When I'm just like locked into a chair, it just isn't comfortable. And eventually my lower back hurts pretty much as soon as I sit in a chair nowadays. Like I'll be driving in my truck and my lower back will start hurting just sitting in a chair, just sitting in my chair in my truck. So so I'm going to do this because why not? Oh, actually, I have something I need to claim. Yeah, I would just be realistic, and you're probably only going to be able to do it for an hour or two or a couple at the start. I work out quite a lot and do a lot of core training, and I've had generally a pretty strong core for most of my life. So me doing this, I was able to just fully switch. I never went back to a chair. I've sat in I actually don't even have my normal chair anymore. I brought it into church to improve the workstation, since at church I actually manage the computer and sound system. And I brought it in there to improve that chair's functionality, because I just simply don't need a chair anymore when I'm at my house. Even if I don't feel like sitting on this, I'll just kind of kneel in front of the desk, and this is a standing desk, so I can just motorized go to a standing posture if I really want to. But standing also hurts, so I don't do that too often. This TLDR of it is I have a lot of issues, and I have a lot of physical issues, and I'm able to dramatically improve them because of exercise. If you do happen to have a lot of issues like joint issues, working out and building muscle around that is by far the solution to that problem. So I would recommend that. That's my non-medical advice, because I am not a doctor. The army wrecked yours, yeah. So like, I came out of, for me it was a lot of like compounded issues from having to work like 100+ hours while active duty. I never went to medical for any issues, and then on the annual checkups I just told them exactly what was wrong, and then turns out I was able to get a lot of help from the VA after I got out and did like physical therapy and stuff. So it's never too late to start. My dad, as an example, I've really helped my dad and helped my dad quite a lot figure out some of his issues, and he's 100% disabled Army veteran, and I was able to completely help him. I was able to help him completely change his life around, basically, by training and exercise and proper diet. So he's lost like 60 pounds or so, and he's extremely strong, feeling better than ever. Yeah, it's a very important thing. Would recommend. I actually took a break today because over the last 5 days I ran 23 miles, and I can feel it. I can feel it in my quads, in my glutes, in my hamstrings, and everything. So nice day of relaxation. Otherwise, I would have. Tomorrow I'll run.
Hardcore science really is the same thing as magic.
Yeah, the VA has been great. So like I went in post. My dad had a lot of issues. He's been in the system since like 2003 or 2004, and he ran into a lot of issues with care. And then after they did the reform back in like 2016, 2017, that happened before I got into the system. It's been wonderful. You know, I have to remind myself to actually use Null Star, because I'm not used to using it. So I'm having to Magus Elevate Self Heal right here. That's what's healing me. And I keep looking at overguarded targets, thinking I have to roll through them. I don't have circumvent on this build, so I was sort of joking that I was going to make this a spellcaster build, but then I've been just mindlessly using Exalted Blade. Are they under the floor? Yeah, they are under the floor. They are too far away for Exalted Blade.
Nice job. Claire's safe. Readings are pretty meh, but I got a bootleg and some peelies.
How much do I typically run in a day? A lot of times I shouldn't do too much. Because I'm not really built for endurance at this very moment. From when I was running a lot, when I was younger, I'm about 30 pounds heavier in the good way. But I'll usually run, like my normal run that I do right now is anywhere from 3.1 miles to 3.5. And then sometimes I'll run that circuit twice. Sometimes I'll run it 3 times. Generally, I run into a pretty massive, not fatigue limitation, but just hydration limitation, where I just start getting cramps and stuff from lack of hydration. Like I'm not a marathon runner, but I can pretty reasonably run like a 5K in a pretty short period of time. Like my 5K right now is like I can do it less than 23 minutes, or less than 24 minutes. I mean, less than 24, so not too bad. I feel like I'm running into the limitation with me not keeping Null Star up, because I think Null Star is getting drained from... I think it's getting drained from this effect. Let me look. Might actually fail this. I think it'll be easier to defend after. This is also where you can just bring Bazzer in and then heal the defense target. Any running over an hour I should be feeling? Probably. But some days I'll run like 9 miles and then be like, okay, well, that's the limitation of my body. I usually only need like a minute or two, like a quarter mile of a walk, and then I can recover and run again, but still run into hydration limitations. Yeah, I'd say if you haven't done cardio, you've been weightlifting, weight training for a long time, I would highly recommend trying some cardio and do it fasted and or after your workout. So doing it gassed, because you can, I can say from the experience I have doing that, your overall cardiovascular capabilities and probably your basal metabolic rate just goes up like crazy. So I've been shedding weight like crazy, leaning out, just not even doing anything different. Just, I guess, running. Part of that's from the cardio, but also just, you think in theory I'm increasing VO2 max. My basal metabolic rate's probably going up like crazy, and the consequences of that is I need to eat more food now. Because that's the pro gamer move of working out and strength training, is you can eat more food. That's the main reason to do it. More muscle, more calorically intensive cardiovascular system requires more calories, and more calories means you can eat more food. Yeah, there is a limitation to running. There definitely is. I think from some of the things I've seen, once you start running past like a once you start running past like 3 or 4 miles, depending on your body, you can get into where you start losing muscle. That's probably one of the more important things to understand, because it just becomes calorically intense, especially if when you start leaning out and you don't have very much fat on you, and then your body's going to have to get calories somewhere. And running marathons and stuff definitely isn't worth it. I can't do that. Oh yeah, we're probably going to fail this. I'll have to come back with
I always say
a Dante or
one
something.
barrier than success. Did we learn anything?
I've had to do this before, where I have to go get Dante, but I'll just probably do it later. Probably do it if someone in my clan wants to do it. Tips for time management, work, fitness, gaming. So I'd say for the key thing to it, the most important thing, more likely, is it's like I work 12-hour shifts, and a lot of the times I'm not working out on my shift days. If it's a night shift, what I will do is I'll wake up and then work out. And this will usually be anywhere around like 1200 to 1400 or like 2 p.m. And then I'll be able to get a workout in and then eat and then go to work. And a lot of times, if you do work 12 hours, you probably don't have time. Like there was one day, this last shift rotation, where I got home from day shift and I went to go do a workout, and I literally didn't finish until like 8 p.m. And that's usually when I try to go to bed. And so then I had to eat and then go to bed. So if you work a normal 8-hour workday, then a lot of it's going to be like, if you can't fit it in between, if you can't fit a workout in the workday, like for lunch or something, which I don't like doing, then you have to do it before you go to work or after you go to work or after you come back home from work. And doing it fasted is probably better if you can tolerate it. I can tolerate it very well. I've spent most of my life fasting for a very long time. I would literally be going to like sports practice, like soccer or lacrosse practice, after this full school day, skipping school lunch and then going into 2 hours of practice and then not eating for the day until like after 5 or 6 p.m. So I'm just kind of naturally inclined to do that. I know that's not everyone's situation. So then it might just be proportioning out some meals so that you can give yourself a little bit of calories before you go into a workout after you get home from work. But I also don't like working out after eating. I feel too heavy, especially running. It just doesn't feel good.
Watch out. I'm detecting bright fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
So one thing I'm going to try here is, instead of jumping right into an ETA where I have to potentially do most things myself, and try doing something a little bit simpler before I jump into that. Or see if someone in my clan has a support character to help with that first defense mission. Or I could just run Bazrin, and then that wouldn't be a problem. I also could have just ran Bazrin. I could have healed the defense target that way. It's not like this build needs the combo.
Broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
And then when it comes to, let's see, gaming, a lot of times on those 12-hour shifts, I won't even play. Like, I just don't really have time for it. Because sleeping is very important. You don't want to compromise your sleep. And if you have problems with sleep, which I've had some problems with sleep in the past. I have a kind of a weird habit with sleeping. You don't want to compromise that. And you want to really maximize, you really want to min-max your sleep. Like, I have to sleep in a particular way. I have to have it super cold. And then I don't even need to have it blacked out. I can sleep in the middle of the day just fine. It can be completely bright out and I can sleep, but it can't be warm. And I have to sleep in a particular position. Otherwise, my neck, I have a lot of issues with my neck. How many hours do I play video games usually? Or weekly? It depends. It really depends. When I'm off, like, I'm off work for the next like 6-7 days, I think. Because shift schedules kind of have an advantage that way, depending on what your shift rotation is. But it works really well for me. If you work well on shifts, then shift work can be actually a lot of fun. You can find a lot of time to be able to get stuff done. In my case, I can get periods where I can do insane amounts of workout. I can get housework done. I can do other things that I need to do, go shopping for more food. What do I do for work? If I'm too specific, then I risk doxing myself because what I do for work is a very small group, but I work in the electric power industry as an operator. That's the generalization I'll give. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of craziness, and I can put my skills to pretty good use in that in the industry, which is a lot of fun. What was I going to change? I was going to change something. Probably not. Avoid cascade. Yeah, see, I try to stay away from melatonin. I've never taken melatonin. I looked into the research on it and don't get into it because it's one of those things that it's like caffeine. Like, I definitely use caffeine a lot. Like, right now, I'm actually trying to stay awake. Like, part of streaming right now is actually so that I can stay awake and drink coffee. And I can stay awake till, like, probably 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. to kind of get myself out of the routine of where, like, last night I went to bed at 8 p.m. and I woke up at 8 a.m. So I literally slept for 12 hours. That's another habit there of, like, if you're on a shift work and you can't fit in much sleep during the week, like during your rotation, then fitting it in afterwards is a viable strategy. Where are they? Get your.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You can. There was a universal orb that dropped back there if you didn't see, and I know that was probably from me. I don't even have Exalted Blade out. This is actually an interesting thing to test. How effective is Null Star /dash without having Exalted Blade even drawn? Just using Grimoire. Literally, I wouldn't consider this using Exalted Blade. This is just using Grimoire and Excalibur abilities. I'm not using Exalted Blade as a weapon right now, so Grimoire is my only weapon. Oh, I don't know if I'll do a Cascade. I'm kind of not feeling up for a Cascade. Actually, with this Grimoire build too, I do actually get some shield regeneration because I have Augur Seeker on, whichever one the status chance one is. Oh, I wonder which one I'll pick. Which one will I pick? I'll pick this one. Oh, there we go. I think the problem with not using caffeine is I really like coffee, and yes, I know decaf exists, but caffeine is a really interesting tool. What I will say about caffeine is that when you start running, especially if you run after your workouts, I would be very particular about how you manage your heart rate, because managing your heart rate is one of those things that I've learned over the years. Even back in high school, I knew this, having to run a lot. Managing your heart rate through breathing is actually really important to be able to prevent fatigue when you're running. So for me, if my heart rate's too high, I can feel it. I have a really good, like, I guess, insight into my like sympathetic nervous system. So I can feel like my heart rate's too high, and then I force myself breathing slower, and then I get into like a steady state mode where the limitation for me is like hydration for the most part and muscular fatigue. Because my muscles, my leg muscles, aren't infinitely cardioed my cardiovascular system isn't the limit as long as I control my heart rate. And it's hard to control your heart rate when you're running if you're highly caffeinated. And I've experimented with this here and there and noticed that is that can be an actual limitation where I'm on a run and I get gassed really quickly and it's pretty obvious that my heart rate's too high. So that's like if you take a pre-workout before, and then if your pre-workout is still active when you go for your run. So like for me, sometimes I'll be doing strength training for like an hour, sometimes 2. And I do it pretty high intensity to where I'll rotate between workouts and not give my cardiovascular system time to refresh. And then I'll go into a run, and that's anywhere from like 3.1 to like 6 some miles. And then if my heart rate is too high going into the run, I will in fact run less distance, or like not as fast. Like my pacing is anywhere from like 7 miles per hour to 8 miles per hour generally. It depends. But sometimes I'll run like a 3.5 mile, and then I get done with a 3.5 mile in like 27 minutes, and then I go and run a 3.1 or like a 5K, and I'll run it in 27 minutes. So my pace will vary. The general average for it is like, I guess 7.5 or so miles per hour. I'm not a big guy either. My legs are short. I'm 5'8", about 165 pounds. So I'm not built for running that much. Got short little stubby legs. Not maintaining null star up. This is the consequences of me running circumvent for so long. I'm trying to roll through targets and not keeping my subsume up.
Get to extraction.
3 miles in 18 minutes? Yeah, I don't know if I could physically do 3 miles in 18 minutes. Maybe if I was able to do a dead sprint the entire time. But I'm a small and stocky in comparison, 5'8" and 165. Gotten as high as 180 in a bulk. Nice and thick. Kind of caffeine do I drink? Pretty much just coffee, tea, and I have a pre-workout that the pre-workout's got caffeine in it. I can't drink coffee that often. Like, this is my second pot of coffee today. There's consequences to that. That might be something you're subjected to from a GI perspective. Sometimes you might not be. If I drink coffee more than 2 times a day for like multiple days in a row, I will run into problems that are not comfortable. So just a friendly reminder. That's where a pre-workout is a tool. It's not one of those things I would rely on to work out. I hadn't used pre-workout for years. Like, been strength training for like 5 or 6 years now, pretty increasingly regularly and in intensity. And I just started using pre-workout, like a few months ago. Do I run Arby's? No, I tried. People don't invite Excalibur to Arby's, and then there was a while where I had like a Nova build, and I ended up just getting rid of it because I just didn't care for it. I tried to do meta Arby's like once or twice, just don't care. So I use pretty much just the daily and weekly sort of stuff for Kuva. So getting Steel Essence, getting Iron Wake, the pinions, the Void Plume pinions from the Zeramin. So those caches. That's all I do for Kuva. That's all you really need. I don't think you need more than that. If you need more than that, then you're probably not rolling ribbons right, to be honest. That's my honest, blunt opinion about that. Because there is a very easy way to roll ribbons wrong. I get kind of mean about this, but rolling toward ribbons is not how you spend Jakuva. That's just the reality of it. The simple analogy I can give for that is you don't open a bagel shop in the town known for its bagels. And that's just how it works when it comes to that's just how it works when it comes to something like rolling toward ribbons. If so much Kuva is being invested into toward ribbons, the probability of you making profit off of toward ribbon is very low, and a lot of it you can measure empirically based on the bottom costs, like the floor of a Riven versus a mid-roll. So like a mid-roll for a Torrid Riven would be like a crit with maybe a negative or not. And if you look at the market, a lot of times a Torrid Riven at a minimum is like 400 some, and then you can find crit like decent Rivens for like 500 platinum. So the margin for there is very small. And that's a symptom of a lot of Kuva being invested, and where making platinum off of Kuva really comes in is when you roll something that has a very bottom floor, but has a pretty decent roll for a mid roll. So like a lot of weapons, you can have a mid roll for 500 or 600 plat, and people will buy that. You might not sell it instantly. It might take a couple of weeks. It takes the right buyer. But if it's a good roll, someone will in fact buy it. And if you bought that Riven for 30 platinum, 40 platinum, even 100 platinum, and then got it unrolled for that, and then proceeded to roll it, and you're turning around selling it for 400 or 500, or even 300, that's profit. And you probably don't have to roll it that much to do it. Like, you might only have to roll it like 20 times to get a decent roll. But a lot of that is, there's a build crafter's advantage to rolling Rivens, and I realized that. A lot of the platinum I made off of Rivens is because I build craft, and so I know I can find out what's good for something before the average player, because if everyone knew about it, because there was a video about it, like, oh hey, get these stats because they're good, then it's going to be not as easy to get a good value on those. And then also rolling for not necessarily what's actually best, but what can sell. And that's kind of the hard part there too. And a lot of times what I'll do, if I'm rolling a Riven, I'll buy like 3 or 4 of them, and then roll it till it's profitable, and then bank it, or until it's usable, I guess, too. I sometimes just roll until they're usable, and then turn around and sell them. And just put them on the market. But I haven't had any Rivens on the market for a while now, because I just don't want to deal with it. Feels a little gross a lot of times, because a lot of times I'm rolling Rivens on stats that I like tell people to get in videos, so I don't need to sell Rivens anymore. I just kind of don't. It feels a little gross doing it, so I just kind of don't anymore. The market, if you're selling Rivens for profit on the market too, it's all about volume. It's just having a lot of volume. You think if you've got like a secondhand shop or something, the probability of someone walking in and finding exactly what they want is pretty low. So then ideally you just have as much stock as possible, so that if someone walks in, the probability of them finding something you want is there. So you're more likely to have customers the more volume you have, the more diversity in your volume that you have. Now let's see. Oh, I didn't actually see if in that mission there was a Corvex, I'll be honest. But I did prime them up with the Grimoire build, so it's possible that Universal Orb was from someone else, but it could have been for me too. Yeah, meta Arby's are kind of cringe. Like, I know there's a lot of people in my clan that go pretty intense into meta Arby's, and I just don't care for it. I'm going to do this because I kind of want to gauge this build. I'm not going to pull out Exalted Blade, and we're just going to use... This might be a situation where I actually put on their Strength one. If I'm not going to pull out Exalted Blade, and I'm going to be using Grimoire, like maybe at that point I use the Strength one. Like instead of using the energy like Zada, I use the Strength one.
I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Like 7 stacks instantly, 8 stacks of Impetus. What I'm looking at. 10 stacks. Peak Excalibur right here. Peak Excalibur. Might get enough energy regeneration from this to actually use Radial Javelin as a damage ability too, without like draining all my energy, because I don't have Blind Rage on. So then, you know, my energy economy is pretty good here. Look at this. Turning a melee, this is a melee, basically a melee only build because slash dash, but at the same time not, because they're using Radio Javelin and Null Star as actual damage abilities. But we still get tons of melee kills. Over half of them from just slash dashing. This is pretty chill. This is pretty chill. Imagine how good this would be if slash dash received like full crit chance and status chance from like chromatic blade and or combo mods. Like if I was able to get blood rush and reaping wounds to scale this, because right now most of the status damage I'm doing is already primed on the target. It's not coming from gas, because it's like my status chance in this setup is very low, even with chromatic blade. Chromatic Blade's still useful here. Just you think about, I'm getting toxin, or I'm getting heat damage and getting gas as a result at a chance, even though I don't get the full status chance value, I'm still getting some of that IPS conversion. There's 12 stacks. And then it does weird buggy stuff. This is probably one of those situations where I could get rid of the energy orb effectiveness shard, like if I was just doing this. Because I definitely would not need that energy orb effectiveness. That's probably overkill here. If I'm using Grimoire like I am right now. See those universal orbs? Look at all this stuff. Yeah, Radio Javelin not really doing that much damage. But reminder too, I have over 100% crit chance on Slash Dash. Because Avenger plus the 56% that I get from the sacrificial mods. Also, Narman's literally doing nothing right now until I pull out Exalted Blade. Let's do that. I think I proved my point. And that's the nice part about Narman, is the combo actually is nice when you set it up right. Now watch, this is going to be the one that disables my abilities. Torment? I think Torment's one of the ones that does that. Oh, of course. Get out of here. Alright, we're just gonna heavy slam him and hope I survive. Why won't you just die? There we go. Okay, now he's dead. I didn't want to lose my Steel Essence because I actually need it. I don't have Kuva Cap. I think that's pretty effective. Even just running Grimoire only. But this might be a scenario, like, I don't need the extra energy, so maybe I keep the Archon Shard. And then... Ooh, do I have that one? Yep. So maybe I keep the Archon Shard, but remove the energy per second. and use strength. Because that's a scenario where maybe snapshotting in that extra strength is worth it. If I'm doing it already with Arcane Impetus, then why not? Violence is the Silence Queen. Okay. I don't remember. The only one I know. Which one is it that I know? The one that reflects. Malice. I remember Malice, and I have to roll, which I'm good at doing already with Circumvent. I'm already used to doing it with Circumvent. So this is, like I was mentioning, this might be that scenario where instead of Zada, you think I could actually get my strength value pretty high. Because if I'm already doing this in order to spellcaster like stack impetus, then I might as well use the strength. I don't need the extra energy from it. Especially if I'm priming things to get universal orbs. Let's try it. And then I'm even going to go in here. And we're going to yeet that one. This might be a scenario where I just put on a single crit damage. No. Not going to do it. Not today. The thing that what I base the crit damage ones off of is, in this case, I actually do have crit damage on it. I think having 0 modded on crit damage is pretty bad. If you have any source of crit damage other than like Tenacious Bond, I think it's fine. So if I use a crit damage shard, then I don't really care to have modded on crit chance or crit damage. You probably could get away with running galvanized steel here and that, but whatever. You probably could get away with it too. I could also just go with heat cold here instead. Because you think I don't have weeping wounds, and I'm also just not even bother using the galvanized form of this. So my status chance to get toxin is actually really low on the slams. You basically get base status chance. There's with this, you get the little 60% chance. So it's like a 30% status chance. That reminds me. I think I'll do that. Because I think I calculated this out. That at least gets me to 42% on slams to do more than likely toxin. Actually, I think more likely toxin. Okay. Let me try that again. The 36 Crimson Tarsha. The thing about it too is, like, I stopped doing ETA a while back, but also I don't have very many warframes configured with Archon shards. So if you look here, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only have 10 warframes configured with Archon shards. So I'm going to have a lot of Archon shards just laying around for that very reason too. Malice's mag bubble. That sounds right. If I knew what Mag's bubble did, which I don't. I think it's reflect, right? It does a reflect. That's why he has a reflect. I actually don't say I don't know what Mag's abilities are jokingly. That is in fact the case. Ignore the fact that I played this game for 12.5 years because I have genuinely played it a very particular way that involves me not knowing what other warframes do. And not really caring that I don't know what other warframes do. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at how much conditional... Look how much strength I have. Got another, like, almost 120% strength just with these two bonuses. I don't know what I was at baseline. But 177 plus 60, which is like 233? 237? Yeah, 237. So 237 plus 120. That's pretty high up there. I'd say that's pretty good. which on Chromatic Blade means more status chance, which means more gas clouds, bigger or longer, harder gas clouds. You can see how hard these gas clouds hit. Yeah, more strength is not only more status chance, but also just more raw base damage on Exalted Blade. So it's not to say you don't need it or that it's bad to have more strength on afflictions, but it is clearly not needed because you could literally do level cap with 177%. Yeah, Exalted Blade Rivens would be cool. If they made Exalted Weapon Rivens, what I would hope they would do is they would limit it to only utility things. So, like, you wouldn't be able to roll them for, like, damage or elements or crit damage or range or attack speed. You would be able to roll them things like efficiency and combo duration, things like that. That would be my wish, so that they're mostly a quality of life thing and not a requirement. Like status duration would be probably one of the best stats that you could put on a Riven, especially for this kind of build. And they would probably have to make the disposition just scale about midway through and then never change to make them worth it. But I also like the simplicity of not having a Riven and like being able to say, yeah, you don't need a Riven. This can't even roll a Riven, and it's level cap viable. Like you don't need a weapon in order to do anything. You could just play Excalibur, who you get for free. I'm already missing Arcane Circumvent, I'll tell you that. Not that Null Star isn't good. It is clearly good. I've just really grown to like Circumvent. Yeah, I think this is at least proving that I probably don't need that Archon Shard or Energy Overperfectedness if I'm running Impetus. And that goes for Circumvent as well. You probably don't need it. In this case, Impetus is just really good. I'm glad I never got used to Rolling Guard. I never liked it as a mechanic, so I stayed away from it, and I tried to work around not having to use it, and I'm glad I did, because now with Circumvent, my rolling gameplay is very well tuned already for it, so I've adapted to using Circumvent very well. It is also, this is probably the most important thing to understand about Circumvent that I think goes under the radar. I probably don't talk about it enough. Arcane Circumvent still works when you're nullified. It doesn't get removed. Like your armor, your overguard, all of that, it's independent of being nullified. So that's where, from a feature standpoint, it's very consistent and very valuable that way. Look at that, though. That's pretty good. Oh no, I'm kind of digging this. I might run this for a bit because it's a lot of fun. My healing, I would be getting a lot less lower health instances if I was running my Panzer. It would also do more damage if I was running Panzer, other than these scenarios where I get the extra crit chance, the 200%. because that looks really cool. Hitting radio javelins and and null stars with orange crits, pretty fun. There we go. Extract. Actually killing low armor steel path enemies, but actually killing steel path enemies with... Why do I still have orange crits? I don't see the buff. Am I bugged with perma orange crits? I might be bugged with perma orange crits right now. Oh, no, they disappeared. Okay, I didn't see the buff. I did not see the buff for a while there. So it almost looked like I was stuck with orange crits, which would have been really cool. Having a universal crit Archon Shard is one of those things that... I actually have a forum idea for this, of like a chromatic Archon Shard, where it involves having to use... You basically have to combine 3 Archon Shards in order to make it. So you could combine like one combinational, so like a green and a red, or like a violet and a yellow. So you'd have to use all 3, but you would have to... You would use either a combinational one and a base one, or 3 base ones, and it would be a chromatic Archon Shard. And one of the things that would be on the chromatic one would be knockdown immunity. So like 100, basically prime sure-footed, and they would be unique equipped. So you can only have one. This is my idea behind that. So you'd only have one that you could put on a character on a Warframe. And the 2 ones that I would want out of everything would be like knockdown immunity. That would be a really cool one that you could have an Archon Shard that would give you knockdown immunity. It give you it would give you like 60 or like 70% baseline, and then 100 some percent or whatever when it's Tau Forged. So you could use it with like Power Drift when you're talking about a non-Tau Forged one. And then the other one that I would want would be like 15% crit chance, universal crit chance, which would then give things like Null Star and Slash Dash and Radio Javelin a base crit chance. It'd work like universal, so it'd work exactly like Arcane Avenger, but it would be like a flat 15% that you always have. That would be my recommendation there. I think it'd be a cool idea. That would be a chromatic Archon Shard where you'd have to take like basically 3, combine them into 1, and then you could only have 1 of those chromatic shards on your Warframe at a time. So you'd have a pretty hard choice to make between how good the other ones. The other one I thought about, but people seem to not like the idea, which is range, having like a 30% range, but you can only equip 1. So you could pretty much replace like Augur Reach with it or something in a lot of builds. Oh, I think I know what I show in my other build that I'm doing differently here is, I remember that now. I before, when I showed on base Excalibur, I used Blind Rage instead of Umbral Intensify, and here I'm doing differently. So let me calculate out the strength real quick, because this is 189. Oh, see, I was thinking 177, so I'm dumb. Don't worry about me. So this gets you over 300% when you get fully ramped into Grimoire and Arcane Impetus. You're getting over 300%, so that's pretty cool. Defeated Apex tank with Excalibur. Yeah, Vazarin or Persistence. Those are the 2 things that when I did the hard mode, this is before I started making YouTube videos, I think, actually. When I did the hard mode for the tank to get the glyph, I used Vazarin, and I was actually, in the last phase, I was Slash Dash, I would Void Sling myself mid-air, and then I'd slam on the tank, do a 180 Slash Dash, Void Sling myself mid-air, and then slam. And that's how I was doing it in the second phase. So I was using like Ceramic Dagger. It's Ceramic Dagger and Karnan with a slam build. And I got the initial combo up to at least so that I would have 6x by default using like a strung prime or something, strung prime incarnate to get the primary weapon kills. So that's how I did it. I don't remember what build I was using. I think I was using Wrathful Advance then too. Oh yeah. So I'd slam down, I'd Wrathful Advance, /dash, Void Sling, slam, and like do that combination. And so I basically played the floor as lava on the second phase of the tank and was able to do it successfully that way. Oh, it's tempting. I don't need any of these things. I only sometimes get the Kuva out of this. But a lot of times I only do circuit if someone in clan or something like that wants to. I don't really go out of my way to do circuit. What else? Just do more of these. Evade, Kreplu Scar, Excal. The problem I always had with running Evade on Excalibur was there's really no reliable way to keep it up built into his kit. So I was hopeful that I could get it to work by using Radio Javelin, but Radio Javelin only seems to headshot or hit weak points in circuit. So if you're in circuit and you have the toxin off of headshots, you will actually apply toxin with Radio Javelin, but then when you go outside of circuit, it doesn't seem to do this. So it's inconsistent in its behavior.
Void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. We're near a fissure. The corrupted enemies are dropping the
So that's the problem I have with Evade. And the Kreplu Scar. I've tried to fit it into builds. The problem though is that you still need universal for you to make it worth it for you to make it worth it. You also then have to use like Arcane Avenger to make it scale Radio Javelin. Otherwise, you're hoping that Crit Kitty here gives you, or Charm gives you the right crit chance buff like it does right here, which isn't reliable to base the build off of. So that's where I played around with it quite a lot when it first came out, and I've reevaluated it here and there to see if it was worth it. I think if you run melee, I'll be honest here, if you run my Melee Afflictions Exalted Blade build, I think I've made it pretty clear that it doesn't matter what else you run. You can literally, as long as you have that Exalted Blade build, you can pretty much run whatever you want on Excalibur, and it'll work. And it'll work really well. Because that's the foundation of my like no subsume do it all build is Exalted Blade and Melee Afflictions and Gas, and then just having like Chromatic Blade on there, having Furious Javelin, and even then Furious Javelin is pretty overkill for a normal steel path. Donating Kuva would be nice, but that's a slippery slope. As much as I wish I had more Kuva, I'm basically perpetually out of Kuva. I treat Kuva like it's a drug. It cannot exist in my presence. It has to be spent. And that's probably a good thing. And I don't go crazy like on Arby's just to farm endless Kuva. I just don't care enough to do that. I'd rather do testing and then just wait for my weekly rewards for it. Oh, hi, kitty. She's being all cute, rolling on the floor. Some of these exterminate missions are just, they're chill. Just kind of want to mindlessly crack random relics. They're pretty chill that way. Yeah, I think for Ceramic Dagger, I have like a crit initial combo ribbon, like minus finisher, I think. I haven't run it. Ceramic Daggers is one of those tools, so I'll pull it out as a tool when I want to, and then that's about it. But I don't regularly run it. As a point... Oh, I remember what I was going to show. So yeah, if you look back at my
Forget the reactant. You need more.
at my universal or like my do it all Excalibur variation, my most recent one, like in my most recent video or the last couple, the reality is you can do a lot with Excalibur in terms of flexibility because you really only just need an Exalted Blade build that uses melee afflictions, and then you really don't even need Furious Javelin for Steel Path. Like, Furious Javelin's there to help. It's probably the best tool for you to be able to make up for a low strength. And if you don't want to run Chromat or like Condition Overload, because it turns out it doesn't scale Furious Javelin off Furious Javelin, so that's where if you're running Furious Javelin, then it makes up for a lot in the build. If you're not running Furious Javelin because it doesn't fit in your build, you'd probably still want to run Chromatic Blade just to be able to run the right Exalted Blade build. But then you can throw Chromatic Blade on it then if you really want. Or not Chromatic, Condition Overload, and get a little bit better scaling on that. That's usually what I'll do. If I run Furious Javelin, I won't run Chromatic Blade. If I'm not running Chromatic Blade, or not Chromatic Blade, wow. If you're running Furious Javelin, you shouldn't use Chromatic or Condition Overload. If you are not running Furious Javelin, then Condition Overload is just fine. It's just the fact that those don't interact with one another. You're better off using Prime Pressure Point. That's the general rule I take for that. I'm almost always running Furious Javelin because I like it as a tool. I've gotten really used to it to the point where when I don't use it, I'm still Radio Javelin. I'm still using the ability. There's no point in not running it, and I play Excalibur melee only. Even when I'm running no melee weapon, and sometimes not even pulling out Exalted Blade. It's still technically a melee build because of Slash Dash. There's 1 more minute left. Yeah, I think Evade Crepuscar makes more sense on other Warframes. I think if you had to choose between that and like Arcane Circumvent is like 10 times better on Excalibur. It just works so well in his kit. It's like you're already in melee range. You can break Slash Dash with with a roll. So then it's like right here, you know, I don't have it, but if I had it, I would have been able to do lots of things to those enemies that they don't like. Like steal all their, like strip them of their clothes and armor. Ooh, double strength. We're gonna use that. Reminder that in this specific variation, I actually don't have any combo mods, so my combo kind of doesn't matter, and I don't need the multiplicative scaling to kill anything with Slash Dash. I don't even need Exalted Blade out to do that. At Steel Path level enemies. Whoa. 2. Yeah, Exalted Blade headshots. The problem, though, is I think the better solution to getting stealth isn't Evade. It's actually running Shade, and then you can actually prevent yourself from breaking the Shade stealth by just using Slash Dash. So you can pull out Exalted Blade and Slash Dash and not break Shade or Stalk. So like those two, whatever the other one is called. But the Kubro one and the Sentinel one, you can actually prevent those from breaking by just not meleeing with Exalted Blade and using Slash Dash instead. And you can stay permanently stealth that way. I think that's the better out of the two. Because it's also permanent as long as you have, if you're in range of enemies. So that's talking about running Stalk or Ghost. So this does not break if you're just Slash Dashing around and using Radio Javelin. So that's, in my opinion, that's the more effective tool. And then you can actually fit Arcane Avenger and Crepuscar into the build. In this case, I don't think it's worth it because I'd rather run Arcane Impetus. I'm already getting crit chance, or crit damage, I mean, from my companion. Not in this case, though, because I don't have Tenacious Bond here. I have it on the build, but I don't even think my companion, I don't even think I can get it on my companion right now because I don't really have a Riven for Verglass. And then, which one's the stealth companion? I think it's Excalibur. I think Excalibur is my, I think this one's my stock. Yeah. So you can do it with this one too. And I think this one you can actually get Tenacious Bond. Otherwise I wouldn't have it on there. Yeah. So I would rather do this and then like do this instead. And then we'll show this a little bit. So this, if you wanted to run a stealth build like this, I would probably run this instead. Run stock or ghost, and then you can run something like Null Star.
Each enemy is more powerful than before.
And as long as you don't hit with weapons, like if you don't attack with Exalted Blade or with your Grimoire, I don't think the alt fire would probably break it too. Let's find out actually
Trying to choke you out.
before I pull out Exalted Blade.
I'm sending auxiliary.
So yeah, the alt fire does break it. And I almost died from that. But you can be stealthed and then just slash dash around as long as you don't melee with Exalted Blade, which is very hard for me to do. That's why I don't run this. But if you're not crippled like me with over a decade of playing the game a particular way, you can probably get used to not meleeing and just do this. In this case, I'm taking damage because, and I'm able to keep Avenger up because of the fact that I'm actually running Combat Discipline on it. And this gives you 4.2x to Radio Javelin and Null Star. So these hit very hard, like as you can tell. This is where, just looking at my energy, I probably need to put that shard back on if I'm going to run this. Oh, because I also don't have impetus anymore, so I'm losing my efficiency. So I definitely need that energy orb effectiveness shard back on. So this is what I would recommend doing instead of running Evade. If you wanted to run like a pretty ridiculous build like this, where you're using Crepuscar, I would run it like this instead. If you were going to try to get stealth without running a companion and being reliant on a companion, you're going to have to be reliant on something, whether that's running Dread or like doing finishers, I guess, with Skiashadi. I don't think you can really fit it into a build on Excalibur without some sort of compromise, like requiring companion, which you would not be able to do when you're in circuit. That's kind of the point of me bringing that up. Yeah, see, look at that. I don't even know what's happening right now. I'm just kind of... killing things. I might as well finish this one out. I think there was a thing around here somewhere. Unless I'm thinking of the last one. What is this? Ooh, look at that. That makes up for the one that I intentionally didn't grab in that last mission, or the second to last Fisher mission I did where I just avoided picking up that sculpture. I saw it, don't worry. I saw that sculpture that someone marked. I just didn't care. Don't need it. Let's see, is this one of them? Oh, there it is. I knew I saw one.
It will suspend security measures for our operative and hasten
Is that another one? Wait.
bypass activated.
There's another one. I don't know if these overlap. Yeah, you can see, look at my energy economy. My energy economy sucks because I was banking on impetus to give me enough efficiency to not run into problems.
Bypass has been utilized. The
Let's see, do
operator
these
is
stack?
closer already.
This is a great scenario to test it when I have 3 that I've put in kind of within a stack of time.
Bypass online.
If it doesn't take me all the way up to
Faster than ever.
to the end, then it's clearly a problem. So the important thing to know too, and I've mentioned this in a few videos, I actually put on the wiki too. If I have Exalted Blade snapshotted with a bunch of strength, that strength does not apply to Slash Dash, because Slash Dash does like a check every time you go to cast it on what the current base damage of Exalted Blade is. So like this value right here, 547.5, when I go to cast Slash Dash, that's what it uses. It doesn't care if I have 7,000% strength snapshotted into Exalted Blade. It doesn't care. It'll just check it in that instance. And that's also why like Arcane or Precision Intensify is really good. Is really good on Slash Dash because it directly scales the damage. So as long as you're not using like Surging Dash, which doesn't scale with Precision Intensify, it'll get the benefit from Precision Intensify from the damage perspective. Let's get some. Seeing if I can kill him with just. Ooh. That did some damage. And I got double drop. Thanks, kitty. Or doggo. Wow. I just misspecied my companion.
It is done, Tenno.
A high armor melee Ashe build recently. I don't know if you run Circumvent. I actually don't know anything about Ashe, to be honest, other than the fact that he has kind of like an exalted ability-ish. But I actually really never played Ashe. Ashe is not a Warframe I've really ever played. Volt melee builds, I know people run them, and because I think Volt gets a lot of attention on melee because of his ability to give everything electric and proc influence on pretty much anything. Other than that, I don't know. I don't really care for him, to be honest. I think I outrun every. I'm not your average Excalibur player and Slash Dash user, but I can beat pretty much even Titanias all the time when it comes to mobility because of how I use Slash Dash. Let's test this theory right here. This is a great example. So notice how I was running out of energy. One shard can sometimes be the difference between you being out of energy and having just being capped at the top, because you think if your income exceeds your expense, your energy account will grow. So it's like a lot of times if you have like relative to your income of energy versus expenditure, if it's -1, you will continuously go down. But if it's +1, you will continuously go up. That's the simple economics there. You want it to be at 0 at least, but if you can get it to +1 per second or per unit of time, then you no longer run out. You will in fact only gain. That's kind of the nice economics behind this. So I'm starting out at full, so I can't really use that as a point of comparison. Oh, dang it. See, like I said, I need to wait for... I don't really care to snapshot in 30% strength from being stealth, because it's going to apply to Slash Dash anyways, which is where I'm going to primarily be doing damage from. We'll see. I've been draining a lot of energy here. I'm kind of casting quite a lot. So we'll see if energy by the end of the mission is basically at the bottom like it was, where I just had enough energy for the 5-minute mission and not very much more else. Like I said, usually it's the difference. If your net income is positive versus negative, it's literally the difference of you completely draining energy versus having nearly infinite amount of energy.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Oh no, overguarded enemies don't get one-shotted. Sneaky Excalibur. Rolling at Eximus is like they have overguard.
That's a bypass. It will suspend security measures for our operative.
I think this is already pretty clear that the energy economy is probably sustainable. As long as I'm not spamming radio javelin, I should be fine. Like, it's the simple difference between when you pick up an energy orb of it giving you more energy than you're expending at that given unit of time, or if you're doing the opposite and you're losing more. I almost just meleeed that target there. Oh.
Life support incoming.
A bypass has been utilized. The operative is moving faster already. Tenno, you found a bypass.
Do I
Use it
has?
on the console to give our
Yep.
operative a boost. Another life support
Apparently
capsule
using
is
synthesis
now
scanner gets you out of stealth. Yeah, see, like, as an example, this is all it takes is one of those Archon shards to be enough. If I had Blind Rage on, I would probably need another one. And that's where that tuning involved is pretty important. But Arcane Circumvent can be effectively equivalent to one Archon shard of value. It's just in my do-it-all variation, I just don't want to deal with Arcane Circumvent because it kind of feels like something you have to sit there and maintain. You don't have to do that with Arcane Fury. And Arcane Fury probably scales just as well with the way it's affected by Furious Javelin.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
You can't see me. As a wise man once said, can't touch this. Oh, look at that. Alright, maybe we use Stealth Doggo for a little bit. Stealth Doggo maybe got a little lonely and has decided to bless me with double Steel Essence twice in a row now.
Delivered another life support capsule.
But I think I've demonstrated this. I've been basically having to do this with my trigger finger, not break stealth. Like this is how I'm holding. This is what I'm doing with my mouse the entire time, so that I don't accidentally melee and break stealth. Even if it goes into like doing a slam like that, it would break it.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Yeah, logging in on mobile. I'm guessing you're saying mobile. That's why my operator is different. If you wondered why I basically downgraded my operator fashion frame, whatever you want to call it, to the Umbral, like, visor looking nonsense. So like I downgraded to this because that visor that I was using before, actually you can't get it on iOS, and I was playing enough iOS to where I was getting annoyed having to like fix it all the time. So I've actually avoided using a lot of Tenogen stuff because I play on iOS quite a lot. Because it works really well on mobile, on especially an iPhone 17 Pro. Probably even better on the Pro Max. And I'm probably going to waste the money and get like an 18 Pro Max when they come out. Just to be able to get a little bit larger screen and more thermal mass and bigger battery and bigger screen. Basically the size of a handheld. Since I mostly played Warframe on my Ally X, which I still have. Actually, I have it right here. So this is kind of annoying. So my Ally X is sat up there, never been knocked down or anything. But this has sat up there for a long time, and I would resell it. But you might be able to see here, there's like an actual crack in the frame. No idea. It's been sitting outside of, after seeing that, it's been sitting in a hard case. The fact, like the first party hard case that I have over there, for the longest time, and it never got knocked over unless like my parents knocked it over or something like that when they were here last. And it cracked it. So it cracked like right here from this button to where the trigger is. And it's probably not a big deal, but I don't want to I don't like reselling things in the first place. I definitely don't like reselling things with like not cosmetic damage. I wouldn't consider that cosmetic. Okay. So if you haven't tried Warframe on mobile and you have a relatively newer phone, it runs really well. Thermodynamics wise, the way I got around it, because even on the 17 Pro, it doesn't let you charge. Like it's enough power draw and heat within the phone to where the 17 Pro doesn't charge while you're playing. But the solution around that is you play for like an hour or two. Just minimize the game on your phone so it's in the background, or lock the phone so it like puts the game to sleep, top it off, and then you're good to go. And the 17 Pro charges really fast. That would be my recommendation around that. And you can solve that problem effectively. Okay, so we're going to keep going with Stealth Kitty or Stealth Doggo for a little bit here. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I don't know why I have restorative bonds. I clearly haven't updated this build in a while. I think I had restorative bonds because why did I have restorative bonds? I think this is to help actually reduce the recovery time of it. But I don't know if I can actually get Hunter Recovery to work on here. Most people are going to whine about me not using the mecha set. I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't really feel like using the mecha set. But I wouldn't blame anyone for throwing the mecha set on. Like here, I don't even use the really powerful one. This isn't a recommendation. Just realize I'm not using any of these. And that's okay. But if you wanted to use it, go for it. But just, I think to demonstrate the point, stock, Tenacious Bond, Tandem Bond, Prime Pack Leader, Resourceful Retriever. I got 2 double drops in a row. I would rather use this for this kind of stealth build. This is like a stealth variation of Null Star. And I would not blame anyone for using this. If you're seeing this and you like Null Star and you're like, oh wow, this is great, I wouldn't blame you for switching to this, because that's quite interesting. But I think I'm going to revert this back. Sorry, Stealth Doggo. I might keep the Stealth Doggo because there's no reason for me to not use it right now. What I might try is just going back to this build. Arcane Impetus, maybe? Nah, we're not going to do it. No subsume with Zadas on it. That's a lie. Yep. Okay. I think I had a bunch of Void or Archon crystals. Which resources do I choose? I did see, for those that have watched Kenjineer's video about melee arcanes, I did see that he had showcased Dual Ichor Melee Vortex that one of his viewers supposedly showed him, and all I'll say is I'm pretty confident that viewer was probably someone who's seen my content about it, because I've been making Dual Ichor content, Dual Ichor Vortex content for a while, so I think that build is actually propagated successfully through the community enough to where someone like Kenjineer is seeing it. Because I'm wondering if I added it to the wiki too. I might have added it to the wiki as like a tip. Or I might have kept it off there. Or on Melee Vortex. I'm just checking the wiki real quick. Apparently not. Apparently I didn't add that. I kind of, like, obviously I made videos about it, so I can't say that I, like, kept it on the down low, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, because of how popular how popular my Dual Ichor Melee Vortex content has been with Toxin Magnetic. So what I'm going to do here, though, is you could probably guess what I'm going to do here. I'm going to try a little bit of Stealth plus Zadas, which is what Kenjineer shows in his video, using like a Loki or something. But I'm going to do it with Excalibur, because I can get another multiplier.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
So then all I got to do hopefully. Okay. Or it takes me long enough to get downed. Is not a problem though. Huh. It proc lifted. That's funny. This is the hard part though of so I need to trigger a cloud. And then go to stealth. All right, here we go.
Life support on the way.
So we're getting stealth bonus, we're getting Zadas, and we're getting Furious Javelin. And it's persisting. So they're not critting, they're getting a stealth bonus because I am in fact stealth. Looks like it finally expired. I think this is a little overkill. Like, it doesn't need to do all this.
Support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
Let's see, it's successfully killing Eximus units. And this Kubro is pretty good. Pretty good at murdering. Yeah. What would you leave him for me? So this is another thing to note. Finishers do in fact trigger clouds, which is really cool. The clouds don't crit, so that's why I didn't bother with like Crepuscar. But Zada's does in fact work pretty nicely at doing this. I don't think it works as well as Dual Ichor, or I mean as Nourish in a high strength build, but on a low strength build like this, it's pretty effective. And it also applies to the slash dash. I have not noticed weird, like, where it's nerfing your damage like I did before. Which, if you've asked me about Zadas in the past, that's probably what I told you. I have not seen that yet. Let's get some overguard. Look at that. Bam.
Another life support capsule is now available.
With this kind of setup, when you're stealth, you probably don't even need you probably don't even need Purist Javelin. You can probably just roll through the targets and then one-shot them with slash dash, single gas proc. Pulling out Exalted Blade would also make this even better. And you get those waves going through them. Talk about super sneaky Excalibur. Here you go. Let's run stock on your Excalibur. It's not that I've never tried running dogs, but as you can probably guess, I'm a cat person, and that makes me definitely partial to Kavats in this game. I think that's an entirely reasonable argument right there. Yeah, I stood no chance. I'm obviously not going to have crazy kills per minute here because I'm not really... Look at that. You can't tell me that there's not something going on. Getting 3 double drops in a row. That's not how 18% works. 18%? I think it's 18%. That's not what 18% looks like. Unless you calculate it out, and then it's like... That's probably like a 1% chance of getting 3 in a row like that. I don't know. Someone who knows the math on that can probably tell me better. I'm not an engineer. I'm an operator.
The operative has just made their first discovery. Keep up the good work. When you are ready, go to extraction.
It does feel wrong not meleeing. Just FYI. Did I never put that... Oh, I did. Yeah. I was gonna say, did I never put that that bypass in? I might have. I think I picked it up. I don't remember if I put it in any of the consoles. Yeah, I don't think I did. Just based on the time.
They fought well.
Yeah, I forget. Isn't it like 18% of... Isn't it multiplicative? Like 0.18 times 0.18 times 0.18? So like a 0.58% chance to get 3 18% rolls in a row. I don't remember how the math works for that. I don't like statistics. I don't like the math behind statistics. It always confuses me. What I think I might try, I'm going to look at this other precept because I don't really care for stock, but I want to run doggo more. And that means charging at the target, dragging them. Let's see how good this does. I'm going to run, which one's this called? I'm going to run harass without stock, which is going to probably make some people a little angry. And I'm going to run it without Mecha Overdrive too. I have no Mecha set mods on this. I'm wondering if I could just drop this in here. Like just drop that in there instead of status damage, and that's probably going to be better. Even if I don't run a primary on him. Just to get this effect. Command marks target. Yeah. So just another way of triggering that. It's probably best just to have that. But what I could do is what someone suggested. Let's do this. This will make people happy. Look at that status chance now. So this is my... So I have a blast ribbon for it, but what I did is, because of the order on it, I can put toxin in front of it. And now I get toxin, or I get viral heat, what I meant to say. Viral heat. And in the incarnate mode, it is actually heat biased in the incarnate mode. 200% status chance and heat viral. This is pretty good. It's pretty good. I could probably get away with a mecha empower here. Every 45 seconds. So what happens if I keep adding those? Mecha recharge. Wow. What do I get rid of? Restorative? We're just going to give this puppy an Omniforma. Where else do you get mecha mods? I don't think I've genuinely ever run the mecha set. Like, I'm not being sarcastic there. So the aura, the mod, the claws, and the Kubro. Okay. So I got 3 out of 4. And then I just have the mecha mod. Grant 60 armor. What does it reduce down to? 15 seconds? For 12 seconds? Let's find out. I'm probably making some people very happy, them seeing me put on the mecha set, the full mecha set. I've been asked to do this for a very long time. That's why I say that.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out.
And remember, I don't even have stock on this guy. Wow, look at that. 960 armor already. How much armor can I actually get with this? Look at me not even maintaining Zada's Whisper up. I want that overguard. There you go. I guess the armor is a pretty good indication of if you procced it or not, too. That's what I was thinking when I put it on, of like, this would probably be a good indication of whether or not this procced. Because if I have the armor buff, then I procced it.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area.
Imagine this is where someone's like, just run influence, and then it'll spread a lot easier. And you're probably right, if you're saying that. But that's not what I'm about. Because influence would probably make it more likely that they have a status effect to spread than something like afflictions. Because afflictions too good at killing stuff, and then the gas clouds aren't applying. They're not applying like a status effect on the target. They're just taking area of effect damage. Let's pull out this this bow. Oh, he crouched down on me. How dare he?
Life support on the way.
See, I don't even have Fierce Javelin on, and I'm still using it. Still using Radio Javelin. So I'm guessing those 1 damages are probably blast. I'm short stroking this. Might as well.
That's a bypass. It will suspend security measures for our operative and hasten their work.
Oh, did I drop it because I switched? I don't care anymore. I don't run primaries very often, so the whole idea that like I'll drop the thing in my hand by switching weapons isn't even a concept in my brain. Okay, let's do this. That should take us to the end. Ooh, let's see. Do I have this one? I do these missions on Saturn a lot, so the problem of me not having all of the fragments pretty low.
The operative has just made their first discovery. Keep up the good work. When you are ready, go to
So this is doing things, you know, it's not really like going super ham, so I'm getting kind of normal amount of kills per minute because some people think that that's the only measure of a build. Malice, make sure to roll. Oh, see? Alright, we only got 4. We only got 4 this time. Cooper's got to go. It's done. It's dead to me. Ain't getting me my Kuva. Also, I'm kind of missing the healing right here. So like, not even half my kills were melee kills there, which is it's pretty good value right there. Pretty good value of not melee kills to kills. You know, some of this is also the fact that the gas clouds from Exalted Blade don't count as melee kills when you kill them from the blast. Oh, let's see. Still have yet to use the mecha set? Yeah. I know some people that use it religiously, and I don't blame them for it. It's got things going for it. I just I don't like making my build dependent on a melee or on a companion because I build around universality just in general. I would rather have a build that's independent of like a particular companion or a particular melee weapon, which I'm really happy. That's what makes me so happy with this Exalted Blade setup, which is not even the right one. This isn't even the right Exalted Blade setup. I'm supposed to be running this, so I didn't even switch that when I went to Circumvent. So like this Exalted Blade setup is perfectly acceptable or perfectly capable at level cap, even at low strength, at doing with no subsume, with slash dash, or with using Exalted Blade. So it's like it really is the perfect general use Exalted Blade build. Noting that the emissive here is heat. Just to belabor this point. And then you can literally use whatever subsume you want, or no subsume. You really don't need it to. And then this is also flexible, so I could run this. I could also just run impetus. Let's run that Glaxian build. Why not? Yes, you still get a good amount of status chance from that, but I don't really think that the status chance is that important. This does look at the damage value. Like it doesn't really need that status chance. I don't think so. But if you were to probably just throw this on there no matter what, like same thing with this mod, like this is probably just worth throwing on there no matter what. Same with the claws, even if you don't have a primary to give you the status chance. That's probably not the most important part about Mecha Overdrive on this. If I had to just speculate that the status duration and the mark targets is probably more effective out of those options. The status duration is quite nice though. It gives it a good amount of status too, you know, even with not even that great of a status chance. Like this is what, only 72%. Oh, I need to fix this build. I was testing something else and it sucked. Let me fix this. I was testing magnetic only and it sucked. In case you were wondering. Putting this back to viral radiation because that is so much better. And yeah, a good amount of status chance from that on the claws. I don't know how effective Hunt is. This is probably pretty good. If I don't really care about the stealth, it's probably better than having the stealth I'm not really using. Oh yeah, the not. I'll be like, I think I say it in the video. I was kind of mad that I didn't realize this before, but I feel like that's one of those things that it probably is new. Like that's probably maybe they changed that somehow when they changed cold. That's my only suspicion. Is that when they changed the way cold works on Warframe, somehow that allowed that to just interact that way. I don't know. Like it's... Dude, like I already had 9 stacks of impetus. Ten stacks. Alright, we're gonna recast Exalted Blade. Snapshot that in there. Same with our Zadas. See, I'm not getting my healing from my Kubro, because you can see how much healing with how much health damage I'm taking. Like how much healing I actually get from my companion. It's an important part. It's not required, but it's an important part about the overall like utility of the build. Because right here I'm having to like do this where I'm going in and out of operator to proc Magus Elevate. You could just rely on health orbs though too, especially if you're bouncing in and out of overguard or shielded, like shields. Like you don't need to always be at 100% health and normal steel path to be fine, especially with all the armor that we're getting. And the overguard potential. Unless Mr. Doggo here decides to eat all the overguard before I can get to it. Keep in mind too that because I'm running Zadas, I can actually get to 15 stacks. I'm trying to think of what I'm missing here. Magnet, no. Oh. Okay. Well, that did some things. Yeah, I don't know what stacks I'm missing that I can get all the way up to 13. It might be IPS. I don't know. 10's pretty good, though. I think this is a pretty good demonstration of how, like, versatile this build is. Because that's pretty dumb. I do also have an unnecessary amount of energy economy here because I have that orb, or that orb effect into shard that I don't need. Like, I don't need it. Since I'm running Impetus. So that's where I could technically swap that out. I kind of wish we could get the Augur generates shield on energies with an Archon Shard. That would be kind of nice. So you didn't have to run an Augur mod for it or a Brief Respite. It would have to be pretty effective, though, to make it worth it. It would have to be like 50%. Yeah, you see, like, this is doing an extremely effective job of actually killing stuff in real missions. Like, this Glaxian build is better than I expected. And it is making my energy probably way too... way too good. I keep forgetting to check to see if it's in the Nightwave shop this week. Because I mentioned that in my video, but I keep forgetting to check if it's this week or if I saw it in there last week and it's already gone. But worst case, if it was in the Nightwave shop, even this week or last week, it's probably dirt cheap if you don't have it. The Photon Overcharge or whatever.
A bypass. Use that at a console to help our operative.
Alright, that should take me all the way home.
The operative is moving faster all
Like, look at this. Look at how good that is. Debilitate on this is just so good. Like, I was thinking, what's like Kuva Nucor that would be really good at priming when I was testing things. And then I thought about the Glaxon, and I was like, okay, well, if it needs cold to trigger this, well, does it trigger with Debilitate if I have, like, Fire Roll on it? And then that worked. And I was like, okay, sweet. Let's keep pressing this. See how far we can take this. And it was pretty surprising. I was pretty surprised at how effective it was. At, like, freezing targets. And then it was... And then I was testing with Slash Dash, and that's when I figured out, like, oh, wait a minute. How am I proccing... And I look at the wiki. Like, how am I proccing this if they're supposedly not able to get knocked down while they're frozen? And it turns out I found the literal exception to that. Oh, Malice. Oh, no, look at me. I'm so bad. Thought I just rolled. What kind of nonsense is that? Did he, like, reflect my companion damage on me? That's kind of rude. Look at that. Kind of want to see this stock in effect and see how good that is. I might go to the Simulacrum and see.
Additional life support has arrived.
Yeah, I'm wondering if my doggo just killed me. Like, I just rolled, I think, twice right there. So it's not like I would have had Magnetize on me, but if my companion just reflected that all back at me, that'd be pretty funny. Kubro giveth and Kubro taketh. Yeah, I think if Deku Amalgam could probably get a revisit. I also think that we're kind of due some other type of defensive capabilities for Melee, whether that's expanding Narman. Like my idea that I've had, and I've talked about this a couple times. I don't have a video on it, but I've talked about it a couple times on stream. I think if they had to make one way to improve Narman and improve Melee combat overall, is as part of the like core passive right here, or even just taking this and buffing this to where you can get an overflow combo system. So you would go above 12 times, and every 20 combo, it would give you basically a hit soak. So think of like Oberon's immunity from like taking damage. So every 20 combo, you would be able to stack this, and it would stack like 4 or 5 times. So then you could theoretically take like 4 or 5 hits that would get soaked by this overflow combo system. And then that would give you some sort of defensive capability. And you wouldn't, as long as you're in melee combat and you're generating combo, it would give you a reason to generate more combo and make use of like Power Spike and some of the extra combo features built within this. I think that would be a really interesting way to fix the problems with Narman that and melee just in general, and make that a powerful feature on Narman. Like Narman's the melee focus school, like the melee type focus school, and the fact that it doesn't have some sort of innate defensive ability into it is kind of ridiculous. I think that's the only way to describe it. It's kind of ridiculous that it doesn't. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. There's probably somewhere that I can strip a mod off of here. Like, I kind of want to keep Momentous Bond because that works really well with Contagious. I probably don't need Synth Deconstruct. And I'm probably better off just getting Hunter Recovery on it. This would also be an argument where I just get rid of the preset here and then just don't run one and just use this as like a stat stick basically, because it does a lot of damage, and use it as like a mecha set stat stick. Okay. Oh, that's what I was going to test. I remember now what I was supposed to do. I was going to see how effective that charge ability is. I'm going to make sure I give it tandem bond stacks, because that is multiplicative and that's really powerful. Washington, D.C. Prime. I think Washington, D.C. is already primed, because you think primed Warframes you can just buy. And political jokes aside, you can probably tell where that's going. I'm just going to build some combo up here, because I'm going to heavy attack. I'm trying to just build combo here, but I need to get a heavy attack in to get 360% on Tandem Bond. So this puppy right here, Tandem Bond. All right, now Doggo, you do your job. Just do some murders before they die. Oh, so that 1 damage is actually that. That's what the 1 damage I'm seeing is. Yeah, that's a Doggo go Bork. That's pretty powerful. So I'll be honest, I think I just don't even run a precept on this guy. Like if this really isn't that useful, I would rather just get, where is it? Synth Deconstruct. It doesn't fit. Okay, we're gonna, oh, you're gonna see me spend even more platinum on Omniforma. Thanks, game. DE actually giving people like me things to spend things to spend platinum on after all these years. Omniforma on everything, because at this point, if I'm polarizing something, I'd rather just put an Omniforma on it. There you go. Stat stick Doggo. The shield recharge on this is actually not terrible, you think, because when it's sitting there overguarded, its shield is actually important to help keep it alive. Cat's doing zoomy stuff, it looks like. Okay. We're going to keep using Glaxian. Oh, that's what I remember to do now. All right, so what do I put here? What do I put here? Because I don't really think I need to do more melee crit damage. And I don't need energy over effectiveness. I'm going to keep this guy because I feel like people underrate how powerful this is. This isn't just your ability to pick up health orbs and get energy. This is also your ability to get health from energy orbs. And I feel like that part goes underrated as like a form of healing. This is a built-in form of healing to your Warframe, just having this on. So I'm trying to think of what, if there's anything. I'm not putting parkour velocity on. I'm sorry, but I'm not putting it on. Not doing it. I don't want to do the toxin status effect damage because that like doesn't really, I don't think it's really that valuable. I don't need corrosive. The ability damage does not work on Exalted Blade last time I checked. Whether that's the corrosive, the electric, it just doesn't work. I don't get enough blast damage to justify using the shields on blast. I don't use secondaries, so that doesn't really matter. Don't use primaries, can't use that. I think I just do another... I think I'd just do another one of them. It's kind of lame, but... Otherwise, I can do strength I don't need. Just do 3. 3 melee crit damage charges. Why not? Not buffing my coffee. I have returned. How does influence radiation interact with exalted waves? It doesn't. That's kind of the... I tested this on stream. I actually put 5. I did it with Excalibur. This is like 4 or 5 streams ago that I did. But I actually tested this on stream where I went from no Archon Shards to full electric damage Archon Shards, and it did not change the damage on Exalted Blade. And this is like... Someone at one point told me this was the case, and I generally didn't run them because electric damage on Archon Shards feels like a waste when I also use melee weapons. So then I would rather just use crit damage. So I didn't really use them that often. But those just simply don't work with Exalted Blade. This might be like all Exalted abilities, but it doesn't work on Exalted Blade. They're like somehow not coded as ability damage to like receive that benefit. So I do not recommend using any of the ability damage Archon Shards on Excalibur for that reason. Okay, same test mission.
Each enemy is more powerful than
Oh, I missed the hole.
just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
Alright, that was a little too effective right there. I was hoping to be able to slash dash before that happened. So I'll probably still recast. Like here I've got 11 stacks already. And I'm doing like kind of stupid damage to these targets too when I'm hitting them with this thing. So it might just also be my companion doing the Lord's work right here. So I'm just gonna recast Excalibur Blade. A lot of times too, this is like a little pro tip, and I do this all the time. I'll usually recast Exalted Blade just to make sure I have a snapshotted value of like strength into it. Not that it's required or necessary, but just so I have it when I get my Taran Strike, because then you can just get full combo with your Taran Strike really fast. I did not realize this, so look at the clouds. I'm pretty sure the clouds actually trigger Zados. Or at least the waves still do. Yeah, it looks like the waves do still. So when the waves are going all the way off into Narnia, they'll still trigger... It doesn't look like the clouds do, though. It almost looked like the clouds did for a moment there. But I think it was just a rogue wave. Recasting Zadas like it's radio blind. This is where that negative efficiency doesn't really help me, and it doesn't look like my companion's really healing me that much. Come on, hit them. There you go. Because I don't get that much shields with all this efficiency. With this 13 stacks, I'm not getting very much efficiency here. Because remember, if my companion primes up a target with Momentous Bond, and then I radial, and then I just do a heavy attack wave like I'm doing constantly, that will stack Impetus. If it's got a unique status effect on it that it hasn't seen before, it will stack it. So yeah, 13 stacks. I should be able to get 14 because I have Zados. So there's one status effect I'm not getting. I'd have to think about all of them to figure out which one that one might be. Let's say, how did I not get any overgrowth from that? Yeah, you can see how many of my kills aren't melee, and I'm literally only using melee. It's because of the gas clouds, companion. You can see the gas clouds, how long they last. Still killing stuff across the map. Alright, what I think I'll do, we're gonna snapshot this back in with 13 stacks. And full combo. I think there's still an argument to run Brief Respite even with all this efficiency,
You found
just
a
because
bypass.
like that little bit of shields when you cast slash dash, and then starting when you get into slash dash with even 22 shields, that's still gonna soak a hit that you would otherwise take as health damage. So the gate on that isn't important. It's all about just soaking damage with shields, even if it's just one bullet. That's still better than the latter option. And it does scale very well all the way up to level cap, because you don't always have the ability to sit there with full overguard, even with circumvent, even against mostly Grax ghosts and Eximus units. You still have some downtime, so you want to be able to reliably generate shields in some way. Otherwise, I would just put Steel Charge on this build. Man, this guy teleports fast. I actually look at my mini-map there and then just hit him through the wall. Bam. Okay. I think that's enough of this variation. I think I'll actually put Steel Charge on this build. Or take Impetus off and switch that Archon Shard back. Because running Impetus is fine, and I'll actually maybe I'll see how far I can stack Impetus with just without a primary, with just using this companion setup.
This is good.
If you have Momentous Bond on, you can stack Impetus pretty high, just because Momentous Bond will apply enough unique status effects to targets, assuming your companion just doesn't one-shot them. See, the only time I really ever used the mini-map overlay was in Diablo 3 with spacebar, where you could just hit spacebar and then use the map. Otherwise, I've gotten out of that habit. And a lot of my mini-map looking in the top right corner is actually from playing WoW, because when you're in arenas playing WoW, being able to look and like validate positions of enemies, but then also of pillars. So doing a quick check of that was always useful. For like checking line of sight and such, because you might not, depending on how you're looking, you might not be able to tell if that enemy over there, if you're line of sighting them or not. If you're sitting on a pillar, like, oh, that person moved, they're out of your field of view, but they moved down to like your 7 o'clock, and if the difference of you taking a CC or like a hit of damage of cast is just moving like 1 meter forward and then getting back in the line of sight and doing that. So being able to do that with the mini map was always something that I got used to. But that's like you're talking like a tournament level kind of use of the mini map, because that's before I quit WoW. That's kind of the territory I was playing, where I was playing in that like 3000 MMR territory back in Shadowlands. Glad I don't play WoW anymore, to put it simply. Yeah, that was like I said, that was a pretty advanced way to use the minimap in WoW, but that's what I got used to, because I got used to playing WoW arenas in an absolutely psychotic way where I didn't use add-ons except for recount. That's the only add-on I had, so I didn't use any of the Gladius or any of that. I internally tracked DRs. I would see if someone was stunned and if they cast or if they kicked based on the sound effect and the animation on their player. And it was a really hard way to play it, but it was very satisfying to be able to do it. It definitely made you a better arena player playing with no add-ons like that. So I'm gonna put on. Let's put Dual Liquor back on. Is this the right build? Yep. And then I gotta put this guy back on. This is why I really wish we just had more than one version that I can do these tests on, so I'm not constantly having to switch Archon shards like that. Yeah, and disc like healing and stuff is difficult. So like I played mostly Boomkin, but it's like I got Gladiator on Boomkin, Feral, and Guardian within Shadowlands, like Shadowlands and Battle for Azeroth, and like when I got Hero playing a Raid of Battlegrounds up to like 2,500, that was in Shadowlands Season 1. Got like 2,500 some rating on that, just looking for group. I mostly played Boomkin because there was a lot of really fancy stuff that I figured out how to do with Boomkin, especially like on flag carrier maps. So I primarily did like flag carrying that season, but being able to off heal. So like I didn't have enough of a setup to like properly heal in PvP, but I usually healed in PvE. So when I would do raids, because it was really easy to hop into a raid as a druid and run full haste, versatility gear for like multiple expansions. So it translated really well to playing Boomkin in arenas and then playing Resto in PvE with the same exact gear. Oh, look at this. Look what I found. Special cache. So that's I play with a lot of disc priests though, because you know, like every once in a while I'd play Jungle Cleave when I would play Feral, but I didn't really like it. I kind of like running more interesting stuff. I played with a lot of Resto Shamans and Holy Paladins though. That was usually who I'd heal, who I'd take as healers, because they just work really well with druids when you're playing either Feral or Boomkin. Feral was always pretty fun to play. I like the stealth builds and that kind of stuff, but I just got so much better at Boomkin that my Boomkin skills were just on a different level. But a lot of the like hybrid, playing multiple, like basically playing all 4 specs for a druid from Wrath of the Lich King translated really well to just being able to kind of like figure out stuff and buildcraft. And I'd usually make my own builds, and then it was pretty satisfying being able to deviate from the meta as a Boomkin or a Feral Druid, and then still get to like 2,700 rating in arenas, and like 2,400 in 2s, and be able to do like hero and stuff. Like that was pretty satisfying. As you could probably expect, me playing non-meta stuff in WoW arenas is also why I quit, because I got basically in trouble and broken arena season playing Guardian, Shadowlands Season 3. Anyone who was playing WoW arenas in Shadowlands Season 3 and had Guardian druids ruin the arena season, that was literally my fault. If you happen to be a person playing WoW arenas at that time, it was me playing against a bunch of tournament players with the Guardian druid at like 3,200 MMR and beating them. That was my fault. They like hit me with an RMT suspension. Even though the people I played with, I've literally been friends with for 5 years, and we're all 2,700 XP multi-glad heroes. So somehow RMT occurred. So I quit over that.
Life support incoming.
It's pretty effective. I know Zada's is really good. Zada's scaling really well here at low strength on Dual Ichor. To no one's surprise, I think this is pretty obvious once you know how Zada's works. I'm not the only person that knows about this too, obviously. People like Kenjin making videos showing Zada's and Dual Ichor Vortex. I say scaling really well on low strength, but I'm actually not really at that low strength. I've got, what, 237% right now? Because I've got 10 stacks of impetus. Oh, I forgot to do that. I was gonna put on a steel charge. Dang it. Because I want that extra melee damage. When I put on Seal Charge, though, you'll see I'll be taking a lot more health damage. Give me that. Oh no, doggo, why? I wanted the overguard. Doggo took my overguard. There we go. Here, I'll show this, because I think I mentioned it. But if you do a finisher with dual liquors, it does spawn a cloud. And I think it even grabs, or it'll trigger off of, like... Let's see. So there was... It didn't do it here, but... Yeah, you see there wasn't any magnetic statuses on that target, and I think it's like it's coded to where it can take magnetic damage and still group with Vortex. But if you didn't see that, because it happened pretty quickly, it did actually group the enemies from that finisher, even though there wasn't magnetic on them, at least best I can tell. I've noticed that being a thing that seems to be the case. Seems to work that way. Yeah, get out of here, Mania. No one likes you. So obviously you can make my do-it-all Excalibur build more effective with some slight changes, like, I don't know, using a subsume ability. But you don't need it. You don't need it. It's the important thing to understand.
You are a blade. You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
Done with WoW Season 2 Shadowlands, so thankfully I didn't experience that. Yeah. Well, it's like season 1 of Shadowlands. I actually could have got rank 1, but the problem is it's so miserable. Like doing rank 1 is so miserable. You want to talk about making WoW basically a full-time job, especially now with after Shadowlands Season 2, they changed the way MMR scales because of what happened in Season 1, where people like me in Season 1 within the first couple of months got all the way up to like 2700. And 2700 some when I was at 2700 in Shadowlands Season 1 in 3s was the rank 1 cutoff. Like I was at the rank 1 cutoff for that. And there was a lot of people who just pushed up to like 2900 within those first couple months and then just sat at rating all until the end of the season because there was no inflation. And then people got rank 1 by only playing in the first like 3 months of the season. I was in that territory and I could have done that, but it wasn't worth it because you had to queue at like very specific times. If you happen to queue into someone who was like 200 MMR below you, and they're just as good, it's just they had 200 MMR lower, you would lose like 40 rating. It was insane. Like if you queued at the wrong times, you could just tank your rating by just queuing at the wrong times. You basically had to snipe other teams that you knew you had a favorable matchup against to get rating once you get to like 2700 rating in 3s. It is not fun. I did that twice. In Season 3, I got up to like 2800 some rating. Season 1, I got up to like 2700 some. And then Season 2, I just finished Gladiator and then just kind of played. Like Season 2 is when I did it as Feral. I was doing some really weird stuff with Feral Druid. That was a lot of fun. Convoke of Elements or whatever they called. We just always called it Convoke. I don't remember the ability's name at this point. That was so much fun. Oh, Convoke was so much fun of ability playing Feral because it was so spooky. If you remember Convoke, so what Convoke was, for those that didn't play WoW, it was just like 2-minute cooldown that would cast like 16 abilities within 2 seconds. And in the beginning, it could cast your most powerful abilities. So then you could basically just one-shot someone randomly. And the amount of terror, in your enemies when that came off cooldown, because they had add-ons that would watch it, they would play completely different until you used it. So they would play like absolute terrified until you use that ability. So I remember in Season 1 when I would run it, I just wouldn't use it for a very long time, and they would play so terribly because they were just waiting for me to use its ability. And it was just the fear of it being off cooldown was enough to cause them to completely just shut down. It was so funny. But being able to just one-shot someone with Convoke was just too enjoyable. And it was... Oh. Especially if you, like, precast it into it, too. I would usually do that. Yeah, see, look how much health damage I'm taking. Just removing Brief Respite.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
Night Fae, yeah, the Night Fae was... Oh, yeah, see, look at... Oh, wow, okay. Put me all the way back in Narnia. This is a great example of what happens when you get too efficient, and Kooparos don't do nearly as good of a job at stacking healing from Hunter recovery. So this is actually a good, interesting time to try this. Yeah. Well, that's how I got so high up in season 1 so quickly, where I was at like I was over 2,700 when the rank 1 was 2,700 back in season 1 of Shadowlands, because I went with I actually switched covenants like multiple times, but I went with Convoke because of just how powerful that was as an interesting tool. It was absolutely terrifying, and it was so common for you to just randomly do it and then just one-shot someone, and it was pretty broken when it first came out. Okay, so I have energy orb effectiveness shards. This is one thing I'm curious about. I've wanted to try this, and I think this might be a good situation to try this. Three health, enemies affected by toxin status effect. I don't think this works that well, but I'm curious to see how well this works. Yeah. Nice full moon. Yeah. Yeah. It was strong. I'm trying to remember what I ran that season. I think it was Windwalker. Yeah, it was Windwalker. Gusto. Yeah, Gusto. That was his name. It was Gusto and what was the paladin's name? But I ran season 1 to 2,700 is what I ran. It was Windwalker, Boomkin, Holy Paladin.
Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Yeah, I enjoyed WoW. I enjoyed WoW. The problem I ran into is it just took 30 days suspension, literally first account action, for me to realize that, well, if they're going to punish me for doing literally nothing wrong, literally nothing. And ironically, I was one of the only vocal advocates in like that top 1 percentile PvP community who didn't do any boosting whatsoever, like not even gold boosting. And then I get hit with an RMT suspension, and then I made like 7 or so appeals, and not once did I get a human response after playing for like 15 years, never getting a single account action, and then running into that. It's like, okay, they're gonna punish me and take gladiator achievements away because I don't know, maybe I pissed some people off running Boomkin or running a Guardian Druid for a season, then and not take away people who get boosted, like people who actually buy gladiator. It's like it doesn't matter. And I stopped playing competitive games after that. So the thing about the status damage is this actually proccing off the clouds? It is. Until they basically take full health damage. Wow. That escalated quickly.
I delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
So this is really showing how much better Kavats are at maintaining Hunter recovery health. I think that's pretty obvious. I'm using one of these toxin health shards, which appears to proc based on toxin clouds. Like I'm getting like healing here and there from the toxin clouds. I know this is something I don't think I put on the wiki. I should probably put this on the wiki, but you don't get healing return healing from the toxin clouds. So you only get healing return on dual liquors from direct hits. It doesn't proc from the clouds. I wish it did. That would be pretty powerful. I'd definitely run that if it worked like that, but it doesn't. And this Kubro is doing a really good job at stripping overguard on enemies before I'm able to reach them.
Life support incoming.
I don't think my kitty is that rude. Yeah, our coil priming. See, I've specifically not done that for that reason alone. Because that feels like one of those things that I would also rather not lose tandem bond and double drops. I feel like that's far more important than any sort of other companion build. Yeah, see, like, the little trickle healing that I'm getting? That's definitely from Duelicker Clouds. The thing, too, is, like, I could get that from slams if I have Toxin. Or if I have this modded the way I have this modded. That I can actually... I need to get combo, though, to really make this effective. So let me do that. This might run into the problem where I actually kill enemies too quick. And I don't actually get the status tick that heals me. So, like, the fact that I can slam and then get Toxin means I can get healing off of that Toxin shard. But it's, like, 3 per tick, and that's per second. It's locked per second, so it's not like you can take that 3 and scale it high up. No, it's definitely pretty limited. And this is where I'd rather have a little bit of shields to be able to soak a hit. That's where Brief Respite, like, even with Circumvent, you still kind of want Brief Respite to be able to handle, like, Grenier. And just be able to have Slash Dash give you a little bit of shield. That's all you need. All you need is a little bit.
You found a bypass. Put it in a console to briefly disable security protections.
Yeah, I'm sitting here using Radio Blind, trying to use Radio Blind to, oh wow, there's 2 in the same room. Look at this. I don't think I've ever seen that.
The operative has just made their first
Literally 2 in the
discovery.
same room.
Keep up the good work. When you are ready, go to extraction.
I think I'm gonna revert this build back.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Kabat Supremacy, yep. Yeah, Blizzard definitely has... Well, this is kind of the really crappy thing. So, like... And this is the reality of it. So even if they RMT suspend you with literally no evidence, because there couldn't possibly have been evidence of RMT for them to justify not only giving me an RMT suspension, but then also upholding it and then not replying to any of my appeals. The reality of it is real money transaction boosting is directly competing with Blizzard when they allow gold boosting. So the fact that you can buy a boost with gold means that you can go buy a WoW token, get gold, and then use that for boosting, which then Blizzard it's basically Blizzard sponsored RMT with extra stabs. It's really what it is. And so from a financial standpoint as a company, it's like they actually have a financial incentive to be aggressive with RMT suspensions, even if they have no evidence for it. And it's their game. They can make they could ban your count with no evidence, and it just is what it is. The only thing you can do about it is to not support that product. I would say the same goes for Warframe in that situation. If there was some really stupid stuff that Warframe did, or DE did, then stand in principle. That's pretty much all you can do. Oh, can I get these? Yeah. Burn all of them. Top that off. Okay, so back to normal. Because I'm kind of sick of using a subsume. Well, it's not even about like this is the just the reality of it. It's not about them getting mad when they're not the ones getting paid. It's like as a company, that's what they need to do to Blizzard is investor owned, right? I guess Activision. Yeah, so it's like as a talking about them being under something like Activision at the time, being a public company, it's like they have a financial responsibility to do that. If RMT directly affects their profits, which then affects their shareholders and their stock price, then they actually have a responsibility to stamp out RMT. It's just the reality is they can do that way too aggressively to the point where someone like me gets hit with it when there's like, and ironically, I'm like one of the only people out of that entire group of PvPers who literally never even did gold boosting. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that was my problem. I didn't do gold boosting. And so they're like, well, clearly if he's not doing gold boosting and he's in this category of players, then clearly he's doing RMT. Maybe that was part of the logic. Maybe that prevent me from getting an RMT suspension and them taking a gladiator achievement amount from me was to do gold boosting so that I can point to say like, well, clearly I'm doing gold boosting, so I wouldn't be doing RMT. But I knew people who did both. It was pretty much inevitable. You couldn't not play with someone at that tier and not run into someone who was doing gold boosting or a lot of times RMT on the side. And they would just make a new account. And they had a whole group of people that would do this. It was pretty prolific. That's just, it is what it is. Oh, let me see. Was there anything else that was going to change? And I just reverted the build back. That's all I pretty much did. Let's see. Melee weapons. What melee weapons do I want to try to play? Yeah, and that's when I stopped playing for a while, like, playing pretty consistently outside of, like, Mist. I basically skipped all of Mists of Pandaria. Playing from all the way to pretty much from Burning Crusade back in, like, 2008 all the way through 2022. It was, like, 2007, I think, technically, because Blizzard at one point told me I had played for 15 years. There's something that came up and they told me like 15 years. So I think it was 2007 is when I started playing, and then I stopped playing in 2022. And the reality I realized, being basically forced to not play for a month, and then Blizzard basically taking $12 from me, it made me realize that you're on this perpetual treadmill in a game like WoW, where every single patch that comes out, you're just put back on a new treadmill. And it really is like a part-time job or a full-time job. Like you have like a second job just to, and even talking about a primary PvPer, you have to do all of this other content to get to the content that you want, where you spend potentially 90% of the time doing content you don't want to do in order to get to the content you want to do. And as an example, a game like Warframe doesn't have that problem. Like, other than doing Star Chart, like doing the base core game, I don't have to do EDA. I don't have to do ETA to be able to do what I'm doing. Like, I do the new content when it comes out. It's not going to take me 5 months in order to max it out, or 3 months or whatever, how long it takes for you to get to like the end game for a new patch in WoW. It's just simply not the case. So that's really where a game like this stands out, and it's a lot more casual friendly in that way. Like you can not play for 6 months and you're not really missing out on anything in Warframe. That's kind of the nice part. Like, you can play catch up. Like, yeah, you might miss an event, but then you're not completely SOL from being able to get that cosmetic or something in the future. Same with Nightwave. Like, Nightwaves last so long, the catch up for that, you could start playing again 1 week out from the Nightwave and then be able to get all the content from it. Versus a WoW patch, it's like, oh, well, sorry, you didn't, you have this weekly quest that you have to do, and then if you come into it like a week, 2 weeks before the end of the patch, you might not even be able to finish the content. And then it's gone. Or it's legacy, and then you're having to play catch up for the next season. So it's a lot of realizations you get when basically Blizzard forces you to not play for a month, and also takes $12 from the subscription fee with no due cause. Yeah, Okina just does so much damage.
I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time.
I think rolling also just works well with the stance. I don't even think it's necessarily the way Kareen synergizes with the Incarnon, but also just like rolling in this stance just works really well. Because not every stance has a good roll. I think the Ghoulsaw, the Butcher's Reveille, has a really good roll combination. I think even Carving Mantis isn't as good with a rolling type gameplay built into it. This is probably different. This is probably better, I have to say.
Ready for a capsule.
Yeah, you can kind of see how much different my health damage that I'm taking is, just not having that negative efficiency and then having Reaper Spite on and having Radio Blind that I can just pop. If you think if your shield breaks, it's probably a good indication that there's enemies that could probably use some CC. So then giving them a good old Radio Blind not only generates shields, but also just gives you a little bit of CC on those targets. Anything shooting you is probably overguarded. Roll towards it. And then you can do that every once in a while where you just quick melee and get a finisher. Bam. The finisher for dual daggers is also pretty quick. Look at that. That's pretty quick. Step. And it looks like you actually generate daggers with the finishers. I don't think I ever tried that. Finishers don't seem to break the special effects, or like the special abilities. Like it still procs on dual liquor clouds. So that's pretty nice. Oh, Folly's Hunt. Yeah, I haven't really played a lot of that. I got the content I needed from Folly's Hunt, and then I stopped playing it. I even think I didn't really do the actual mission very much. I used the events to mostly get the special event stuff. I only did Folly's Hunt enough to get the parts, and I got pretty lucky. Like, I got the blueprints twice. I'm trying to remember. I think I built a second Folly, too. I think I was able to get everything I needed and build a second Folly.
The raid is off to a successful start. When you are ready, now to extraction.
The Cooperell hitting 1.9 million. Slash Dash dropping clouds that are killing enemies even 10 seconds later.
Very good.
Yeah, I think the brief respite and not having impetus on is just, I think that's pretty obvious, yeah. Yeah, the Truth's Flame event. I actually bought Truth's Flame day one from someone who had already been running the event. I was like, hey, I want to test this right away. So I gave like a clanmate 100 platinum or something for it. I had to incentivize them to like actually want to buy it right off the rip and then trade it to me. And so I got Truth's Flame, and I immediately started testing, and that was worth it. That was worth it, to put it simply. Let's see, another thing. Yeah, I don't really think your companion matters too much. If you run Brief Respite and you don't have negative efficiency, the timing and the amount of shields. So like this is the thing. This is just the thing to realize. There's a minimum cast time for Radio Javelin with 1 casting speed shard, and with the cost of it, you get a certain amount of shields, and that certain amount of shields results in a certain amount of shield gate. If the shields you get from Radio Javelin, which you're not immune to damage when you're casting Radio Javelin, you are fully vulnerable to damage. If the shields generated from Radio Javelin casting from Brief Respite don't give you enough shield gate to extend the duration of the cast time for Radio Javelin, then you can actually die while casting Radio Javelin because your build is too energy efficient. Because you're not spending enough energy to generate enough shields to survive through the animation of Radio Javelin. That is actually a problem. And that's why it's like, I don't go negative efficiency. Or when I say negative efficiency, I mean like above 100%. And then Brief Respite, it's kind of required. You can't really replace it with Augur mods. Like the value behind just this is too powerful. And then you also need a casting speed shard. Now you could increase the casting speed by adding another shard, but then you run into weird, you run into the visual bugs if you happen to cast it twice too quickly. You also reduce the like momentum you get from slash dash, and my brain is so tuned to having plus 45% ability range and plus 37.5 casting speed that I just have to run that now. And it just works too well in the kit for Excalibur, since that range also dramatically increases Furious Javelin's effectiveness. So it's really like this just sockets in so well. Arcane Impetus works, but it's rough unless you're running like Blind Rage and you get that negative efficiency. Not to say you can't use it. It's just with the way that all these things socket together, I've just found this to be more universal. And you can run whatever you want here. You really can run literally whatever, except for potentially Arcane Impetus. That makes you too efficient. Right, kitty? Come here. Come here, kitty. Good kitty. Yeah, I've tried to find things that are worth using, like even think Arcane Expertise, but this doesn't scale very well because it only gives you 77% shields, which is not worth using. And then any of these other mods just aren't worth. You can maybe argue Ice Storm. Ice Storm wouldn't be terrible if you're running Kareen on like a melee weapon, because you can proc that with it. I think it's same if you happen to like hit him again with slash dash and stack those. That might actually work. Let's try it. Let's try it. Stop talking about it. Just try it. I'm gonna remove my companion. There's nothing wrong with having some extra strength and duration. It's just, I don't think Ice Storm is a very high quality of life arcane to use. Excalibur returning after 10-year break. Oh, wow. Playing over a month now. Progression, well, if you haven't played in 10 years, you want to get Excalibur Umbra. And you want to run that build I was just showing. You want to try to get through, well, if you're in Steel Path, then you already have Umbra, and you already have melee arcanes. So I would recommend running the exact build that I've been running here. So if you scroll back a little bit, that exact build that I was running, I would recommend that. If you're talking Excalibur main 10 years ago and you have Prime, until you get Umbra Forma, and like until you get 2 Umbra Forma, you probably don't want to run Prime. You probably just want to run Umbra. Well, this is stacking pretty nicely. The problem though is as soon as I pull out Exalted Blade, I'm gonna lose all of these sources of freeze. So I basically can't use Exalted Blade if I'm using Arcane. Like here, as an example. As soon as I pull out Exalted Blade, I'm down to 44 health.
Get ready for a capsule.
Like I said, this is where your companion does a really good job at keeping your health up. Unless you're using, like, Guardian. That's where having a backup healing mode on your amp or something is pretty powerful. Because you might not always be able to get Overguard, and the armor only goes so far. Like, especially against Grineer. Grineer definitely make this harder. This is easier against corrupted enemies because you get, like, Corpus with shields. So then you usually can just generate shields off of that and slash dash more reliably. This mission is particularly difficult for Circumvent, which is another good reason to show it. This is probably worst case scenario, just Grineer only. So I think it's just Grineer are probably the hardest on Arcane Circumvent builds. You notice as soon as I got Overguard, I pretty quickly no longer had to worry about my health. But all I had to do there to generate 300 health was just do the transfer and then quick melee.
Tenno, prepare for life support.
But just to reiterate that point, Ice Storm is pretty worthless as soon as I pull out Exalted Blade, because I'm losing my one source of freeze. So that's where I think, like, you could run a defensive mod there if Arcane Fury is something you don't really care for. But Arcane Fury and Arcane Strike are probably the two that I recommend there. If you want more attack speed, Arcane Strike is just as good. I just find Fury more useful than extra attack speed. That doesn't mean you don't, though. Or it doesn't mean you do. Am I already getting an Acolyte, or is the Stalker showing up? Even without a companion, my energy is actually doing pretty good. It's definitely yo-yoing in the right spot right now. And I actually did intentionally put that through the wall so that I could hit these enemies over here. That's kind of... I don't really talk about that enough, probably. I'm using the minimap, and I'm actually looking at where enemies are and hitting them through walls all the time. Like right here, I see in the minimap, there's a big cluster right there. And you kind of have to look and understand the map geometry to do that effectively. Because otherwise, if you aim low and then you won't hit like the ramp up right here. So I was actually targeting this door when I just did that last one. Like right here, if I did that right there, I actually hit under the floor. I didn't actually hit the door. Give me the Overguard. Why? Oh. Why, game?
The raid is off to a successful start. When you need it, extraction is ready.
And you could always... There's nothing that's stopping you from putting a subsume on this build. If you're running into some survivability issues, either putting in another defensive arcane or just using a defensive subsume. Like Komei's Charm would actually just drop into this pretty easily. Soak some damage, get some healing. But really, it's like you don't have to. It's kind of what I'm demonstrating here. It can get pretty tight in normal steel path, especially without any corpus. Like, if you're pushing this to level cap, you're probably doing it on a fissure mission, and that fissure mission is going to have enemies with shields and a lot more overguarded targets. And so it's a self-correcting issue as you get higher up. There's like this inflection point of difficulty depending on if you're running against just court or just Grenier like I am here, where you can not have enough Eximus to generate enough Overguard, and then you don't have shielded targets to generate shields, then you're solely reliant on taking a lot of health damage and using microbursts of shields with like Slash Dash or Radio Javelin, or in this case, Radio Blind. So just something to keep in mind. The companion really helps Snow. Like, just basically throwing on any companion. Like, even if you wanted to go crazy. I haven't shown this in a long time. This is actually a really cool skin for your Moa that you can get from Katir, where it turns into like a Katir looking Moa. It looks so much cooler. Aerial Bond. I forgot. I was testing this last, I think. Do I have... No, I don't. Okay, good. I have Astral Bond on this? I don't want that. We're going to put Synth Deconstruct. I've actually gone away from using this because you might have your companion kill Thrax Ghosts, and I know there's some people I play with that go super sweaty on Void Cascade, and they like to keep like a Thrax Ghost alive for some reason. I don't know why. I don't really care to know why either. So I'm going to go to my cold build. I don't have a ribbon for a cold build because if I put this on here, it will no longer do cold. I can't use that. I think... What did I want to put? Oh. I think that's what I wanted to put on there. Or magnetic. I think I need to put magnetic on there instead. I don't think I've used my cold build for a while. So I don't have like radiation magnetic on there to get those 3 status effects. So that you can get Manifold Bond cooldown reduction. You can do that with just fun fact, you could also do that with Hunter Munitions. Hunter Munition, is that what it's called? Yeah. You can also do it with this. In this case, I also don't have any crit chance on it. The radiation mod is actually really nice. Like both of these, the mag capacity and radiation reload speed, those are actually really nice for Verglass 2 to reduce the reload. I think I actually put Rifle Elementalist on this. And I'd rather, this is another interesting little thing here. So I'd rather have 80% status chance than 60% crit damage. So I'm using Hunter or Hammer Shot because I would rather it be more likely to proc a status than less likely to proc a status. That's a little nugget right there for you. And I'm putting this on there not because radiation, cold, or magnetic can actually do that. I'm doing it because if we have Momentous Bond on this, then it can trigger heat and toxin and other stuff like that. So that's where you'd want to do it. So I think this is all set up. I think this is all how I want to do it. No precepts. Don't really care for them. I can't get Tenacious Bond on this because I don't have any crit chance to be able to get it up there. So I'm just going to ignore it because I don't really need it. Slash Dash has plenty crit damage without it. Let me think. I keep forgetting. Is there any really cool companion stuff? No, just healing companion. That's lame. You could technically get more duration this way. You know, if you're slash dashing and then using Radio Javelin, you can get more stacks and more duration. If you really wanted to do it, just keep in mind that Radio Javelin, you want to cast something before concentration. So whether that's like a Radio Blind and then a Radio Javelin or whatever. The only thing I've thought about that might be something to consider is you could use battery instead, free up a mod slot. You would then be able to use an augment for whatever your subsume is. But keep in mind I think they fixed it. The bugginess of conditional armor that prevented these from stacking, I think they fixed that. But you're very short. You're very short of 500 if you are using battery with triple umbral. You need like ever so slight extra amount. And there's probably some ways to get that, whether that's using a subsume that gives you some armor or even using Stand United. It's like ever so close to where it's like just off. You could technically use the Exilis mod for it to get a little bit more, like you could do this. That Parker velocity is probably good, but that might be enough to get you to 500. But that's where Archon Flow or Prime Flow in this case, both of those, you know, this like I mentioned before, this doesn't proc with the gas only. This you'd have to put cold on Exalted Blade to proc this. But that's kind of one of those things I've been thinking about doing. Problem with getting rid of Archon continuity is that this works so well with the slam that I think it's too valuable to get rid of in comparison to the other ones, and the value difference between this and Archon Flow or Prime Flow in general. This is so much more higher value than this. So it's just some of those things I consider. You could technically do this, use Archon concentration. You don't get the corrosive, which isn't the end of the world, but just keep that in mind. Not to say this is required. It's just it's a pretty good value because you can actually do toxin damage reliably with the Exalted Blade on slams. So just, yeah. But this is probably the best way to do it if I had to just say flat out. And then you can get a subsume slot. But I don't know what subsume you'd run here. I guess you could do it on Raffle Advance, and then you get an augment. What else? What other nonsense can I do here? There was a while where I would do like that. I was using Amar's Hatred because that extra armor is just enough to get you to like a threshold. To like survive. Like you could do this and then run with a persistence build. I think I have a version of this actually. I think I had a version of this somewhere. Maybe not, maybe on Umbra. But I had a version of this where I used the heat resistance and then I used this to get me to I think the threshold to prevent corrosive from dropping me below 700 armor. Because even if you get immunity from heat, you still have to worry about corrosive. And that corrosive can drop you below 700. Let me think if there's anything else that I could run. You know what? We're going to meme here. Surging Dash would be higher value in this case. But we're gonna try it. You're gonna see how dumb this is. Why gas on Exalted? Gas scales extremely well with high base damage, and then with the way the waves work, you can stack it very easily. It also has to do with the way it works with afflictions. When affliction stacks gas, it scales it based on the weapon that applied it. So you could actually have a really low damage gas effect that then gets just absolutely sent into the moon because of how it scales on afflictions. So, and then if you had to choose between blast and gas, there's two reasons to not go with blast. One of the reasons, Prime Toxin mod. The other reason is it's still bugged, and gas, or blast, I mean, that's stacked with afflictions will sometimes do 1 damage. So it basically does like no damage. This is for the most part not an issue, but it would definitely do a lot more damage that way. And then also, when you talk about combinational elements, so the fact that I can slam and then still get Toxin's very strong. You can do the same with blast and heat damage. That does in fact work. So you have like only heat damage modded, and then you emissive cold to get blast only. The same thing would work where you'd be able to apply heat with slam, or the opposite, and you'd be able to get the effects of Archon flow with slams. But I think the combination of gas is just more effective. It's also a pretty, if you had to choose too, of like, if you're sitting there overriding everyone else's gas value with a really high damage gas, it's going to just be better for the group too. The gas clouds scale with duration really well with duration. Duration also scales, like status duration that is, also scales really well on afflictions just in general. It's an AoE that has a higher AoE area of effect than blast. So that's really why, like, there's so many reasons for gas on afflictions that, to me, I think it's pretty clear. I did a lot of testing a long time ago too, and it's consistent. It's been consistently in that case, where like just this gas works better. So yeah, with how much you're slash dashing, you can see like I'm maintaining impetus. Or not impetus. Wow, arcane circumvent. I was about to say it's not getting late enough for me to get this tired, but I'm committed to stay up for another like 2 hours so I can help my rotation. Why is my health low? Get out of here. Yeah, so a reminder here too. If they're frozen, my heavy attack waves will not trigger afflictions. So if you watch my video for that, what does trigger it though is normal slams and slash dash. So that's where you really want to be using slash dash if you're gonna use something like this companion build, because like that enemy you cannot trigger afflictions and get those giga gas clouds or just damage in general when they're frozen. So as long as the range on the freeze isn't like crazy high, then you probably should be fine. Let's use some finishers. 5.4 million. Wow, cool. Oh, it was a little bit higher there, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't think the stalker got the, or the acolyte got the message when the stalker showed up, his dad, and got absolutely messed up. Oh, I missed the mark. Okay. I got opening slam up. We're gonna get full combo here. Easy enough. Since I don't have tandem bond to help me get full combo up, because I'm running a silly MOA instead. But just as a reminder, when you run a MOA, you can actually run Prime Pack Leader. That's why I actually have a MOA whole like set up for this exact reason. And I had it set up for freeze back in the day. Actually, I remember now when I was really using the MOA. This was back when the Blast Archon, like when they first added Topaz Shards, and you could have Blast on your companion, like on your Verglass, and it would sit there and regenerate your shields. And you could basically do the Arcane Aegis Infinite Shield Gate. And if you did this on a MOA, it's actually how I did the hard mode Murmur Boss. You were basically immortal, because as long as you were attacking and meleeing, then your companion, your MOA, would have Overguard, And then as long as your Moa was attacking, you would have infinite shield gate. And so you could have this like it was this loop. As long as you were attacking and your Moa was attacking, you would just both be immortal. And it was really fun, but it was clearly overpowered, which is why they nerfed it. Yeah, I named him ChatGPT. Yep. Yeah, I'll show this again. So for those wondering, this build, this is pretty standard here, but I did a little switcheroo right here. I changed out Arcane Fury so I can get some ability duration, because you kind of still want ability duration. This is pretty easy to proc and maintain on Excalibur with slash dash and then using other abilities and nonsense. But then I have like I guess a free mod slot right here that, because it's like you really don't need all of that duration, but if you needed a subsume slot, a subsume augment slot, then this is what I would probably do, because as useful as the corrosive is on Toxin, it's not necessary. It's really useful if you have like arcane impetus. It's just kind of a nice feature if you have it on this build, since you can't actually do reliable toxin damage with the slams on this Exalted Blade build. So it's really more of a quality of life thing than it is something that's required. So if you had to choose, that's probably the place to create leanness, because you have a ever so slightly better, but only slightly inconvenient version of that as an arcane. And this is sort of the trade here, because you can't put augments in arcane slots. And if we were to just make this consistent for those that might not do it, this is also not able to be procced in this, because I don't have cold on that. So I might as well just show that. Just why not? Ooh, we could do that. I did. Oh, when did I verify this? So this is kind of funny. If you have this on Umbra slash dashing through your operator will in fact proc this. So you can. It's so hard to do because you're relying on your Umbra to actually go towards the direction of enemies. But if Umbra slash dashes through your operator and you have Purging Slash on, this will in fact trigger and you will get the shield restore. I wish they would just make this apply to Excalibur himself so that it's a useful augment, but it is in fact not a useful augment. So what I want to do, let's go to the helmet and think of something I can put that has an augment that would be pretty good. That would just drop right into here. I think Reeve's got one, right? Reeve's got a range one. That's a thing. Range and blind, sure. Oh, Roar. I could put Roar on that. That would be pretty sweaty. I actually like piercing Roar because those impact status effects do a pretty good job at giving you extra crit for slash dash. I think I remember this having a problem where this knockdown would prevent me from... Oh, it was the knockdown would prevent my radial javelin from doing damage. Because when they were knocked down, they like somehow were... The radial javelins would miss them. Like they would get knocked down and it would just go right above them. And I don't think it affected the actual percent gain that you would get from it. But it would in fact affect... the damage output of Radio Javelin. Shock, I don't care for this because this doesn't apply to your Exalted Blade. Same with Smite. So I just don't care. This is where if you actually wanted to run a silent or like a Savage or a finisher, increased finisher build, I would just run Savage Silence and Silence instead of Radio Blind. Radio Blind just kind of sucks and its Radiant Finisher augment just sucks. This is just better. This is just a better version of that. I don't really think it's that useful though. I forgot who else was getting augments. This is another thing of like, I'm considering whoever gets an augment, is it going to be an augment for their subsume ability? And then is that going to be useful? That's probably one of the first things I will think about tomorrow during the dev stream where they release that. Oh, let's see. Yeah, silence is really good. The problem with elemental ward is that I already have an emissive, so right now the only thing I would be able to get is the heat. Yeah, the only thing I'd be able to get is the heat version of this. And the heat is nice, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's that great. The heat version of this. Like it'd be a nice little primer. You know what? We're just gonna do it. Yeah, Thero Strike. The problem with Thero Strike, just keep this in mind, the problem with Thero Strike in this build is that I want that armor to be able to roll through and steal. Same with the go to Thero Strike here. Yeah, the problem is I don't want to reduce their shields and armor. That's kind of the downside. I thought about Thero Strike quite a lot, especially with how interesting its augment is. But that goes with any one of those. Like any one of those subsume abilities that reduces armor or shields or steals armor and shields. It's like I kind of need that for my circumvent. And I think its circumvent is far more valuable than any of these, like any of those. I also don't like running roar at low strength because you think it's just going to get overpowered by someone else's roar, and roar is so common that yeah, roar is very common. What did I even put? Oh, I have to put on a everlasting reward. And I have to remember to snapshot in the higher duration into this. So as a reminder, this is going to give me heat, which that health is actually not terrible. The status chance and heat damage per second, that might be useful. We're going to find out, though. We're actually going to take off our companion here. Yeah, the emissive. This is the emissive problem. So when I was running melee afflictions without chromatic blade, I actually played around a lot with. I played around a lot with everlasting ward, and when I'm running chromatic blade though, this creates a problem. And you used to be able to do this and used to be able to cheese it with the Gemini, but then they fixed that where you can't run like two different emissives based on Gemini. Like you basically pull out Exalted Blade or you cast Elemental Ward, and then proceed to Gemini switch, and then pull out Exalted Blade, and then you get a different emissive between the two. They fixed that. As soon as you slash dash, it changes and it reverts your Exalted Blade. So it's just not very convenient to do it, and that's a pretty cringe mechanic right there, having to sit there and Gemini emote just to switch emissives to make a build work. That is not fun. And my energy is gone. What the heck? Is that because is this thing really expensive? 50? Not really. Oh. I keep forgetting to snapshot this higher value or this higher duration in. I don't even really think I'm getting much heat on these targets. So I'm getting more health, but then like there I actually made sure I snapshotted in with higher duration. Like I'm getting more health, but like how much more health am I getting? Like 350 or so. So that's kind of the problem. But as a demonstration, I'm not really even seeing, like I said, I'm not even really seeing the heat status effect on them. So it's not like it's not like Null Star where it's priming them with heat as I connect with them. That is not the case. Yeah, Raffle Advance Augment. Ooh, who was it that? Let me look at this again. The dev short. Is this the one 2 days ago? Okay. I'm I'm pulling up the dev stream again to see who's getting augments. I think it was towards the end. Yep, I'm still here. I'm trying to stay up for quite a while. I'll have this in the background and see if I can come across where they talk about. Oh, here we go. So Temple is getting one. If it happens to be for pyrotechnics, then maybe that would be worth it. But that's kind of... Let's see what the other ones. All right, I'm at the part. So Kome's getting one. So if that happens to be for this ability, however you pronounce that. I don't know, someone else might have already figured it out. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Kome, Noko, Temple. Kind of weird. I kind of thought it was weird that that Noko was already getting one. Even though he like just came out, he's one of the most recent Warframes, I think, right? It's the second to last one that just came out. So I think there's some obvious choices here. Like, actually thinking about it, I wonder if Eclipse... I wonder if Eclipse gets the full DR at 177% strength. Yeah, I'm wondering what the Dante... I think the Dante one's going to be quality of life. My theory with what the Dante one will be is, like, it casts multiple versions, or, like, multiple 4s. So, instead of this being, like, you have to cast 4 different times in order to get all the buffs up, of, like, it'll give you all 4, but at, like, a lower duration. That's my suspicion. Or at a lower effectiveness. So it's going to be like a quality of life augment. That's my theory. I have no inside information on whether that's going to be the case or not. I just think that that's always been a place where Dante could use room for improvement, because his ability spam nature can be pretty daunting for someone that doesn't have like crazy full mouse keybinds like I have for him. So here I am going to use Total Eclipse. Total Eclipse of the Heart. And tap, let me see, reduces damage. I have the DR, I think, by default, which I probably don't need. Yeah, it looks like I reached the cap at 177% for damage reduction. So that's good. Let me look and make sure. Who is that? Is that Mirage? So I have it inverted. Because I think that means damage. I think damage, if I have it inverted, damage is the priority. I'm gonna put on Mr. Bigglesworth because I miss my kitty cat. So I've got Total Eclipse and Concentration instead.
Your weapons make me
Yeah, I think the augment, there's I'll be honest, I think there's only one. Oh, this is also thinking like, other than what I suggested about casting multiple fours, if his Exalted is getting an augment, that would be another scenario where I think he has some room for an augment. If they gave Noctua an augment, so you think like most Exalted weapons have some sort of augment, guess who also has an Exalted weapon? So maybe we're gonna see Exalted augments for Temple and for Noko. I'm gonna do damage reduction. Where's my health low? Yeah, there you go, kitty. Good job. See right there, I only have 16 seconds because I didn't snapshot in greater duration. I just don't like it. Like, Arcane Concentration really works on Dante, but on Excalibur, it kind of feels like you're having to sit there and micromanage just to make sure it's not getting... You're not getting screwed on something that you're hopefully having for 20 seconds or 25 seconds, and now you only have it for 16. And Eclipse is totally not necessary for Excalibur, for Melee Afflictions build. Eclipse does increase your radio javelin damage. It doesn't increase the damage over time, though, if I remember. That's the difference. It increases the direct damage. It doesn't increase the damage over time. You could also just put Nourish on this if you really wanted to. I really don't care. I really don't care what subsume you use on this build. You can use whatever you want. So, choose your own adventure. A new video drops soon. I did drop one today, and it was a pretty big one, talking about some very interesting discoveries when it comes to slash dash that are very important. And I would, if you read the title kind of spoils it, but the importance behind that might not be obvious unless you've watched a lot of my content. The importance of knockdown going through frozen targets on slash dash exclusively. Yeah, I'll usually do videos in batch because during the week or during my like shifts, if I'm testing something, I'll generally, I'm gonna revert this back here. If I'm testing something during the week, a lot of times I'm not gonna make a video during the week unless it's something pretty massive that I get pretty excited about. So then most of the time, let me think if there's any other fun subsumes that don't require augments. Yeah, you could just technically just use silence. You know, silence scales really well. It's better than radio blind. You could just use that. But to continue on that topic, so then a lot of times if I'm testing something, I'll do it for a while and then make a video about it after like a few days or a week or two. So then there's a lot of things that I have ideas on videos for, but I haven't fully tested or fleshed out what that is. And so, yeah, good night, Kaz. So I spend a lot of time actually testing stuff, but then I'll run into this problem too. I'll go to make a video on something. This happens constantly. I'll go to make a video on something, and then there'll be something I forgot to test. Or like I'm explaining it, and then I'm like, crap. And I'll stop recording, go test it. Sometimes, usually it doesn't require me waiting a whole another day. Usually it's just like a quick test. And so sometimes making videos isn't just the 20 minutes it takes to record and then about the 20 minutes it takes to play it back and do timestamps. Sometimes it takes me a couple hours. Yeah, it bugs out. If you look at the displays, they bug out. It actually looks, it looks really cool like that when you have like a, a Okina Exalta Blade. But yeah, they bug out. You can see it. I had Umbra up here at some point. Let me actually put Umbra. Umbra would do this too sometimes. Let me actually fix... put into the second. I have the colors difference and the holster to interface better different between those two loadouts. What did I just put? Oh, I put silence. That's what I just did. Let's see. So many variations and builds to try. Only one Excalibur Umbra. Yep. I still think there's an opportunity. Like, I talk about that DE needs to buff normal Excalibur's base stats. But I'm fully aware and accepting the fact that another solution that just takes more effort, which is the hard part with trying to get DE to do it, is releasing blueprints for Excalibur Umbra on Samaris, but then making sure that that blueprint has like sentience disabled by default and that it's a sellable thing. So they would have to create like a slightly unique version of Excalibur Umbra as a blueprint so that he doesn't have sentience. Maybe even remove the umbral polarities from him to prevent that from being an advantage or whatever. I really don't care. It could just have full umbral polarities and I wouldn't care. Probably no one would. But having the sentience disabled by default so that you have an infinitely craftable version of Umbra that that doesn't have sentience problems. That's another solution to that problem. It's just the difference in, like, that's doing a lot of work to get to that point. In comparison, normal Excalibur is a solution to that. And the only reason it's not the case is for arbitrary reasons around the way that Prime Warframes work, even though an Umbra is already an exception to that rule. Excalibur already doesn't apply by that. Because of Umbra. Umbra is not a Prime Warframe. And he has the same base stats as a Prime. So, in theory, or I guess in practice, then, Excalibur Prime's stats are not unique to the Prime variation. So therefore, there's no reason for his normal version to have lower stats. Because Prime already doesn't have higher stats. But I know that's a consequence of Umbra having, like, higher stats when he first came out. I wasn't really playing the game when he first came out. I came in, like, 4 months later or so after that. So after a lot of the controversy died down with Umbra. But I'm fully aware of that. And the consequence of that was that he ended up with the same base stats as Prime. And that's okay. It's just, hopefully they actually solve this problem at some point. It's only going to get fixed if people pressure it, though. So I pressure as much as I'm able to without getting squashed or silenced on the forums. So it kind of just needs more people to help push that. And it just is what it is. I've been doing a lot of propagandizing to spread that message of the problem, and then if it's sort of a popular opinion, like if the popular opinion to either do one of those two, then it's more likely for DE to actually do it. I think more people talking about the problem is making it more likely for DE to actually do something. And to reiterate this point, I don't think DE will actually televise this. I think even if they were going to buff the base stats on normal Excalibur, they wouldn't talk about it. They're just going to do it. We're just going to get a patch note sometime, and it's just going to say increased normal Excalibur's base armor and base energy, blah, 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 and then a note saying this is to put all Excalibur versions in line with base stats. Like, it would just be one of those things they drop. They wouldn't talk about it, because that's usually what they've been doing on fixing Excalibur issues. They don't talk about it. It's just, it happens. Oh, don't you do that. No, that's bad. Okay. Mister, I knocked you down through Prime Sure-Footed. I know I don't have it on right now, but... You know, he's the mean one that knocks you through. I think that one's the mean one that knocks you through Prime Sure-Footed.
Use it on a console to give our operative a boost. That bypass has lowered security barriers, slowing our operative.
Yeah. Yeah. I stay away from the Reddit. I have been going on the Discord, so a lot of times on my shift, I'll just be there sort of on the Discord, and to me it's amusing how many people will willingly advocate against their own benefit and against everyone's benefit because they have some like weird protectionist mentality towards, or like just contrarianism towards ideas. So I've learned to filter that out. It's pretty easy to show the unreasonability of that when it comes to Excalibur. From the standpoint of being a founder, I think that makes it a lot easier to argue. Because at any point, if a non-founder is arguing to, like, fix this problem, they're just going to be like, well, you're not a founder, blah, 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 blah. When really it's like, just point to the fact that it affects literally everyone. Or just point to my channel, and then they can be red-pilled into the Excalibur melee only playstyle and melee afflictions on Exalted Blade. Because I get, you would be surprised how many people in the Discord, I tell them about how good melee afflictions on Exalted Blade is, and they just like say, no, it's trash. And I'm like, well, have you tried it? Well, no. Okay, you're just... It's trash, but I've never tried it, and I don't know how it works. I've gotten that far more than reasonable. Okay, I'm going to remove silence here. As a reminder, if you are running Umbra, if you want a really good subsume for Umbra, this Bright Bonnet, because he can in fact cast it on his sentience. So it's a really good source of energy recovery, because if you run out of energy and you can't cast Bright Bonnet, just pop into Operator, let him cast one of them, and then bounce on it until you get enough energy to cast it yourself, and then you have gotten yourself out of the energy hole by using Umbra's sentience in order to do that. So really cool. And then even if you have this at low strength, if you do have a Noko in your group, you can actually help snapshot a higher strength value with your own Bright Bonnets. So if you have a Noko in your group and he puts like a 200% strength bonus, you can actually keep that up, and I think even like snapshot a higher duration into it with your Bright Bonnet. So if that Noko happens to have like negative duration and really low duration, then you can actually like override that and maintain and like snapshot that higher strength value with your higher duration. So some really cool, it's probably one of the few subsumed abilities that has a buff like that actually isn't impacted negatively if that actual Warframe is in your group. Like it stacks those mushroom stacks. So like if your Umbra casts 2 and you cast 2, so you have 4 up, those are all giving energy pulses and giving your whole team energy. So really cool subsume. It feels bad running it on Prime when Umbra has that good of a feature for it. So I generally don't run it on Prime for that reason alone, because genuinely that's the reason, because it feels bad not being able to pop into Operator and use it like that. I'm just gonna top these off. I'm not gonna like There you go. So back to no subsume, because this is the way God made me. I'm enjoying having no subsume on Excalibur, and in a really simple setup where I just run Arcane Fury. Arcane Fury I used to use this quite a bit back in the day, back when like Eidolons first came out. I think I had double back when you could stack Arcanes, because they only went up to like rank 3 if I remember. And then at one point, this is something that y'all might have forgotten. If you've been playing a while, remember being able to stack Arcanes, where you would have 2, and then they only went up to like rank 3, and then they changed it so that they increased the values, but then you can only use 1, which obviously freed up increased build diversity, because a lot of people just stack the same Arcane twice. But it was definitely a pretty big change when it came to the way Arcanes worked. This is not going to change anything on that. Okay. I feel like running a different melee weapon. I don't really feel like running cold here. Yeah, yep. Energize being sold for 2k at max rank. Yep. Yeah, Brightbond on Dante puts Trinity out of a job. Like in my video where I show my Dante build, I will be, if the augment is good and it's not exactly what I expect, I'm probably gonna be making a follow-up to Dante, since I already do have a build video on Dante. Not to say I feel obligated to make something about Dante after that, after they add an augment for him, but it is definitely probably worth it. I think what I'm gonna do here, this will be an interesting thing. This will be an interesting. So I wanted to try this. I was thinking about this earlier as I was using Harass. So if Hunter Recovery isn't really that great of a healing source for this, what I can do instead, let's see. I could use Restorative Bond to give me a little bit more health on health orbs. Actually, so one of the things I noticed with Seismic is this 30% of their melee attack damage. This does trash damage, to put it as nicely as I can. This does not scale based on like anything. I think it only does base damage. So this is not very useful for the shockwave. I didn't test this on Kubros, but on my Kavats, it was doing like a single-digit percentage of their normal hits, because it doesn't appear like this 30% of their melee attack scales off of like the mods on their claws. So not very good, to put it simply. That might be the same like problem that this hunt runs into. Like this might not scale off of the claws properly, which is why it was only doing like 1 damage on those armored targets. I think I'm just gonna keep that on there. But what I wanted to do was, because I have this guy, this finisher kill 40 health per second, that's actually not terrible when you think about it. It's not terrible. And then because I'm running Radio Blind, I can very easily trigger that. Feels good. Feels good. Is there actually any alerts that are worth doing while I'm here? I might as well do all 3 of these. Radio Howl or Radio Blind? Which one is superior? I actually did a lot of... I got into an argument with someone in my comments at one point, talking about Radio Blind versus Radio Howl, and I actually did the testing where I was filming it at like super high frame rate and figured out, like basically filming in slow-mo with my camera, because OBS is locked to like 60 FPS.
These foes deserve your respect.
Radio Blind and Radio Howl have different animation times. So Radio Howl, its effect for blind comes out like 200 milliseconds faster. I forget the exact value, but it was approximately 200 milliseconds. And as well, takes 200 milliseconds longer to cast. So they both get their energy consumption and therefore Radial Blind effect instantaneously. But Radial Howl does actually come out and like do its blind effect approximately 200 milliseconds faster. But at the same time, if you were to be spamming it for shield regeneration, like if you were to sit here and do this, Radial Blind is faster. It's about 200 milliseconds faster. Now, does that matter? Is any of that important? Definitely not. So, if you had to choose which one is better, probably Radial Howl because it has a sentient strip feature. Something that Radial Blind does not have. Also, when you subsume it off, you lose the animation for the slide blind. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. Like, you lose the animation, but the effect still exists. So that's kind of a downside for it too. Because when you subsume off Radial Howl, you are not subsuming off Radial Blind. You are subsuming off Radial Howl, and therefore you keep the animation. It's a weird way it's coded. It's actually kind of an interesting way that it's coded. But that is the actual difference between the two. If I had to choose one or the other, I would rather use Radial Blind though. Personally, because whenever I use Howl, I don't feel like I've gotten so used to like the visual animation and the sound. Howl to me does not trigger in my brain that I casted this. Like it's just maybe because I haven't actually spent that much time using Umbra in comparison to using Prime. You know, I've used Umbra quite a bit. I've still probably used Umbra more than most players. But it's nowhere close to my usage of using Prime, and therefore I've spent a lot more time using Radial Blind, and in my brain, the sound effect of Radial Blind, I can when I cast it, I know I don't even have to think about it. I know it casted. When Radial Howl comes out, I just don't feel like it casted. So I'm like wondering, did I actually cast this or not? And a lot of times I actually cast it again, thinking I didn't cast it. That is an actual problem I run into. Yeah, I have like a little over 75% utilization of Excalibur across the board. But that's what happens when you play
I'm detecting a synthesis target. Use the synthesis.
Yeah, blind does in fact sound less annoying over time. I 100% agree. Like the sound effect for it. Luckily though, if you were going to subsume over something, it would be Radial Howl or Blind. And if you're not going to subsume over something, you can subsume on Radial Blind, like I did to Umbra. Which is mostly a meme, but if you're not going to use the subsume, you might as well. You have the choice of using Blind or Howl. You can actually do this too. If you really wanted to meme hard, you could subsume over Radial Javelin with Radial Blind, and then you can have Howl and Blind. I don't know how the augment affects that. I'm assuming it just works on both, but it's just something you can do, because Excalibur Umbra is not Excalibur. Like Excalibur Prime and Excalibur are Excalibur.
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen. Trap it so you can synthesize it for
Yeah, I'm gonna get in affinity range. I am not gonna murder this one. Using a synthesis trap. You don't need that. I'll actually just Radial Blind him a lot of the time. I think I wasn't capped. Now I am. Look at me. Bought some things. I will say duplicate on this heat viral Nami solo build is kind of ridiculous. It works really well against like attenuated targets. It works really well against targets that can't be knocked down. So like it's a good, it fills the hole, the very small hole in melee afflictions. Is that a skin? No, this is when you have the Incarnon procced and you're not the host. So like right now I'm a client with like 100 millisecond ping. When you're not the host, this happens on Bow Prime and it happens on Nami Solo, where the Incarnon effect that you usually only get while you're meleeing is just statically applied to it. So I kind of wish this was the case overall, but this is only something that you can get statically while you're a client. Otherwise, yeah, you have to be actively meleeing for that effect to occur. Damn, I just chop once. The Cutlass for me is a pretty good vibe. I've been liking the Cutlass. I kind of wish I got my 10% bonus with Excalibur on machetes, but that doesn't appear to be the case. It's not considered a sword, even though it's literally a cutlass. Makes a whole lot of sense.
I'm Antenno. This will take a moment. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
Yeah. Yeah, Howl does in fact strips resistances. But that's let's be honest, that's never been a useful feature. Even now with like after Archon, you would think after Archon hunts were added that would be a useful feature. Damage attenuation nerfs has pretty much made that never going to be an issue. Like anything like that just takes so much damage already.
Heavy unit approaching.
And you're going to get more value out of the sacrificial set on your weapon than you are going to get out of sentient strip. Or just more damage.
Continue to defend.
It's just the way things ended up being. There was a small period, I think, when Archon hunts first came out where the sentient strip might have been useful. But I even then, I still don't remember a time when sentients were hard to kill. That you couldn't just bypass very easily. Or brute force through.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Yeah, customizing the skin on Exalted Blade, I think if DE were to change that, there's some Exalted weapons that you can do this and some that you can't. And I think Exalted Blade is one of those ones that got missed when they kind of reworked some of those things on being able to use skins, because I think a missed opportunity too is if we get Exalted Blade skins, being able to use the original like pure energy form of Exalted Blade. So, like, obviously, when they changed it from the pure energy form, they kind of gave us kind of Prime visualization on Excalibur Prime, which is pretty cool. But Umbra's looks dumb. It's like, it kind of looks, there's a strong word I would use to describe how this looks, but I'm not going to use it. And this would look so much better as an energy wave. And if they were to add skins, this gives them the opportunity to give us the like pure energy form of it as a skin option. And I think most people would probably end up running that. I think probably the only people that wouldn't end up running that are founders with Prime, because Skana Prime looking Exalted Blade just looks so cool. And this is just as an example. Where is it? There it is. Why is this on Charlie? Is this the same one? Yeah. So the emissive is wrong here, because let me look. I'm going to change this over. So this is when I run my... I think this looks really cool. And you can't run this nearly looking cool as looking Exalted Blade on any of the other versions. Where this is what I run for Exalted Blade when I'm running my, like, you know, solid snake type Arthur fashion frame. Me actually trying to fashion frame here. So I use a pretty muted out Exalted Blade that just looks like a normal sword. And you can't do this, and you can't get this to look nearly as cool on Umbra or a regular Excalibur. Because you get this cool, like, cool text or whatever, or like the whatever you want to call that, the inscriptions on the side of it. But as you guys are aware, I match my aesthetics to the white and gold because it's grown on me over the years. So melee weapons you use are just preference. There's some mechanic that amps Exalted Blade. There's technically some ways you can amp Exalted Blade. If you want to talk about the way, if you wanted like a way to ramp Exalted Blade, it would involve something like specifically slash dash. So we're talking just slash dash. Venka's special effect going up to 13x does in fact give you another 25% multiplicative melee damage. And then if you, this is without Exalted Blade drawn, so you're just talking slash dash, that combo does in fact scale your slash dash unless Exalted Blade is drawn, and then it scales only off of Exalted Blade's combo because this combo doesn't exist now. It's like holstered, no longer applicable. The other way to do it is melee Kareen, because if you are rolling and you apply freeze, the 10 stacks of freeze gives you crit damage. So then between melee Kareen applying freeze, which if you see my most recent video, slash dash uniquely can still knock down targets even when they're frozen, which is hilarious and amazing. But it makes melee Kareen a really good option for your equipped melee. And so between melee Kareen and like this right here for Venka Prime, this is the best way for you to buff Exalted Blade through slash dash, talking without Exalted Blade drawn. Because when I talk about slash dash, I'm not talking about just Exalted Blade being... When I'm talking about Exalted Blade, I'm not talking just about drawing it with your fourth ability. When I talk about Exalted Blade, I'm also talking about how it affects slash dash, because slash dash is really an Exalted Blade ability. It scales off of it. It requires it. If you subsume off Exalted Blade, this does no damage. It does the base damage, like 400, whatever the 0% strength is, or the 100% strength is. So this Exalted Blade is in fact required for slash dash. So when I talk about Exalted Blade, I'm also talking about how it affects slash dash. And the best way to buff, really the only ways to buff that with a melee weapon is with something like Venka with melee Kareen, or just melee Kareen in general. Same with Okina, but Okina sort of in an indirect way, because you can put melee Kareen on that and give it the potential with rolls, but then also these daggers will prime targets for you. And when you're slash dashing, those daggers will hit targets. And then if you're using a combined slash dash and melee damage, then you will keep generating more of the spectral daggers. So Okina can kind of act as a primer for slash dash pretty easily and passively. But the best way to buff Exalted Blade itself is with a Grimoire stat stick. That is like the best way to do it, because this Saxum Spittle does in fact work on Exalted Blade. Obviously, Augur Secret does. Karna's Stinger, this works on Exalted Blade and your equipped melee. These both work on your equipped melee. And then Craw can actually prime and then cause your... all you have to do is like assist a target for this to trigger. So all you have to do is just hit them with the Grimoire once or with the alt fire, and it will in fact give it that chance to drop a universal orb. And then whether or not... Actually, let me fix this before, because I will forget to revert this. Testing a bunch of stuff. Like, obviously, if Exalted Blade is drawn, this does not give you energy regeneration, but when you need this energy regeneration is when you're out of energy, and you can't have Exalted Blade out because you're out of energy. So really acting as a recovery, not an active, not like a proactive form of energy regeneration, but a like reactive and recovery type energy regeneration. That's where I think Zada's on the Grimoire is actually useful. You could give it strength, but I think this is not that valuable when you don't need that strength to make it level cap viable. You don't need that. You just don't need the extra strength. So if you had to choose between strength and energy regeneration in this case, I think energy regeneration, even if it's only recovery energy regeneration, that's better. It's better than strength. So that's what I would. That's the only really way weapon-wise for you to buff Exalted Blade directly is with set bonus mods like that. And Grimoire, I think, is the best of all of them. Technically, you could do this, but the same exact argument applies here, where like you could use the new Velox Conclusion, snapshot in 60% extra strength into Exalted Blade, and also prime it up using this, and also use like Energizing Shot, which is going to give you a similar-ish amount of utility. This is pretty decent. It's better than nothing. Using something like this also is a way that you can buff like a stat stick for Exalted Blade, because Velox Conclusion, from everyone I talked to in my own testing, this is really useful if you have like a snapshotted ability. And really the only ones applicable to Excalibur would be like Exalted Blade and Warcry. Because Warcry, if you run Eternal War, technically snapshots, because Eternal War will keep refreshing the duration of whatever value of strength you casted it at. So that's where Velox Conclusion can be useful. And then the same exact thing here. I have got Augur Secrets. I've got Saxum Spittle, Karna Stinger. I just don't really find it great or convenient or necessary to get this extra strength, and so waiting to cast Exalted Blade until after I've hit an enemy enough to proc this, which just still takes like 2 seconds or so of actively shooting an enemy for this to stack. This isn't as fast as you would expect for how high the firing rate is. Like, this isn't like, I guess technically looking at it, you have to shoot 10 times. Is that how math works? 100 times on hit, 100. So that's 2 orders of magnitude off. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. So if your firing rate with your multi-shot, if this takes about 2 seconds to proc and it requires 100 shots in order to proc, then yeah, that math kind of works out. It would take you 2 to 3 seconds to stack this. So increasing firing rate multi-shot, but still, you can get Amalgam Barrel Diffusion on there. That's kind of one of the other cool things. That dodge speed does help with Arcane Circumvent. So this is another thing you could use to help boost it. And then if you want to talk even more, I was showing this in my most recent video, you can run something like this with Viral and Radiation with Debilitate. These stack extremely fast, and then it'll sit there and stack Heat, Electric, Cold, and Toxin. And then all you have to do is slash dash it once, and the damage values from that go from trash to like one-shot territory. Now let's see. Look at the comments here. Oh, the tomes. Unless you really want to use the tomes, unless you really want to use Grimoire. If you really want to use Grimoire, you basically have to buy the pack in the store, because farming those is miserable. It is absolutely miserable. So that the value associated with the pack from the store, I bought it instantly. When the patch came out, I instantly bought the tome pack, because I wanted to test it, because it was one of those few things that would actually scale. Like this right here. This is an extreme amount of value. You're better off farming 140 platinum, cracking relics, and then doing this than you are ever buying it. I think even Kengineer with his high statistic mind, is that a cricket? What is that? Oh, it's a cricket. Oh. Got ourselves a big old black cricket. Came from somewhere. Good job, kitty. Good job. Kitty will sit there and stare at bugs. Uh, she actually does eat crickets. I found her. She likes to play in the garage when I'm out there working out, or just like she'll sit there and scratch at the door and then meow at me to go in the garage and just hang out. And I've seen her eat crickets. Crickets are high in protein. I've even eaten crickets because they are actually a really good protein source. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so there's a lot of time is money stuff here, like Siberun or Siber, just as an example. This is worth just buying 100 for 165 platinum rather than farming all that cryotic, because you need that cryotic for other things that are not something you can purchase from the store. Like I think Vobin Prime, I think, is one of them that like you need a lot of cryotic in order to build. So if you had to choose, that 165 platinum for this is worth it. There's a lot of things that are like that. And it's a pretty simple time is money argument here. If you can get that platinum, even if it involves paying for it, like buying platinum, time is money. If you make enough, like if you have some disposable income, the value associated with spending the platinum to then do it rather than farming it and being able to do content that you don't have to sit there and farm and probably get pissed off having to do is worth its weight, I think. I've made that argument a lot. I've spent a lot of money in this game over the years. I actually calculated it out. Actually went through my whole Steam history and figured out exactly how much I spent on this game over the last 12 and a half years. And it's not a small amount. It's comparable to playing WoW for 15 years. I think for those of you that can do the math on that, it's comparable to how much I've spent on WoW through subscriptions. And to me, that's perfectly okay. But I'm at that tier where I don't have to spend money on this game anymore. But I did figure out exactly how much I spent, and also how much platinum I've bought in this game. I actually calculated that out too.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, when I pull out Dual Liquor, I'm very quickly reminded how much I miss Dual Liquor. Oh, what's that? Oh. That was like a special one for a moment there. Bam. Boom. The nice part about Dual Liquor too, this is like, I think I've talked about this at one point, but the nature of Dual Liquor Vortex being magnetic damage is really good at solving the one problem that Melee Afflictions has on Exalted Blade, which is overguarded targets. So yeah, you can steal it with Circumvent, but when you're talking about pushing level cap, you can roll through those Thrax Ghosts just perfectly fine and strip all their overguard. But what's really easy is just being able to smack them once with Dual Liquor, which does a ton of damage to overguard, and then being able to just slash dash them once. So it works really well for that too. So one of those hidden features in how Dual Liquor Vortex synergizes with Melee Afflictions. Also the fact that you can get gas while you're slash dashing, and then you can get Toxin from Dual Liquor, but when you have Exalted Blade out, you don't lose your ability to stack Toxin, because even with the gas, you can just do slams, normal slams, trigger toxin that way, and then also get corrosive. So you don't lose when you're running it in this exact setup. You always have toxin available to you, and then therefore corrosive, and then you get magnetic available to you reliably when you need it the most. So really cool little synergy there. Using Apex Excalibur skin. I don't think I have the Apex. I bought some of the skins recently to get a little bit more variety. Which founder tier did I get? I only got the Hunter. And your figure is a little high, but not too high off. So, yeah. I got the Hunter tier. So, and the amusing thing about the Hunter tier, and I remember this vividly. So, I remember buying the Hunter tier. I need a platinum, but at the same time, I was switching to a melee only build using full stamina mods. And so I literally look at, I think, the codex or the wiki somewhere and see, okay, who's got the best base stamina? Oh, Excalibur has one of the best base staminas in the game. Oh, there's an Excalibur Prime. I didn't know about Excalibur Prime. I bought raw platinum twice before buying the Founders Pack. Like, I bought $10 raw platinum packs before buying the Founders Pack. If I knew about the Founders Pack right from the start, I probably would have just bought it at a minimum. It would have been stupid for me to not buy the Discipline Pack. And then I bought the Hunter Pack specifically to get the, like, the platinum in that case was useful. If I remember, the thing I spent a lot of that platinum on, now this is going to shock some people, probably not unless you played for a while, is I actually bought, you can see here, I have bought the What Stalker Pack because the Stalker items are really good and they were very hard to get. Like, Stalker just did not spawn. He was actually hard to kill. Like, you die to him pretty easily. And so I actually bought this, and I remember I bought this with the platinum I got from the Founders Pack. It was about 1,200. I had to look that up in the wiki. I didn't remember this. I looked it up in the wiki. It's about 1,200 some. And I remember explicitly telling myself, well, swords suck. And trading wasn't in the game. So the extra like 2,000 platinum from giving them another $50 was just not worth it at the time. And turns out that was probably for the better, because if I had Skana Prime, I would be using it far more than I should. And because I didn't buy the upgrade version of that, I don't have to deal with that problem. Because I can tell you, I know a lot of founders who use Skana Prime, even though it's worse now, objectively worse than Prism Skana, because of the Incarnate. The Incarnate adapter completely made Skana Prime obsolete. There's like one very small niche build on like Colorvo that the extra crit damage, the extra base crit damage is better than the higher base damage that you get from the Incarnate adapter. Like, it's like an extra 40. It's like, I think I memorized these values. It's like 170 base damage on Skana Prime versus 210 base damage on Prisma Skana. But then you get like slightly less crit damage. But the evolutions for Prisma Skana, I think the best evolution for Prisma Skana is actually the crit and the crit chance and status chance one. And this puts Prisma Skana in just a whole different tier in comparison. Like, getting all of this extra crit chance, you get a lot more crit chance at the same status chance value as this. As well as, like, that's where I was saying there's like a small fringe where if you did the plus base, the plus base status chance, you get a little bit higher crit chance than Skana Prime, but you actually get the same status chance, because on the Skana Prime, this is plus 10, which then gets it to 36 as well. But then it has a higher base crit damage. So then it's like someone could probably do the math and figure out, well, yeah, in that exact scenario on Colorvo, you actually get more damage because of the higher crit damage on Skana Prime. It's like splitting hairs at that point. But for the most part, in your normal everyday build, especially for the fact that you can't do that, you can't get the 53% on Skana Prime, that this is why I unironically named it not Skana Prime, because it is not Skana Prime. It is actually better. So all of this is validating. There was a period where I was kind of sad. I didn't just upgrade. This was between this was like really early Whispers in the Wall, and like right before Whispers in the Wall, where I was like, oh, I kind of wish I just had this kind of Prime. Maybe I should just give them the extra $50 because I had the $50 to give them. I just chose not to. I specifically chose not to. I didn't know trading was coming out, so I didn't think I needed platinum. And swords just sucked, and they sucked for a very long time. And I think that paid off because outside of last patch, where I was stuck at LR5 by like less than 3,000 mastery, that was the only time where I was like, oh, maybe I should have spent the $50 extra to get a sword I'll never use. Let alone, I actually never considered buying the Grandmaster. I never considered it. There was like a period, because this is the timeline important. I wouldn't say important, but the thing to understand. So like I started playing Warframe after getting out of high school, in like the period between getting out of high school and going into the military, into boot camp. So there was a few months of the beta that I was able to play. And I went to boot camp, and then when I got out of boot camp was early November, late November, mid-November, around that time. No, it would have been early, I think it was late November, actually. I forget. But the founder pack had already closed. So then I could have upgraded to the master, but I couldn't have upgraded the Grandmaster based on the amount of money I had coming out of that. And I remember telling myself back in boot camp that if it's still open, I'll probably upgrade. And then by the time I actually got to like my first duty station, which was nuclear power school, and then got a computer to actually log in and do all that kind of stuff, it was already closed. So then that decision was kind of made for me. But out of everything, I'll tell you, if you had to look at this objectively, the best value founders pack was the Hunter, because you got the most valuable part. It's not like it is now, where like those parts are inverted, where the Warframe is the like highest tier part. It's actually inverted, where out of everything nowadays, like I guess Leto Prime is kind of unique in its the way the Incarnate evolution works. From what I've seen, it's kind of like it trades blows with Leto Vandal, on which one's better depending on the build. But even then, it's like there's a lot of competition for secondaries. On Incarnate, secondaries with radial attacks. Like I think the Lex is another one that its Incarnate has basically the same effect of doing like a radial effect. I don't even think I have Leto Vandal. I don't even think I have the Incarnate adapter attached to this. I have one. I just don't have the Incarnate adapter attached to it because I don't care for it. Even if I had Leto Prime, I wouldn't care for it. And if I had Leto Prime, I would probably be equipping it just for the sake of like sunken cost, because you think there's probably a lot of founders, and I know at least a handful of them. Oh, I went to the wrong place here. I know a handful of founders who use Skana Prime and Leto Prime for like the simple fact that they feel like sunken cost. They spent a lot of money. Like you think you spent $200 some on this pistol. Like it's sunken cost there, where and I can tell you for a while, I probably felt that way with Excalibur. And why I've probably kept playing Excalibur is because I got so used to using him, because sunken cost of like, hey, I spent $50 for this a long time ago. New Warframes came out, I almost swapped multiple times, but then I kept going back to Excalibur. And luckily I stuck with him because he has only gotten better over time. He has only gotten better over time to the point where now he is clearly... Yeah, Punch Through and Ricochet. There's another one. Oh, it's Prisma Angstrom. So, like, Leto Vandal gets competition from something like Prisma Angstrom. So there's more competition to Leto as a weapon than there is to Excalibur as a Warframe. The only competition for Excalibur Prime is Excalibur Umbra and normal Excalibur, and they're both compromising. And that is, I think, a lot more impactful to the game and the long health of the game than it is to a pistol or a sword that has a lot more competition and has a lot less direct impact to gameplay than an entire Warframe. Especially with the versions being so close. From what I've evaluated with especially the Leto, it's like splitting hairs on Skana Prime. It is objectively worse than Prisma Skana in like 95% of scenarios. I don't know. Maybe the Lado Prime is like 50-50 between Lado or between Prime and Vandal. I don't know. I don't care enough to really do a super deep dive on it, and I don't have Lado Prime to test. Yeah, exactly. If I think most people, I think that's the reality of the Founders Program, and I'll be honest, if and I wouldn't doubt it if the rest of you have the same opinion, if they re-released the packs and it was indefinitely available, how many people would actually spend $250 for the Platinum, but then also just for Ladle Prime and Skana Prime? I think most people, if they re-release the Founders Pack exactly how it is, most people would just buy the Hunter Pack. They would get Excalibur Prime, and the only people that would probably be doing that are super completionists who just want the Prime version of the Warframe, and then a lot of you guys that probably watch to be able to play Excalibur, because he is still the only uncompromising version of Excalibur. So I think that would be the reality of it. Most people would buy the Hunter Pack, and then they would think, well, maybe if I get to the point where I care enough, I'll spend another $200 to upgrade this pack to the to the full one, get Lado Prime and Skana Prime. I don't think very many people would upgrade. I probably wouldn't even upgrade. If they re-released it and it was indefinitely available for me to go and upgrade from the $50 pack to the $250 pack, I probably still wouldn't. Let's see. Yeah, like, if I'm thinking about this, the reality of it, if they re-released it all, most people still wouldn't buy it. So it's like, I don't even think it would be that big of a cash grab for DE to re-release it. If it was up to me, if it was up to me on how they would re-release the Founders items, I would genuinely make them a 1,500, 2,000, and 2,500 daily login rewards. That's how I would do it. Make them daily login rewards for like extreme amount, because the people that have been playing long enough, who like maybe have been playing since beta and have been playing religiously, probably are at 2,500 plus login days. So then they would be able to get all those rewards right away. I'm at like 2,700 some myself. So like I'd be able to get those right off the rip, and that seems fair to me. So it would be obtainable, but it would be like, it wouldn't be unobtainable. It would just be very much in the future obtainable for most people. It would take them quite a while, but it would be obtainable. And I think the same idea of like at 1,500, you could choose which one you get, or it would just be fixed of like Excalibur Prime's the first. So at 1,500, you get Prime, Excalibur Prime. At 2,000, you get Skana Prime, and at 2,500, you get Ladle Prime. But they'll never do that. They would never do that. They've already talked about how 1,000 is what they want to have any rewards capped at, because it is pretty ridiculous having daily login rewards even up to 1,000. You think that's like over 3? That's close to 3 years of you logging in daily for a video game. That's pretty extreme, especially for some of it that's functional power. Like I think 800 is the one where you get the last mod. So for you to get mod completion, you have to at least be playing the game for like over 2 years for you to be able to do that. Logging in daily. And I definitely missed tons of daily logins, specifically because of being out at sea. Because otherwise, even when I really wasn't playing the game, I would make sure I'd log in, because they made it pretty clear early on that daily logins in the game will have a power associated with them. I forget what it was, but there was something way back in the day that got me to log in continuously, even throughout the years that I really wasn't playing the game, which was like 2014, late 2014-ish to like 2017. I really didn't play the game that much. I would hop in, play for a couple months, because I was primarily playing WoW, and it's usually when I get bored of WoW. And I'd hop in. I had my Excalibur fully set up and built out. I'd maybe have to adjust 1 or 2 things if they changed things. Like there was major changes to the game. That's how I got my form up so high, because I'd have to rebuild Excalibur Prime like almost every single patch to do something different. And there were so many patches where he was just bad. Like it was cope playing Excalibur for a couple of years at least. Definitely a cope. trying to remember when that was. There was a period where I was like, I switched to Inaros, which is how I have so much utilization of Inaros, because Excalibur was just super squishy, and it was very difficult to keep alive until like the Amalgam mod came out for Daiku. That was really when it flipped, where it's like, oh, I can run Daiku, I can run an Akanazaw, and I can keep him alive with that, and quick thinking. I actually used quick thinking back in the day too. So there was a period there where it was cope to play Excalibur, and even then, he really only became usable about that era when they fixed the way slash dash worked, when they buffed it, because you used to not be able to do this with slash dash. Slash dash used to work where it only take you on the ground, and then I think it was Veilbreaker was when they completely reworked it, and they gave it the slash, and they gave it the ability for you to do all the crazy stuff that I do now. Yeah, and Vazarin and Inaru made him less painful, but still, it wasn't really until... Sadly, it really wasn't until 1999 that Excalibur was actually usable without doing lots of crazy stuff to keep him alive. It really wasn't until 1999 when you had shield immunity added with slash dash. That was really when it changed, and you think of how long that took for them to do it. Really, it's like 1999 and Tekrot Encore it's like Veilbreaker, 1999, and Tekrot Encore were like the three major things where Excalibur went from kind of like B tier to A tier to S tier to S plus, like from probably A tier all the way up to S plus. And he's clearly the best melee Warframe in the game now because of just how insane Exalted Blade is. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of you that are in that thousands, like if you think about it, like it's pretty ridiculous to have to log in 2,500 days to get like equipment in the game, but it's at least obtainable then. And I think that's reasonable. Like I actually think that's reasonable, because you think any founder who's been playing this long probably has in excess of 2,000 login days. So if you were someone that was like a hunter founder, like me, or you were like a master founder, or even a discipline founder, then like you can actually get those rewards. Yeah, I would think that would be the way to do it, and then you no longer have equipment that's been unobtainable for 12 plus years. Which, but that would be if it was up to me. Clearly, it's not. But that's my opinion made clear on that. Let me scroll back up through here and see. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I'm doing weird things with my phone. I use my phone to look at chat, if you haven't realized. I only use one display. I moved from multi-displays for like a decade to just one display a few years ago, and I'm never going back. If I need a second display, I have cell phone or an iPad or whatever to use. And it's touchscreen without causing a 2 to 3% loss in frame rate and extra latency and all that nonsense. Yeah, there was a while before Tekrot Encore where I actually considered Kullervo the best melee-only Warframe, because his kit was just scaled so much better. He had more survivability. And then 1999 rolled around and you got shield immunity, and it's like, oh, okay, you can actually survive out of a slash dash without dying instantly because you won't lose shields in it. And then Tekrot Encore came out, and then the obvious initial reaction to Tekrot Encore was throw influence on a chromatic blade build and just nuke the map with it. And that was the pretty obvious solution right off the rip. And then most people just haven't gotten past that. But obviously, I've made a lot of content showing how powerful Melee Afflictions is on Exalted Blade, and it's such a feature unlock, and it just does so much more interesting stuff than Influence, including how it makes Slash Dash actually viable, because Slash Dash on an Influence build sucks unless you have Exalted Blade drawn, and unless you have enemies to actually like quadratically scale the waves. Slash Dash sucks unless you have melee Afflictions on it. So That's the unfortunate reality there. Go back to non-solo. What was I doing? Ew, Void Cascade. Ooh, that's what we want to do. I'm going to do a solo conjunction survival, and we're going to see how well this doggo scales. We're just going to use that one. Yes, I know I have full void traces. No, I don't care to actually use them. I'll usually just sit there at max void traces until I get into a group with people. I don't really feel like dealing with it. I don't buy syndicate stuff anymore anyways. I just sit at max syndicate rep because like I just don't want to think about it. You get to the point where when you have infinite resources pretty much, you've got more platinum than you can ever spend. Or you just stop caring about a lot of stuff. And it's fun. It's actually nice not having to care about like daily doing syndicates and all this other nonsense and void traces and just doesn't matter. You don't need to. It'll be okay. Yeah, finishers. Look at how fast the finisher is on this. And then I get healing from it. Give me that overguard. Blinded by the light.
If you have a necromancer, this would be an excellent place to deploy it.
I think I was here to test the doggo. I want to find that good tile though. Or one of the good tiles. Alright, time to snapshot. Let's see how good my combo generation is with the doggo, because the Kavats and swipe and the ability for that to like proc multiple times is just really good. It's hard. It really is hard to beat. So I don't think the dogs have nearly the attack speed as the cats, and then they don't AoE, like they don't cleave like the cats do with swipe. Make sure I'm doing my part. Like, they hit harder. If you wanted to make an argument, they probably hit about a third as much as cats. Because if you look at their damage, that's the only reason for them to have, like, dramatically more base damage, is that they attack is not as much. Alright, that's not where I need to go. I need to figure out where I need to go. Probably that hole over there. There we go. Ooh. Take that, thank you. Oh, this is going to be that room. When you memorize the connecting tiles, this one's not bad. So if you want to see how hard the gas procs, the gas clouds hit, here's a great example of it. Because I can just sit here and kill box the doors with gas clouds. And like I said, they don't count. These gas clouds don't count as melee kills. Let's get ourselves some Oh no, what about my sentient strip? What shall I do without my sentient strip? What are you doing, doggo? Go kill.
The longer
Go
you
get him.
hold it, the deeper I
Get
can
him.
search.
What are you doing?
Need to leave.
He's right here.
Extraction is ready.
Yeah, get wrecked. He's right there, doggo. What are you doing? Oh. Now let's see. How do you unlock the feeling of not having to worry? Well, when you start, same with your energy economy. When you start going up in platinum continuously instead of down, even if it's by 1, even if it's by 1 platinum, as long as you're going up in platinum and not down in platinum, then you are in fact going to eventually continue to get more platinum, and then you don't have to worry. But at the same time, once you're sitting in the thousands, I think 10,000 is probably like, if you can reach 10,000 without just buying it, because it's very difficult to just buy 10,000 platinum without spending hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. Once you get to 10k, I feel like you reach a nice sweet spot, and as long as you're maintaining 10k, you're probably fine. For me, I just kind of like screamed all the way up there because I had figured out a niche in the market for Riven mods. A couple. It was for Verglass and a very particular set of stat sticks for Slash Dash with Wrathful Advance. Not even just Slash Dash, it was just a segment of Wrathful Advance specific stat sticks. And then Verglass Rivens. I made way too much platinum off of selling Verglass Rivens. People didn't realize when the companion rework came out that it was really easy to roll multi-shot heat because of just the way the stats rolled. Like, it was not difficult. You could roll a Riven like 20 times, 30 times, and like guarantee that you were at least going to get one that you could turn around and sell for another like 600 platinum. Like, it was that dumb. And I made probably like 40 or 50,000 platinum off of just Verglass Rivens. It really was that dumb. A lot of that is dried up because Verglass Rivens, a lot of people have been rolling them for a while now. And also it changed. The priority changed on Verglass Rivens to be able to get crit chance. Crit chance was actually one of the best negatives back in the day for you to get. Because if you got negative crit damage, if I remember, you would actually do less damage on crits versus negative crit chance, where you would just not crit. And you didn't need crit for Verglass to just nuke the whole map with heat damage. So that's where negative crit chance used to actually be one of the best negatives for Verglass, and then it quickly switched to where it's one of the best positives, so that you can actually run Tenacious Spawn. Because Tenacious Spawn, when it first came out, was literally not an option on Verglass. You just couldn't reach... You could never get enough crit chance to do it with the normal version. When the Prime came out was really the time when that actually changed, and the fact that they kept the Riven disposition on the Prime version when it came out meant that the Rivens were immediately useful and pretty much best in slot, and the whole meta for it changed. Like, what was most effective literally changed with just the release of Prime. When Sevagoth Prime came out. So that was... I made a lot off of that, and then to sort of like loosely mention what best in slot Riven used to be for Wrathful Advance stat sticks for like pseudo exalted abilities like Slash Dash. What you would do is you'd run a Incarnon with plus status chance, and then you'd run Wrathful Advance. So then the nature of that, especially on Slash Dash, that had 0% base crit chance and status chance, from something like Dual Liquor, you could get status chance, and then from Wrathful Advance you get crit chance, which meant that the best stat stick for that did not include crit chance on the Riven, but crit damage was. So the best in slot for that setup for like a Wrathful Advance Incarnon stat stick was damage, crit damage, and then usually an element, because the elements scaled directly. And for Dual Liquor, this actually was something I ran. What did I run? I've had the Riven I've had for a while, the triple element. That one was only slightly worse as a stat stick, but then it made it far more useful as an actual weapon. But I rolled a ton of damage, crit damage, toxin, Delicker Rivens. I probably rolled like 3 or 4 of them of that exact stats with minus heavy attack efficiency. I rolled like 3 or 4 of those things, and I could sell them for like 2,000 platinum. So that was, it's finding stuff like that in the market. For now, a lot of what I have goes based on what I've defined in my video. Like, I'm not holding back any information on when I describe, like, best Rivens for stuff. When I talk about, like, damage, attack speed, and elemental being, like, some of the best scaling stats on a Riven, I'm being genuine about that. And that's generally what I buy for Rivens, and those are cheap. They're not very expensive. To me, they are the best in slot. And so if you get anything that can sell that you can sell for a lot, like you get a crit damage, attack speed, range roll, that is like actual trash when it comes to the modern game, because those stats have not been updated for elementalist mods. They haven't been updated for things like influence being added. Arcanes, those stats have been the same of what's considered best for a very long time. So they're just simply not up to date. But people are more than willing, collectors and such, are more than willing to spend stupid amount of platinum on them. So whenever I get those, I genuinely just put them on the market for 5,000. First person to message me, which is usually within seconds. Even if I'm unlisted, even if I'm shown as invisible, I'll get a whisper within seconds. And I just sell it to the first person who whispers me, because I really don't care to sit and like, well, I can go and negotiate with 12 different resellers and these like Riven Mafia type people who are going to sit there and like throw out bids of 7,000 and 8,000 and all this bullshit. They're going to sit there and do that, and then they're going to pull out because all they're doing is sitting there arguing between two different golds, like bunch of different gold or resellers. I was about to call them gold sellers, but so instead of putting up with all that, I just turn around, sell it pretty much instantly for 5k, and then just liquidate it. I don't care about it. The most recent one I rolled for that was a Ghoulsaw Riven. I rolled this like God roll Ghoulsaw Riven and turned around, instantly sold it for 5k. I've rolled that for like Dual Liquor, maybe twice I've rolled that for Dual Liquor. I've rolled it for Hate and Karnan. Those are really what I put the most Kuva into. So the probability of me getting a God roll for it has been pretty high, because I put like an insane amount of Kuva into Hate and Dual Liquor. So statistically, I was guaranteed to get one at one point. And those stats, absolutely trash for both of those weapons. Absolutely trash. Being honest here, those are awful stats for both of those weapons. The reality is that not even just in arcanes, but just the elementalist mods. If you could roll status damage on a Riven, that would be the best in slot. But because you can't, you need the mod to do it, because almost every single melee build does status damage. If you're not doing status damage with your melee, you're probably not modding it right, to put it simply. You probably don't have something you should have in it to make it do a lot of damage. So then status damage is like going to be one of the best things you can do for it. So that makes the modding a lot more cramped in the modern game, because if you've seen my how to mod any melee weapon for melee gameplay, I think I make that pretty clear. There's not very much room for modding outside of the fact that damage scales really well, and the fact that you don't need something like condition overload. If you're melee only, the condition overload is probably a net negative for the vast majority of situations, because you're better off just doing more initial damage than you are doing deferred damage on like your second and third hits, with outside of very fringe scenarios on priming and all this nonsense that is also going to slow down your kill rate, where I would just recommend putting damage on the Riven, and then you can get rid of prime pressure point, or you can get rid of an attack speed mod, or have multi-elemental mods, especially on Excalibur. I think Excalibur makes this even easier to argue with the way Fierce Javelin works. Wait, Fierce Javelin works. Excalibur, no. Yeah, I'm definitely not preferring the Cupro here. I'm just kind of playing and ranting at this point. Adaption is a RB mod, if I remember correctly. You get it from like one of the wave rewards in RB. I haven't really found adaptation universal enough to use. I've used adaptation quite a lot over the years, but I haven't found it universal to continue using it, because most of the time when you need that DR is when you're taking the initial hit. So what is nice about adaptation though is it will trigger on slash dash. So you could be immune to damage in slash dash and it'll sit there and stack up adaptation. So it's still a tool that you could use, but I don't think it's worth it over something like just running triple umbral mods. Because for the most part, you can be just fine with just triple umbral if you have smart gameplay. In this case, or a good companion that helps you out. Oh, I can look at the kills here. That's not too bad. Not really going ham here. Just kind of ranting and playing. Yeah, see, the thing is though, I don't use range on Ack and Brunt, I'm pretty sure. I'll extract here and I'll show you my Ack and Brunt. Because I mostly use the aerial attack on Ack and Brunt when I do use it. And I spent a decent amount of time on Ack and Brunt, but every time I switch to it, I'm a little disappointed. Because I use slams quite a lot for mobility, and so, same with like Cobra and Crane Prime. I'm not used to the fact that a slam isn't going to slam. Technically it's a skill issue, but you know, when you're teaching old dogs new tricks when it comes to how I've played this game for so long, yeah. That's just the nature of it. I could probably buy a bunch more Kuva here. Oh, I could buy a lot more Kuva here. We're gonna go do that. I think I'm gonna be like 2 Kuva or 2 Steel Essence off from the next amount too, which is gonna be annoying. I'll actually roll some Rivens here. I'll buy some Kuva. I'm trying to think of what I was rolling before. But I'll show my my Ack and Brunt Rivens. One major one that I use. But I found Ack and Brunt is actually a pretty good Vortex host. If you throw something like the magnetic mod on it. Yeah, see, like I'm 2 off. Look at me. Look at me knowing how math works. First few weeks in a while that I haven't just maxed out Steel Essence immediately. Because I would have like 1,000 or so just waiting there. And then I didn't do level cap for quite a while. Okay, so instead of searching it. So I've got a couple of Ack and Brunt Rivens. So I've got like a heavy spam one. This one kind of sucks. I've got a equal opportunity Riven. It is equal for all factions on how much it gives you bonus. So these are fun. I think I bought this one just for the memes. I've got a couple of these. I've rolled some and I've bought some because they're just funny. And then this is what I primarily use on it. So then I give it the innate heat, and then the crit and crit damage are just powerful there. I've had this for a while. So this is what I run. And I don't even think I run on Ack and Brunt, I run range, because it's like I'm mostly using the aerial attack, and then I'll use Vortex, and then the aerial attack will help group with Vortex, and then it's a lot of fun that way. And then I have this other kind of trash. I probably at some point just need to dissolve this ribbon because I'm not going to re-roll it. Okay. I was rolling Cobra and Crane ribbons, but then I've kind of fell out of favor of doing that. There was something else I was rolling. What else was I rolling? I could always roll Duelica ribbons, but I don't really have... Like, as an example, this would have been a really good pre-Tekra Encore stat stick ribbon, although the heat is not very good for Duelica, but it's an example because of just the way that it worked. What was I rolling? I was trying to roll, I think, a triple element of something. When I see it, I'll remind myself of it. I was rolling Grimoire ribbons. I think I was rolling this one because I was going to try to get like a +2, -1 multi-shot projectile speed. If you want to talk about hate ribbons and ones that aren't that expensive that you can get, something like this. So when I talk about range here because it's about being a plus, like a triple slot, like a neutral triple slot ribbon. So this replaces, it takes up a mod slot, but then it replaces 2 more. So it gives you more attack speed than Prime Fury, so it replaces that. It also replaces Prime Pressure Point because it's got more melee damage than that. And then the only thing you kind of sacrifice here is some range because, and you don't really need it on hate. You need some range on hate, but you don't need all of the range because a lot of times you're just going to be using the little projectile from the neutral attacks. Let's see. Sure. Go for it. After rolling gas electric on it. Let's see. There was something else I was going to roll. I mean, I wanted to roll a different Muon ribbon. But the only one I can re-roll is this guy without buying another one. I've never really found this useful, even though this would be pretty decent. You put Toxin in front of it, and then you get gas electric, but I've just never really cared for it. But I've been trying to roll... I've wanted to have just a damage one so that I can run Muon with, like, Contagion and now Melee Kareen, and then just run that. Okay. Oh, yeah. So this is another set of stats that people will actually spend stupid platinum for because you think crit damage, range, and attack speed hasn't really survived the age of melee influence. It never really got updated. What is updated for the age of melee influence is range, attack speed, electric. And I've sold even like Duelica ribbons for quite a lot rolling these stats. So just something to keep in mind. Range, attack speed, and a negative with some other positive is something that does sell. Even if it's damage, even if it's an element, a lot of times they will in fact sell. Okay. I'm waiting for, I showed this earlier, but I'm waiting for Dowdy to get a little bit of a rework or an improvement for this to end up being the God roll stats. Because you think this is the same idea. You range attack speed, some sort of harmless or some sort of positive and some sort of harmless. And in this case, this is like the God roll for a Dowdy ribbon. It's 2 L's. 2 L's in my name. Well, I almost forgot about this Blinks ribbon. Okay. No, it looks good. I'd say that would work pretty well overall. Even if you had a negative on that, the probability of it being better is so small. That's probably going to do a really good job of just scaling whatever you put on them. That's probably what I'll end up just rolling, and I can talk about them. Talk about the ribbons as I roll them. This one's an interesting one that I'm waiting for something useful for. Venato, a blast minus slash Riven, so a Giga Blast. This might actually be useful at some point, but influence is just so good on Venato Prime with its new thing that you just don't have the mod slots to fit a Riven like this. Let's see, Prismascana. Oh, let's see, Melee Duplicate. I would probably not run Melee Duplicate. Unfortunately, influence is extremely good on this. I'll show you my dual or my Scana build. Prismascana. So the reason why influence is so good on Scana is this right here. So this undamaged enemy combo, this triggers on influence. So if you're ahead of a fight and those enemies are undamaged, the most likely way for you to actually trigger this and to instantly trigger full combo is actually with influence, because when influence spreads to other enemies, it will trigger this 9 combo on undamaged. So it is just way too good to not run. And so with a combo duration as well here, these two are like exactly what I think are best on even the age of dexterity arcanes on your heavy weapon. This extra 6 seconds is really good just overall. And then on this guy, you can get nice breakpoints for like status chance and crit chance, to where you don't really need crit chance, like extra crit chance on this. Because when you calculate out, like let's calculate out 550 times 0.4 plus 40, you're getting to 260. You're getting to 260 without anything else, with just steel and blood rush. But you see here I have galvanized might on it too, because I think, do I have attack speed on this Riven? Yeah, because I have attack speed on this Riven. This is a Riven I rolled. It's a Riven. It's a big electric Riven and a big attack speed. So then I put Gladiator Might on here because it gets me to guaranteed red crits. Because this plus this plus this gets you to like 304% crit chance or something. So then you're guaranteed red crits. And yeah, that's just, unfortunately, that's just in my experience with it, this is what you really just want to run. It's one of the better influence hosts in the game because of that combo effects. Let's see, Cobra. Let's pull out Cobra. So this is what I'm running on it now, but I think I've been wanting heat damage on a Riven. Extra fake Excalibur. Well, that's up. I've kind of always liked the Mordo helmet or whatever. I think if they did like a Prime, or if they did like an Umbra type helmet like that, I think it would be really cool. So we're gonna roll some Cobra Rivens, because why not? I don't know which one is best for me to re-roll, to be honest. Because this one's already pretty good. Don't be afraid to actually use +2 Rivens, because they are actually good. But I want an element, I want melee damage, and even if it's just heat damage and a negative, I'm happy. Negative 100% for combo. Thanks, game. With 2 elements. Oh, see, I have... So I have this right here for Siam. I have a couple of Siam Rivens. I've got one that's a big sad Siam Riven that I feel bad trying to roll off. So look at that. If this was anything that wasn't harmful, this would be a really good Riven. So an innate blast Riven, so then you could run electric, 90% electric, and do that. And then I have another one that is basically just a blast Riven. And the negative combo duration on this is like completely harmless. I think that's pretty harmless. Negative 2.8 seconds. I run Naraman anyways, and I run Dexterity Arcanes on my heavy weapon. So that negative 2.8 seconds is basically harmless. So these are the two that I've rolled. This one just, I don't feel like re-rolling this anymore because that's kind of painful. Yeah, and see, the problem I have with electric on it is you would probably be better off running electric on a 90% mod to help weigh it higher, because the status chance on it really isn't that great. So then if you're choosing between having the Riven with some sort of heat with the low disposition, I would rather have the heat to combine with something else on a Riven to get the value lower. Like you think here, this is basically a 66 set of 60/60 mods that you fit into one mod slot. And then you can also get rid of an attack speed mod, so it's getting close to like quickening. So this is a true 3-in-1 Riven, except for the fact that the negative is pretty harmful there. Even then, like 54% crit damage is like not even an Archon Shard worth of crit damage. So it's not that this is unusable with minus crit damage, it's just it feels bad. It feels a little bad. Not completely bad, though. I kind of do just want to roll Mulan Rivens, because I keep waiting. Literally no one has a Mulan Riven on the market that I actually want. So I think I'm just going to roll. This guy instead. Because I've never actually used this Riven. I just want a like damage, negative, and then potentially an element. That's pretty much all I really want. Even then, that's not terrible. It's at least 20. And attack speed, even on a heavy attack build, attack speed still helps. It helps with some of the fluidity. So getting it on a Riven is not bad, even if it's a heavy attack spam build. But I'm probably not going to get anything actually useful here. As long as it has damage and a negative, I'm happy. That could have been almost useful, but no. Even if it's a +2, I would use a +2. As long as the melee damage is higher than prime pressure point. No. You know, actually, I would almost rather use this than that. So you know what? We're just going to go with it. We're going to see if swapping the actual Riven made a difference here. Because there's some, I don't know. Some of those things you think about. Doom rolling into one specific stat, if that has an impact on your roll. Who knows? Almost useful. You see, this is actually, the disposition on this is pretty good. You can almost get 3 range on a +2/-1. Like, that's pretty good. Oh, that was close. I don't care for faction damage. I don't want to see faction damage on any of my Rivens, even as the negative. Like this. Like, this is close to being useful. It's kind of counterintuitive to have combo duration and initial combo, but I don't even like Infested, minus Infested, even though minus Infested is basically harmless. I just don't like seeing it. I'd rather not. If I can choose between it, I'll sell them. I'll usually sell them for pretty good, but I actually won't use them, though. Ooh, I kind of like that. Just pure electric. Combo duration, why not? This is a better 90% electric mod. All that really matters. That's really the most important thing to understand about Rivens. Is this better than another mod? If it's not better than another mod, then it's worthless. And that's like when I rolled that God roll. When I rolled that God roll Kuva Ghoulsaw Riven, or Ghoulsaw Riven, the disposition was so low. It was like I don't even think it was a whole meter of extra range. I'm talking the crit damage, attack speed, range, and then it was minus slide crit that I rolled. If I remember, the minus range, actually I have a screenshot of it somewhere. Actually, I can find it. I took a screenshot of the trade. There it is. Oh, I don't show the stats. Dang it. But like, as an example, let's see how well this works. But as an example, you know, you can sell that to a gold seller pretty much instantly. Even though it's a ghoul saw ribbon, you can't really even see that. Oh well. Even though it's a ghoul saw ribbon, and you're probably gonna use it on the Kuva or the Kuva version, which has basically 0 disposition, and the stats on it are that bad. Like I think I can actually show you. I think I can actually show you what the because I have a ribbon that's very similar to it. So like this right here is like the full disposition. So if you look at actual Kuva Ghoul Saw, if you look at what this ribbon actually scales to, like look at that. Look at that. And then the crit damage, instead of the combo duration, it was crit damage, and it was like 40%. Like look at how worthless that is. And what do you even drop in to replace it with? Like when you have, as an example, if you wanted to replace Prime Fury, you're getting less out of this. You're getting range that is borderline worthless in comparison to Reach, Prime Reach. And then if you had crit damage, you're not able to replace a mod with crit damage. Like look right here, it would be like 40% crit damage. So it's not going to replace anything either. Like, in this case, this is probably the god roll for Kuva Ghoul Saw right now. Probably. And you won't see it on the market. Because apparently, cold and heat damage does not scale blast. So then just having that in one mod slot is... And then having some crit damage, just probably the best third for it, other than just raw melee damage. It's kind of dumb. Oh no, not the war. Yeah, see, and this is the thing too, I really don't find crit damage useful on ribbons anymore, because, like you think, in terms of value, I think I have crit damage here. Like, even talking about a Giga disposition mod or melee ribbon, you're not even getting equivalent to galvanized steel. Like, even a stupid high disposition ribbon is not going to get to the tier of galvanized steel. So if you had to choose between like potentially getting rid of galvanized steel and using a ribbon mod, you can't swap this slot for it because this is more valuable than a ribbon. And then that's where I kind of talk about this. Like, these 3 slots is really where you're able to do it because of how well damage scales. Because of how well damage scales, it scales better in even like lower disposition. It'll scale nearly on par with prime pressure point. So you can drop and replace that. And then attack speed scales extremely well too. Attack speed's a little bit more subjective, but it's a nice drop-in replacement. But elemental mods scale, or elements scale really well on ribbons just in general. Just those important things to consider when you're rolling. So there's the difference of like what's profitable and what you should actually use. And I think in my melee weapon, how to build any melee weapon video, I think I cover that in sufficient detail of like, hey, this is what you should run. But what's profitable is a different story. There's a lot of ribbons that I sell that I know the people buying them don't watch my videos. Like a lot of dual liquor ribbons that I've sold, it's like, I know this person doesn't watch my videos because they wouldn't be buying this ribbon based on what I've shown them. So it's clearly someone that's not watching it. At least I hope. That's my hope. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping this ribbon is actually useful. I happened to roll this. I was rolling Destreza ribbons, and then I rolled this. I've been hoping to find this exact stats on, like, multiple weapons. And I happened to do it on Destreza. So hopefully this is useful. Hopefully the Incarnate has something cool. Because imagine if the Incarnate has something cool that can make use of Blast and drop and replace melee damage. Which is, I think what I've modded it for. So yeah, like right here. So I have still a flexible slot. So if I wanted to put Influence here, I could. Or not Influence, but electric damage. But, or something else. If something else becomes important here. That is what I could do. Because this replaces 3 mods. I think at one point I was running like Toxin damage here. Switching these slots. So that I had Blast Toxin. But I was experimenting with that a little bit. Let's, where's my other Muon? I have a status Muon. I literally call it Electric Boogaloo because it is designed for melee influence. Ooh, look at that. Look at how good that is out for that. I need damage. 21% crit chance. It's a weird breakpoint right there. And what am I missing? Range. I guess range. I don't really care as much for range on a Contagion build. I definitely don't need combo duration. Let me calculate out the... Oh. This is 21% with Galvanized Steel on. Like 10%. I think I designed this Riven specifically around... Raffle of Ants. So like I've done that to some Zaws where I give it enough status chance to where I'm basically building it for Raffle of Ants. And this is definitely one of them. I'm wondering if this is the scenario where I do this. Don't you dare do this to me. How dare you? We're gonna do that. I think that'll give me enough. Yes. Okay. If I have this much, I have at least 87% crit chance on this build. But I've got tons of electric and tons of status, and that's all that matters. We're gonna make sure the holster for this isn't messed up. Yeah, you see this is... You know what? We're gonna do this instead. Look at this. Very important to make sure we're matching aesthetics here. That's more important. Yeah, see this holster is set up and colored according to that. It's actually still even kind of messed up. But you can't set up the holster for both skins, unfortunately. I do actually care about this. I like to make it make sense. And I'll put it right at that crest. I think that's no, the roll is, or there you go. Okay, I think that's fine. And we're gonna copy. Okay. I don't like Kubro anymore. we're going to pull out Selena Kyle. Oh. Let me pull up chat here. I haven't looked. I don't know. The hip holster, I try to not also do holsters that are dramatically off what the default is because of the incarnate modes. Incarnate modes kind of bug out.
Life support has been cut off. They're trying to choke you out. Hold on. I'm sending auxiliary life support.
Hostile contact. Engaging. Off you go. I'll put my feet up.
So here's the downside to running Contagion. You don't have Prime Shirt footed on. And you don't have any Overguard yet. Because, turns out it has a knockdown effect to it. I like Muon, if those are wondering why I'm running a Muon instead of just using the Stefoon Nikanas that I already have set up and I already have really good ribbons for it, is I just kind of like running the sword variation sometimes than the Nikana. Not for really any particular reason other than just variety. So I actually have you've seen it. If you've seen some of my Guilty runs, I actually have a really good setup for this exact thing already on Stefoon as a Nikana version. But I don't know. I like the Muon. The Muon's got higher disposition too, so it doesn't scale as universally because Nikanas are just better than swords when it comes to melee weapon type. But it's a vibe to run Muon. Contagion is still very powerful. You don't even need influence to make it this powerful. I could also just be running Raffle Advance and make this even more powerful. Like, look at this. Look at how dumb that is. You don't get knocked back, though, if you've got Overguard.
Get ready for a capsule.
Peak melee gameplay, Exodia Contagion, with influence. And no range. It's also why, like, my Nikana type Zaw actually has crit. No. My influence one I run, it's got like attack speed. It's actually got my recommended stats on it. It's damage, attack speed, electric. And then I double up the electric just to make the weighing a little bit higher. Overguard's coming from Rolling Guard. So I roll through an overguarded enemy, and then I steal their overguard. This is the problem, though, with it when you're running influence. I have done a very good job at nuking all of the overguard nearby. Which, you know, if everything's dead, then you kind of don't need the overguard, but at the same time, that's not always the case. This does a really good job at preventing me from really ever being able to make use of slash dash too. Get out of here. I think, though, I have demonstrated again my point that you can run pretty much anything on this general template for my do-it-all Exalted Blade, Melee, Afflictions, Gas, Chromatic Blade build. I do it all. Subsume free version, if I put... I could literally just switch to my loadout that's got Raffle Advance and then dramatically increase the power of this build. Like, dramatically. Going from not even guaranteed crits to, like, on this. Not even guaranteed crits, and that's what happens. Imagine if I had another 177% crit chance. Speed. I am speed.
And so we learn
I didn't try Sun and Moon. Well, because Sun and Moon kind of suck. But, you know, you got a point. Sparring weapons. Sparring weapons, Sparring weapons will be interesting in the next patch because in June, so literally next month, we're getting Obex. We're getting Obex and Karnan. So I already have Obex and Karnan, not Incarnan yet, set up somewhat. Don't ignore most of this. This is, I clearly don't have it set up. But I rolled this right here, which that's pretty good. Even without a negative, like I was saying, people are gonna probably pay some stupid money, some stupid plat to buy this. I'm probably gonna sell it. I wouldn't recommend buying it to anyone watching this, but I could probably sell this for quite a lot. Even though it doesn't have a negative, people will probably pay a crap ton for it. And then, let's see, Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon. I think Sun and Moon might have a place now, kind of. Oh, look, they fixed the asymmetry between the swords. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice of them? Go black. But where Sun and Moon might actually be powerful now, I wouldn't say powerful, but usable, is with Kareen. So you can see how much effort I've put into it because the stance kind of is rough. So not very much. I'm going to see if I can fit what I need to fit in here. The attack speed's already kind of good. Oh boy. Yeah. Might as well. It's already at low rank. I might as well. What do I need to give it? I think that will probably be fine. All right, here's your Sun and Moon. Yeah, thievery. It really is. If you haven't run Arcane Circumvent on Excalibur, it's pretty impressive how much it fixes with this kit. It's so amazing. It's made pretty much any other thing I try on Excalibur not feel very good. Oh, I didn't change the color on the... Oh, that was an explosive barrel. I'm giving it all I can. Oh, look, at least kills. It kills stuff. But it unfortunately doesn't really do anything that special. But I'm also armor stripping, and these are Greniers, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But as I've mentioned now a couple of times, you can run pretty much anything with this build, and it will make it at least usable. Because you think you're giving it so much. You're giving it damage, you're giving it crit damage. Yeah, if you're using Raffle Advance like a normal person and you weren't just running no subsume, you'd be giving it a crit chance. You could pretty much put any melee weapon in this and it would be good.
Life support incoming.
get out of here. I'm also priming everything with viral with my companion. I don't have a Enokai mod on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heavy attack.
I've delivered a life support capsule for you.
It's a heavy attack.
Activating it will buy you more time.
That's I really think they messed up with the stance on Sun and Moon. I think they could have given it a lot more. Like you look at the mobility on this stance. Like that's not a forward block neutral. Even if you were to do like sliding, the slide doesn't really have good distance to it. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I think it kind of got the same, like, crappy end of the stick as something like Dual Nakanas. Especially if the fact that it doesn't apply, it doesn't count, they don't count as Nakanas to do something like the Amalgam mod, like I think you've mentioned already. But then also, it doesn't get, it's not considered a sword type to get Excalibur's passive. That would make it a little bit better, even though we're talking about 10%, 10%. It's a tough mix. It's tough. So, as I mentioned, it works. It'd be even better if I didn't have Radio Blind and I had Wrathful Advance, which all I had to do was just tab to a different thing to show it. But I think that'd be diluting. And I didn't even have this fully modded yet, too. It is, in fact, a melee weapon that can drop into this build like most of them. Get the overguard for the Acolyte. Oh, it's Malice. Roll away. Aha. Look at me. This is Dark Souls them. Apparently, Kitty was not impressed. Well, I'm definitely getting to that point where I should probably go to bed. I think that's a pretty good rotation to my sleep schedule than going to bed at like 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. I mean. Definitely help. I have a whole, it's like 7 days to rotate to night shift. Starting early. Do you lose Arcane after 15 seconds? No. The only thing that you lose after 15 seconds is the armor. The only thing. The shields, over shields, everything else, it's permanent. And it persists through transference. That's kind of the cool thing. So even if you're using Excalibur Umbra in his Sentience mode, you're not going to lose Overguard while you're in Operator. It's like a separate instance. So it's also particularly good. This is also the thing, and this is if you're relatively new to my content covering Arcane Circumvent, it's not a defensive mod. That's kind of the most important thing to understand about it. It is a offensive mod and a defensive mod. It's on like the same territory as Slash Dash, where you kind of can't look at it as offensive or defensive, but you have to look at it as both, because the process of you rolling through enemies and stealing their defenses is also making them weaker. So you're using it offensively, but then at the same time, it's giving you a defensive bonus, just like Slash Dash. Slash Dash, you're immune as you're now killing enemies. So it's a double dipping beneficial type interaction. And Circumvent, because of Slash Dash, you're getting in range of targets to actually roll through them. You can break Slash Dash with a roll, So it just really works well on Excalibur. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't get Excalibur's passive. It's not considered a sword. Just like dual swords aren't and dual Nikanas are, or two-handed Nikanas are not. Yeah, I was pretty sad about that too. It doesn't receive that benefit because it's like it's so meaningless and trivial. He should probably just now get like any sword type, like literally anything with sword or Nikana in the name, or any light weapon. Like I would say every light blade in the game should Excalibur should probably benefit with. So instead of it being just swords, it should just be light blades. So that would be literally everything. That would add daggers, dual daggers, machetes. What else is in here? Like tonfas or whatever they're called. Like he should probably be able to receive all light blade type melee weapon bonuses for 10%, 10%. I think that makes sense. Where things get a little bit different is when you talk about like two-handed blades and sights and pole arms and all that nonsense. That's where, if we were to categorize them, since they've added these categories, this should benefit everything in this category. Yeah, they really messed up, because I think the coolest idea I've heard, this is not my idea, but I heard this a long time ago. So I remember in like the quest line when you're playing as Teshin, you get like heat on one blade and then you get like cold on the other blade. That would have been the cool thing they could have done for Sun and Moon, because otherwise Sun and Moon has nothing interesting about it. It's like the only out of all of the incarnate or all of the non-incarnate Duviri weapons, it's the only one that doesn't have anything interesting to it. The rest of them have like something cool about them, like a special throw, a special heavy, a slam, shockwave nonsense. Like everything else has something interesting except for the one that everyone wanted to be actually usable and useful, which is Sun and Moon. And all they had to do was just give it like a special effect. And you think if one blade did heat, one blade did cold, with just Toxin on it modded like this, I could get gas and viral out of just the same melee weapon, which would be really cool. And that would make whatever nonsense they did with the stance actually no longer an issue. I think the stance wouldn't really matter if the blades themselves had something interesting. Like if one did heat and one did cold, and then you could either just run it like that, or if you modded for one or the other, then you would get like, you could do heat and then blast based on how you mod, or you could do cold and blast if you just put like a heat mod or a cold mod on it. Or you could do something like this and put Fever Strike, and you would be able to get, unless they just made it forced. Unless they just made it forced heat, forced cold, and then it would either combine or not. There was things that they could have done to Sun and Moon that would have been a lot more interesting than just a really basic weapon like they did. Unfortunate. Okay. I don't think there's really anything else for me to show at this point. Gunblades, I'm not too particular. People asking me about melee weapon types. I haven't really enjoyed gunblades in a long time. They seem to be lacking in some particular ways on like mobility. The stances kind of suck on them. They don't really have the consistency or the fluidity of glaives. And then they're not really as beneficial because they can't like dual wield with them. And then you also don't get some of the special mods and stuff that you get with glaives. So there's really not that much going on for gunblades. I think there's some cool stuff you can do with quick melee and stuff. But what we probably need for a gunblade is like a dual wield gunblade. I think that would be kind of cool if we got like, instead of just a single gun blade, we got like dual wield and pew, 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 and then slash. I think that'd be kind of cool, but we don't have that, so they're kind of lame. I haven't really messed too much with some of these newer weapons. I wish this guy actually scaled well. I haven't found that the shatter mechanic of this, like the glassing and shatter mechanic, to actually scale that well. Like maybe at one point it did, but it just doesn't right now. So I don't really see too much use in it. I forgot what this one has. What special effect does this have? Oh, pulls and lifted enemies. Sure. Zenistar, maybe at some point. I should probably reevaluate this because I have this stupid ribbon for it. Minus combo doesn't really matter, but especially on Excalibur. But yeah, look at that. You want to talk about stupid ribbons? I think I bought that for like double-digit platinum. Like I have for a lot of them. There was a while I was buying up literally every one of these kind of ribbons I could see because they were dirt cheap. People just didn't care for them, and they would list them probably because they were cool, and I would buy them. Oh, talking about melee weapon ribbons. Talking about on Skiajati, if you do have to get a ribbon, if you do get a ribbon for it, something like this or cold and attack speed. I think cold and attack speed are the two things you probably want on it because it's a really good afflictions host, and you can just give it that, and then you get viral and tons of slash. Status chance is really good on it. So if you're doing like Tenokai or whatever, I think it scales really well. But this is clearly just the template. Spoiler. This is also obviously pretty useful if you don't have, if you're not using a subsume, being able to get the stealth on that. It breaks as soon as you go to attack again, but it's cool. It's definitely cool. Let's see. More melee weapons. I've been trying to make Kestrel Prime useful. The unique effect and its guaranteed, like, with a guaranteed explosion, doesn't reliably trigger melee afflictions, which I feel like it should. It would actually be useful if it did. Dual gun blades already exist. They're called secondaries. Sure. But yeah, I haven't found gun blades to be that nice. Honestly, I like the stance for them, the consistency of them. I would just rather use a glaive, and then glaives, like you can do a little bit more interesting stuff with glaives like this. I can completely understand why someone would use gun blades because they fill this kind of interesting niche in some content. Like I think people use them for eidolons and stuff. But for general melee gameplay, they don't feel very good. I've been trying to make this useful, Kestrel Prime, letting it bounce around, but it doesn't seem to reliably trigger melee afflictions. It just doesn't. So it's unfortunate. Otherwise, this could be pretty cool. The best glaive is actually just Exodia Contagion. The unfortunate part of it. Okay. What do I even have for bow? I haven't been reevaluating bow because a lot of people have been throwing like giga range builds on it, and I used it for a while to see if I could get blast or like gas afflictions to work really well for it. I just kind of steered away from it because it was really nice until Okina came out, and Okina has a higher movement speed while also having like a better way of generating combo, because this has a decent way of generating combo, but not that great. And then also I did use this as a stat stick at some point. I actually have Mark 1 bow. I have 15 Forma into Mark 1 bow because I used this as a stat stick for a while, even to the point where I was using like Vazarin finisher kills stacking back when this gave 12. When this gave 12, it was actually pretty good. And then you could use this as a stat stick because this has one of the highest crit, or the crit and status chance evolutions. So this actually worked pretty well for that. It wasn't as good as just running Raffle of Ants. This is also why, if you saw my Riven for it, why I have a Riven like this. Because if I'm giving /dash 15/15, I kind of want the extra status chance. I need the crit, and then the crit damage is helpful there too. So that's kind of why this is. I think this is still set up for pre-Tekra Encore. Yeah, this is a pre-Tekra Encore build. So just giving it this guy so that I could trigger corrosive on it, and then giving it as much crit chance, as much status chance. I must have at some point added this instead, because obviously this came out well after Tekrot Encore. So, and same thing with Galvanize Elementalist. I must have put these on at some point because obviously these mods didn't exist when Tekrot Encore, pre-Tekrot Encore. So, I don't think I could have fit Umbral mods in that. Yeah, I don't think those would have fit. Like, so it's a very interesting weapon. Same thing here. They get the movement speed, and then it's just the fact that this guy right here was actually useful. And Nami Solo kind of had one too. Like, if you look at Nami Solo, it used to be close, but then it didn't give you like movement speed, and it didn't have like a really good source of combo generation. So it wasn't as good as like just running bow. But still, Dual Licker was the best out of all of them. Dual Licker was ironically the best stat stick for /dash pre-Tekra Encore. And then if with this Riven, it worked. It was like marginally worse than running a like full-fledged, not something like this, but with Toxin. And then it lets you run Vortex. So it was actually a really good. It was. I've been running Dual Lickers for a long time, including this Vortex build, because I remember during the original Belly and the Beast event, before they nerfed the spawns, I was actually able to use Dual Licker Vortex to create continuous death pools that would get you like thousands of kills within a couple of minutes and crash the game. That was the original Belly and the Beast that we'll never see again because it was absolutely absurd. Do we try Ceramic Dagger? I can show you Ceramic Dagger. The problem with Ceramic Dagger is it feels bad unless you have a melee weapon or a primary equipped, because this is what it's set up for. So melee exposure is because just when I did a bunch of testing on it, in the scenarios where you can proc this, you do in fact get a lot more damage out of this than like Afflictions over something like what else is there? Over like Afflictions or even Kareen, because it's like the targets that you really need to use this against are the ones that you can't kill with Afflictions, and Exposure just performed the best out of all of them, just giving it as much damage as possible. And this Riven is kind of dumb. So the combination of these two, I'm getting 60 baseline, and then I forget where the rest of it really comes from. I think, if I remember correctly, this one does get up to like 220 if you have a primary. But I've generally used this because I don't equip a primary. And that extra 80 base damage is pretty good. It's pretty strong. When you consider the base damage of this is like 260. You're giving it quite a lot of extra base damage on shield break. And you notice it. You notice this increase. And increased base crit chance. So that's where, like, obviously if you have a primary, this is going to be better. Although you do get 100 extra base damage for that one versus initial combo. And also with just having 50% heavy attack efficiency, this one scales pretty well. Because when you go up all the way up to 220 and you're spamming it, it's like, unless you ramp this up with the radiation mod or like focus energy, like unless you ramp up your heavy attack efficiency, this gets kind of... It gets kind of rough. and it's not very efficient to put it in the Riven because you're gonna get like, I think even with a +3 -1, your heavy attack efficiency is like 80 or 90% on this. So it feels a little wasteful doing it. And remember, this does raw damage, so then like you don't even need status damage for it. Let's see. I'll probably not even complete this mission. Sort of wrap things up here. I've hit my goal for time.
Your enemies have grown fierce. Use all that you have learned.
They have just shut down all systems. I'm sending life support capsules your way.
It's gonna get a bit tasty.
Right. Look at them big numbers. Oh lord, they're big numbers. So I used this build. I think I had a different Riven at the time. Still probably won't bother completing this mission. I think I had a different Riven at the time, but like this is what I used to kill the Apex tank, because I would just slam. I would just kill it with a slam. I did use the primary one, the primary combo one, because I wanted to make sure I had a guaranteed 6x, so that through the mission I wouldn't lose my Incarnate, because I was heavily also using the projectiles to kill stuff for it. Like especially the beginning, there's some interesting, you can actually kill the Apex tank for the most part with Operator. There was a while where I was trying to do that, but it was it was difficult, but it was doable. Just a little fun fact for you. You could use Unaru and Deathloop with your Operator, and then just kill the tank with your Operator. And I found like a couple of different amps that worked really well. If you did like a 177, I'm trying to remember if the 177 worked really well. Like the explosion when you run 100% efficiency, and you just do it right over the little bombs on the sides, whatever they're called, little things you have to kill. It worked pretty well for that. Like I think even I used Sirocco at one point, and it actually did pretty decent. You like charge up the primer, the alt fire, not the alt fire, but like the super shot, the reload one, and you could one shot the like you could one shot the little things on the Apex, the hard mode of the tank. So you know, this does stuff. And my initial combo, if you look at it, I'm at 9x. I'm at 9x, just chilling. Another thing you could do on Excalibur is if you did use Surging Dash and then you were able to get 100% efficiency, like if you had a Riven where you had like 90% combo efficiency, it probably would get to like 100% on the Riven, if I remember correctly, for this ceramic dagger. But you could use something like Surging Dash, get your combo up, and then heavy attack / dash in combination, get your combo back up to full, and you would mitigate the loss of it by using Surging Dash. Like that's a strategy I haven't really played too much with, because I haven't really found heavy attack builds to be that fun. I think there was a while ago I used that for a like Mulan build, like a heavy attack spam Mulan build. Even at low strength, you get almost one whole combo tier. So you get / dash once and recover your combo from a heavy attack without needing the initial combo for it. You just, 90% efficiency, 12 by 220, you only lose like, you lose like 20 combo or whatever the math is on that. 10% at 220. 22? step. Kind of brutal. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I have negative finisher on this Riven. And it's over 100%. Ow. That was rude. Bam.
I've delivered another life support capsule.
Yeah, I don't usually show off things like this just because, like, I don't think it's particularly unique. A lot of what I try to show are things that aren't common. Things that aren't meta. And ceramic dagger heavy spamming is pretty meta. So it's a nice tool. I would recommend setting it up. Just no matter what. Just 'cause it's a very, very useful tool. That I even use sometimes, depending on the tool, depending on what I'm doing. I will in fact use this here and there. I think demos it's pretty good for, because the little projectile can actually like do some pretty good damage for them. So it's a solid thing to have in the background. The problem with me running these sort of things in the background is if I'm running slash dash and I'm basing it on initial combo and I'm heavy attack spamming, I'm losing damage on slash dash. So that's why. Mark 1 bow for Steel Path. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff for that. I think Exalted Blade definitely has some of the best. Has some of the best like features for proccing afflictions. But yeah, the bow is really nice. There's a reason why I have Bow Prime and Mark 1 bow still set up somewhat. Even though my Mark 1 bow is kind of obsolete now since it was primarily set up for a stat stick, but looks like I changed this up since I last was running it. But just talking about Ack and Brunt. Exposure, but you could run instead of Arcane, Fury, or Primed Reach, I would run like Magnetic and then run Vortex. And it's actually a pretty good Vortex host for this. Do I have another setup for that? No. Okay. I used Ack and Brunt enough to put an Umbra Forma into it. That puts in perspective. Because I did actually use it as a slash dash stat stick for its 17% base chance. Because it was interesting. But I wasn't very good at it. Furex. Furex is a really good one. Here's another really good stat stick Riven back in the day. For your melee crit and then elemental and then influence. Influence, this can actually spread blast and impact, which is really cool. So you can like stack impact, full impacts on targets all around you and then get really good mercy kill finishers for like Arcane Escapist. This is pretty decent at doing that. It's got good evolutions too. Pause, increase combo chance, and then if you run this right here, you can actually spread slash with the impact. So like I was talking about, influence with the amalgam mod will actually spread impact. Well, it'll spread slash too, but these only do 1 damage, so they don't do very much damage. But if you're doing it and then slash dashing them, obviously you would get more slash damage, but it's not like heat inherent or anything like that where it like resets and it does more because you had that slash on there already. It's just not worth it. You're better off getting the status chance. And Furex, I have Furex and Furex Wraith both incarnated for that reason, because I used to use it as a stat stick. Yeah, and the Mark, like I was saying, the bow, I spent a while using Mark 1 for a stat stick, and then Bow Prime also as a stat stick, but I've generally gone towards Bow Prime nowadays after they killed stat sticks, thankfully. If you want really cool aerial and knockdown, if you haven't seen this video, Skull, you have a guaranteed knockdown, and this is really easy to trigger on Cobra and Crane Prime. and you can trigger that really easily with just a jump and a quick melee. So, and it's spammable too. It'll keep spamming it. So then I would generally recommend having just heat on it, or you could do viral, and then as a result, you could prime it with whatever you want, and then just bam, and then trigger afflictions, stack a ton of status effects. So I'd recommend giving that a try if you have Cobra and Crane Prime. I have a video showing it and showing how that works. But all right, are there any other questions before I sign off here and go into blissful unconsciousness? Most reliable weapon? Exalted Blade. If it's not Exalted Blade, it's Duelicker, Okina, Hate, Zaw. And I think Nami Solo is now definitely on that list. Because on this, I can actually run Nami Solo Duplicate, or I can run Nami Solo Afflictions, or I can run Kareen. So I've added Kareen to that list. So when I talked about this build, how you can run Afflictions or Duplicate, you can also run Kareen on it, and it's good because you really don't need Duplicate. So it's just Duplicate's kind of this crazy scaling. It's just if you have like Smita on, then Smita is going to prevent you from being able to do that. So maybe if you have like a harass or something that doesn't give you flat crit chance, Nami Solo is definitely a contender for most versatile when it comes to what arcane you can run on it. You just get like a good Riven for it, and that pretty much does what you need. This one's just ridiculous, to put it simply. Otherwise, something more reasonable. You can do heat, you can do toxin, you can kind of do gas, you can do whatever. It's very versatile. Or you just run influence on it and electric, and it can be influence slop just like everything else. I haven't spent much time with dual Visix because of the fact that it's gas, and I get gas, and I've used gas and melee afflictions gas on Exalted Blade for a very long time, so it doesn't feel useful for me to use a weapon based on gas when I'm already using gas, but and then I'd be primarily using it with afflictions anyways on Exalted Blade. If I'm using the melee weapon, I'm not going to run like influence on Exalted Blade, so it's redundant to me. But I could see how someone would want to use it. Do I have a no Riven melee influence dual Icker? I don't recommend melee influence on dual Icker. I think if you want to run melee influence, there's a lot better hosts for it. Dual Icker, I think, shines when you don't run influence on it, unless you're running Saren. And then if you're running Saren, then you get innate toxin, and then you can run whatever. Or if you're running like Bolt and you get the innate electric damage, then you can kind of run whatever. But I would generally not recommend melee influence on Dual Icker. I just don't think it's very interesting or useful. I think running Vortex is just better. Like, this is my Vortex build with no Riven, because you get a magnetic mod now, so you can get innate magnetic, which means the clouds can proc Vortex on their own, and they can self-sustain. I have a couple videos showing that. If you search Dual Icker Vortex, I've got a few videos demonstrating how well that works. I also have a whole video covering the topic of it and the best Rivens for it. Sadly, the best Riven in my testing is actually this kind of nonsense that's like a triple element, especially for Furious Javelin, Excalibur. Otherwise, if you didn't want a Riven, or if you wanted a Riven and like general recommendations for it, I think this guy is probably the best example of that. Because a +3 -1 Dual Icker Riven will in fact give you more melee damage than Prime Pressure Point. So then out of this whole build, the thing you can actually drop and replace is Prime Pressure Point. In this case though, if you wanted extra range, you could get you could keep this, swap this out, But if you had melee damage and range, even if it's a +2 -1, like probably one of the best Rivens for Dual Liquor, it's just a +2 -1 melee damage and range, or melee damage and some sort of element. Because even if you roll this with like electric or cold and you want magnetic, you can always just run the 60/60 mod. So you don't have to run a magnetic mod here. You could just run a 60/60 and then have your element give you the other one to give you magnetic. You don't want your magnetic to overpower your toxin. This one's like a 2-to-3 ratio, approximately. A little more than 2-to-3. But a 1-to-16, which is a 5-to-8. So 5-to-8 ratio. But I think if you got it close to like half the damage of magnetic versus toxin, that's probably the good, since you're then twice as likely to proc toxin than magnetic. You only need one magnetic to trigger this effect. And you don't technically need it from Dual Liquors. It's just the clouds don't self-sustain and pull in enemies unless you have magnetic on it. And I would recommend doing that. And before 1999, you had to have a ribbon like this to really maximize the build. Don't kind of mind the sacrificial set here. This isn't necessary or better, probably, unless you're killing a lot of sentients. If you're killing a lot of sentients, this is objectively the best because the sentient damage. But looking more like this, where you actually get a little bit more melee damage and you get crit damage that doesn't apply to the clouds, but does apply to the normal attack. This is just something I've been playing around with and testing because I felt like it. Because I had a Umbra Forma that I probably should have put on this a long time ago to make it flexible. I actually have a 3 or 4 different builds, maybe more than that, of Excalibur Persistence. I'd recommend checking out some of those videos. Most of the time, it's scaling the health. But same principles apply here. The problem with Persistence on Excalibur in general is that you don't get a lot of mod space to fit like Chromatic Blade now. So I don't think Persistence is that great. I don't really think Persistence is that great on Excalibur because you have to make so many compromises that you lose out on a lot of stuff. But you don't need Chromatic Blade on Exalted Blade to make Slash Dash viable if you're using, like... I actually have a few even guilty runs when I'm running Persistence and I'm using an Ikanazaw to get lifesteal with the Deku Amalgam. So I have a few videos covering that. I'd recommend checking that out. Yeah, and there's... I think Circumvent kind of fills in a lot of those holes, and it takes a really simple concept and it allows you to sort of flesh out your defensiveness. Like, I've got a bunch of level cap runs to just using Circumvent. On Circumvents, it's a lot chiller on like level cap Void Cascade runs because the mob density is lower, versus what I showed in like a lot of these survival missions where Circumvent kind of requires a little bit more effort. The problem though with Persistence is like it doesn't scale well low, and when you get to the high end, it scales well, but at the same time, it gets pretty tight sometimes on if you happen to run into like a nullifier. And if you don't have full status immunity, it can be rough. And if you have full status immunity on Excalibur, you're probably sacrificing your healing, and so you have to outsource your healing. But I have a few videos. I have a few build videos showcasing Persistence, so I would recommend searching through my channel or using the search function in my channel to find those. I actually have one that's gunplay. I have an Exalted Blade build where you pull out Exalted Blade and then you can slash dash around, but you use guns for it too. And you can use like Paris Prime for the healing. You can even just simply rely on your companion for healing. There's a lot of variety with it. It's just I've fallen out of favor of trying to force Persistence into Excalibur where he really just doesn't have like enough health, he doesn't have status immunity, and he doesn't have innate healing, which I think you need you need at least 2 of those to make it worth it. You need one of those at a minimum to really make it worth it. But if you have two of those, you can kind of fill the rest with like Archon shards or subsumes or mods. Excalibur doesn't have any of those. He has pretty mediocre health, so you have to fix that with Archon shards. He doesn't have innate healing, so you have to fix that with weapons or subsumes. And he doesn't have status immunity, so then you have to fix that with pretty much subsumes. That's just the problem. Problem with Excalibur and Circumvent is he just doesn't have at least one of those three. Clervo has two out of those three, as an example. If you look at Clervo. So Clervo, a lot of people forget that Clervo has a built-in healing mechanic. When you use your 2, if you're not full health, it heals you, and it heals you a ton. And then he has insane health and armor. And then he also has status immunity. So he actually has all three of those, because when you're full health, you get status immunity from Overguard. So you don't even need his augment, like the Volatile Recompose or Recompense, to make Persistence just really good on him. You can just health tank with him, and then heal off of this. You'll get a little bit of Overguard when it overheals him, and that's all you need. You only need a little bit of Overguard to get this status immunity. Having Prime Sure-Footed helps, but it's not. It helps so that you don't get knocked down when you lose your status immunity. But that's the problem with Excalibur, is he doesn't have any of those, and it makes him not a very good candidate for persistence. Doesn't mean you can't do it. I have multiple builds where I show it working, but unless you really force in something like persistence, Arcane Circumvent is just a drop-in solution that solves so many problems. And then if you could run persistence and circumvent, but then you're losing out on the shield aspect, to where it's like you make all those sacrifices to then have another tool that's more effective that doesn't need persistence to make it work. If you could also just make Excalibur almost immortal if you have enough kills by just running like super shields. So run high strength, expertise, and then just run a sentinel that gives you guardian. And then as long as you're killing enemies pretty regularly, you're going to have your companion refreshing your shields, and you can slash dash your way to just being immortal. As long as you're getting enough kills to reset companion cooldown with Manifold Bond. That's pretty much the only requirement there. There's some other really gimmicky ways that don't really survive with going to level cap and taking like a single toxin stack. That's where like triple umbral mods gives you enough health and armor to survive even like level thousands plus single toxin stacks, single toxin ticks. And then circumvent gives you overshields. If there's shielded enemies, it gives you overguard, and that overguard, your slash dash is now immune to overguard damage. So then, you can slash dash your way and maintain your defensiveness fully this time now. That was a Shadowgrapher change, pretty massive one. And this is also a really powerful offensive tool to where you don't even need high strength to be able to kill level cap enemies. So it's just Circumvent really is a tool that almost seems like it was built for Excalibur as like a solution for Excalibur. And getting good at rolling, just as a reminder, rolling actually, you get reduced damage taken while you're rolling. It's like 75%. So rolling in this game is pretty important when it comes to melee gameplay and when you're in close range and you want to reduce damage taken in general. So I would recommend rolling as a mechanic. Explaining why I run the 3 Archon mods. So this one I can't proc anymore, but if I'm running gas and cold on Exalted Blade like I used to without Chromatic Blade and older variation, I was able to actually trigger this. I can't trigger this now, but there's no sense in not running it when I have preparation, and I still recommend that. Archon Stretch easily procs with slash dash. Slash dash knocks down afflictions, stacks electric. And then same thing here. You can also guarantee that you can proc this with slams, because slams will bypass, not receive the benefit of Chromatic Blade, and then only do toxin damage, because the gas that makes, or the heat that makes this gas is from the emissive only, and the slams don't receive the benefit from chromatic blade. Therefore, you can trigger slams. But also, if you have like dual liquor on a target or a dual liquor on your melee weapon, and I melee him and then slash dash him, I'll stack toxin as well as apply corrosive. So that's where these are easy to proc. If you look at my Null Star build, I actually have all 4, because you can proc this with Null Star and then stack it even more with slash dash. So Archon mods, when you're running melee afflictions, are just drop in better to use. Yeah, they trigger with afflictions. You can trigger any status type with afflictions except for Void. Void's the only one that you can't like trigger with afflictions. So if it has a stack of whatever and you slash dash them and they're able to be knocked down, which is the vast majority of them, even frozen enemies can be knocked down with slash dash, which is a new discovery today or yesterday, depending on how you look at time. You can pretty much knock down 99% of targets, and so melee afflictions scales really well. It also has, it triggers off of slams. Slams do ragdoll, heavy slams do lifted, and then the heavy attack waves do lifted. And so this triggers off of like most things you do with Exalted Blade, including slash dash, and it'll stack whatever it is. It'll be coded as ability damage, so then it stacks things like Arcane Impetus. It'll also trigger things like Archon Stretch and Archon Continuity. Archon Flow is the only weird one. This isn't triggered by cold status, it's triggered by cold damage. So unless you have cold damage modded on, then this won't trigger. But what I used to run, I wonder if I even have a version of this. I might not even have a version of this anymore. But I used to run gas cold just to get as much base damage as possible. This is before they fixed the chromatic blade not applying to the heavy attack waves. And once they fixed that, I completely changed my build, because it completely changed the way that melee afflictions scaled, because this fully applied to the waves. And the fully applying to the waves means you could stack lifted, and having the higher amount of status chance and IPS conversion was just way too useful not to use. So this kind of changed a lot of that. But Archon Flow, this is the only one that you can't actually proc anymore. I just keep it on there because there's no sense in me not using it. And I would recommend people having this anyways, because it's actually a really good mod. If you're able to proc it, it's extremely powerful. So out of the two, it's like I would say just get Archon Flow. You have one extra drain, but it's just objectively better than Prime Flow, especially for the situations where you can proc this. This is really good, having that guaranteed or fairly high chance at being able to drop an energy orb if you're using something like slash dash, and you actually have cold damage triggered on it or modded on it. Okay, see, last question. Yeah, and there's a lot of defensives that do work. It's just what is actually low, like what's simple and what solves the problem in the simplest way, I would say. Like what's simple to maintain and do. I don't really find abilities like subsumed abilities that have duration to be convenient anymore. Like I used to use them quite a lot, but it's really like circumvent to me just kind of, it's really made Excalibur defensiveness simple for me. You just find overguard enemies, you roll through them. You can even slash dash to them and break it before you reach them with a roll. Get that overguard, and then boom. And the status icon on Exalted Blades, wall dash, weightless steel, yeah, ragdoll. I haven't really even memorized those. If you look at the wiki pretty much defines them. I've just kind of memorized now which ones are which because I was just testing it like crazy today. Where like this isn't even fully accurate because it's not showing like the slam. Like where's the slam? Or here we go. So like the slam, this doesn't show. Like usually it'll show if you do something that it has a guaranteed impact or a guaranteed whatever. And this doesn't show that it has a guaranteed lifted. The slam, heavy slam has a guaranteed lifted. The normal slam has a guaranteed ragdoll, which are really powerful and very important to understand. It's just they don't receive chromatic blade. So then that's why Weeping Woods is on here, even though it's a chromatic blade build, just so the slam actually has some status chance. Yeah, it's about uptime for it. So especially if you can't repeat it. Especially if you can't repeat, like you can't refresh the ability. I've found, this is just, I played the game for a very long time. I found that it's very easy unless you get in the rhythm of it, of recasting an ability, even after like 40 seconds. It's really easy to forget. That 40 seconds goes by pretty quickly in mission when you're focused in on something else. And this is why, just not even for the meme value, but just for simplicity, I haven't even been running a subsume. Wrathful Advance is probably one of the easiest ones to watch because if you're watching numbers, if you go from yellow crits to red crits and then back to yellow crits, it's a pretty good indication you probably just need to refresh Wrathful Advance. So you'll get a hit or two with yellow crits, and then you don't have to look at the buff. You don't have to think about the buff. You just look for the number. You just look at the numbers as you're usually doing, or at least me, I'm usually doing. As soon as they change color, I go back, I refresh it, and then back to red numbers. But you get also in this build is so versatile and flexible that you could just run no subsume, and then you could put whatever you want in there. I was showing earlier if you needed flexibility in a mod slot, you can get rid of Archon Continuity, run Concentration, and then run another augment, like if the ability you're looking at has an augment to it. If you wanted to run another defense, if you wanted to run a defensive arcane, you can go for it. Or not arcane, but subsume. It's just radio blind. It's nice and simple, not running a subsume. After subsumes have been such a requirement to run high-end content for so long, not having to run a subsume to run level cap, which I've got multiple recordings of me at level cap running this exact build or slight variations of it with no subsume, simply don't need it. Yeah, no prime sure-footed. We're going to find out in a month or couple weeks how necessary prime sure-footed is now. That's what I'm excited for. I was mentioning earlier that I haven't been running prime sure-footed specifically so that I know how impactful the roll changes with knockdown will be. So being able to roll, have a larger window and being able to roll to recover from knockdowns and see how effective that is. If I just went from prime sure-footed to no prime sure-footed to test it, I wouldn't have a good gauge for how important that is and how impactful. This is with circumvent, so I do have overguard most of the time, but there's plenty of times I still get knocked down because I just don't have overguard yet. So we'll see. All right. Now it is actually time. So thank you all for coming. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned something. Hope I answered any questions you guys had. I'd recommend checking out my most recent video and seeing how you can run melee Kareen perfectly fine without any limitations to melee afflictions /dash. Very good. Yeah, circumvent, highly recommend trying circumvent. It's one of the easiest tools to fix defensive issues on Excalibur. It's got a lot of fun. It's got a high skill curve to it. Combo it with /dash. /dash puts you in roll range, so then use that. I do talk about this quite a lot in those videos. I think I hopefully explain that. And I do demonstrate a lot of gameplay, so I'd recommend checking that out too. And thank y'all for coming.